Earth? What kind of place is that? I've never even heard of it. Don't think that just because you were barely permitted to step off your little planet you've become something remarkable. Let me tell you, if you hadn't luckily passed the assessment you'd still be a bunch of animals we could slaughter at will without bearing any responsibility. Your planet is nothing more than a newly opened primitive backwater. You're just a wild monkey that crawled out of that dump. If you understand nothing, the least you could do is learn. So savage and poorly raised. Let loose, you're nothing but a plague upon society. When I rebuke you, it's to teach you how to behave. You ought to be thanking me. Ili's neck flushed scarlet with rage. He shouted, "You're the one with no manners. So what if we humans were only just recognized? Is it such a crime not to know how to sit properly on a spaceship? Were you born full-grown? Could you read and write the instant you were born? Did you never have a first time for anything? With so little basic courtesy, I'd say you're the one who should go back and learn how to be a decent person." Seeing Ili's posture, the attendant instantly realized things were going badly. The way the two men were squaring off made it clear they intended to escalate into a full-blown shouting match. Wearing a pained expression, he forced himself to intervene and mediate. "Please calm down. Earth has been acknowledged as a member state of the Alliance, and humanity is unquestionably a species that deserves recognition and respect." Then he turned to the man and added, "It was an error in our work that led to the failure to properly guide the passengers to their seats. It is absolutely not the guests' fault." Unfortunately, neither of the two men, both ablaze with anger, heard a single word. What they wanted now was not explanation but the other party's capitulation and apology. And so the dispute kept intensifying, tearing wider and wider, with both sides on the verge of casting aside all decorum, and either tearing into each other with words, or rolling up their sleeves to let their fists do the talking. Ili's booming voice disturbed Yunran, who had been resting. In light sleep, Yunran lifted his eyelids, revealing a pair of pale glass-like eyes. His gaze still as a tranquil well swept once over the three figures locked in confrontation in the distance. Then he spoke. His low, hoarse, drowsy voice carried a chilling weight. "You are verbally attacking citizens of another world, belittling and questioning the human species' rights, even denying the Alliance's authority, by proclaiming humanity a scourge upon the universe. Sir, are you aware that your statements have already infringed upon the highest level 1 universal laws, and that even if we press charges you will be absolutely unable to escape responsibility?" Yunran folded away the thin blanket Ili had carefully draped over him and rose to his feet, walking forward at an unhurried pace. His brows and eyes were unmistakably cold, radiating a powerful sense of oppression. This was the hostility etched into the bones of a chief diplomatic officer, who had long stood in public arenas facing the scrutiny of other families and outsiders, yet still able to verbally overpower all opponents, wielding words as blades until they were left speechless and resentful. Yunran was thoroughly versed in the laws of the entire universe, and possessed extensive knowledge of every species' culture and history. Even though he hailed from Earth, a world newly entered into the cosmic era, his insight and capability were far beyond what any ordinary citizen of the universe could compare to. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be from Kabir Star. I am a diplomat of Earth, so I happen to know a few things about your world's history and achievements. You entered the universe more than 1,300 years ago, and only 200 years back did you manage to rise from a class nation to class. To achieve such progress in a millennium is impressive. First, allow me to congratulate you. The strength of your nation is indeed a rising star in the cosmos." The man heard Yunran begin with a formally intimidating warning, only to soften his tone suddenly into acknowledgement and praise. This combination of stick and sweet date left him both wary and secretly pleased, so his reply came out far more restrained and subdued. "Humph, as long as you understand, my country's power is far beyond what newcomers to the universe like you can compare to. I said those things merely to give you a sense of your own limitations." The man said arrogantly, "Taking pride in one's origins is good," Yunran replied. "Everyone should feel proud of and deeply love their homeland." His pale eyes fixed on the other for a long moment, his words quick yet steady, carrying a persuasive force that made it hard not to listen. "But by your own account you are merely a class nation, a state that has already existed for over 1,000 years. Exactly what gives you the right to stand before us humans and issue orders as though we were beneath you?" Yunran lifted his chin, gaze sweeping over the man with clear disdain, as he continued proudly, "Do you know humanity and Earth? Do you truly understand? Perhaps the one trapped at the bottom of a well ignorant of the sky above is you. Our Earth is a class nation. The moment we entered the universe we skipped D and C altogether and were directly recognized as class second only to a class states. That is only because the number of planets in our system is still small and our history not yet long enough to qualify for a class. Are you aware of that?" The man froze, then immediately retorted, "Impossible. Don't think that with a glib tongue you can simply. If you doubt me, why not ask the attendant beside you?" Yunran cut in, The attendant hastily nodded over and over, meeting the man's eyes with firm conviction, assuring him that Earth was indeed a class nation. I don't know what standards your world faced in its own assessment, Yunran went on, but Earth's trial was against a triply nation, the Zerg, the Empire of Itras. In debate, in technological advancement, in single-soldier combat, in military command, which of these did we not utterly outstrip? We defeated the strongest species in the universe in single combat, felled interstellar behemoths within 10 minutes, and our armies crushed the marauding Zerg, whose infamy spreads across the cosmos. Tell me, do Earth and humanity lack the qualifications to enter the universe? The more the man listened, the more incredulous his gaze became. When the word Zerg appeared, his voice turned almost absurd as he said to Yunran, the Zerg? You? It's a contract signed with the United Nations. As Earth's chief diplomat, I was naturally present. Yunran's tone held a hint of mockery. What surprises me is how you can be unaware of a common fact like this. The entire universe hopes to obtain humanity's protection, and has therefore signed contracts inviting us to serve as interstellar reinforcements. Just now you showed such contempt for humans and such disdain for Earth's existence. It seems you must have ample strength to face the Zerg alone. Should I perhaps contact Kabir Star's officials to confirm that your world no longer requires Earth's protection, and apply to withdraw aid from Kabir Star? At this the man was struck speechless. His face flushed red, shame creeping across his features. His gaze skittered away, unable to face the scene before him. He strained to muster some harsh words to continue mocking Yunran and Healy, but found he had no standing at all. He didn't even dare to stiffen his spine and say yes. In this vast universe no one dares claim they feel no fear of the Zerg. Yet humans can resist the Zerg's onslaught and are the universe's undisputed umbrella of protection. So there he stood, ears burning, facing the crowd's gaze, as if undergoing a public execution. It was mortifying beyond words. Earth is beyond doubt part of the universe. All this happened only a year ago. If you're still unaware, it's understandable. Having affirmed his position and defended Earth's dignity, Yunran as a diplomat had already fulfilled his duty. But I hope you understand, in the future, do not casually mock or slander other species. That is the basic common sense and courtesy that any intelligent life should know. Yunran glanced at Healy and added, where information cannot reach, civilization can. Please conduct yourself with care. Healy stood to the side, his expression practically glowing with satisfaction, excitement coursing through him. Watching the man look as though he wished he could crawl into a hole, Healy felt thoroughly vindicated. At that moment, the attendant finally received notification that all Earth passengers had reached their seats. He hurried to bring the dispute to an official close and offered the stiff, embarrassed man a way out. The ship is about to depart. Please return to your seat to avoid any jolts during takeoff. Healy and Yunran returned to their seats. Healy's face was still lit with excitement. He exclaimed, "Bro, you were amazing." Yunran's expression remained cool. He had faced countless grand occasions. A dispute of this level was barely worth the effort of moving his tongue. To say he had taken it seriously would have been an insult to his professional standards. But Healy was different. He was genuinely delighted. Only as his joy continued, he suddenly recalled the situation Yunran would be facing next, and the smile at the corner of his lips slowly faded. His heart ached. It truly ached. So he began nagging again at Yunran's side, trying to persuade him to change his mind and choose to be stationed on a more distinguished world. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Yunran. With such a constant source of noise by his ear, he couldn't rest properly. Unable to help himself, he lifted his heavy eyelids and spoke from the heart. To be stationed on a world and represent Earth in diplomatic affairs. To secure our country's status, resist slander from other states, handle international disputes, forge friendly ties. Even if it weren't me, other diplomats from my family could manage such tasks well. Yunran tugged the thin blanket over himself. His drowsiness lent his tone a certain detachment, but the meaning of his words was pure and fervent. I am not satisfied with work on that level. Humans deserve a far more beautiful environment in this universe. And not merely what we did just now, invoking the ability to defeat the Zerg as a banner to press others through sheer strength. Otherwise being despised as primitive and uncivilized would remain something Earth could hardly avoid for centuries to come. But why should humanity be forced to endure such contemptuous, disdainful gazes? At least Yunran had no wish to see that continue. Healy hesitated and said, "But once we reach Fear Star, can you really realize your vision, bro?" "I can." Yunran's voice was confident and resolute. He seemed born for the diplomat's path, never showing the slightest hint of inferiority or timidity, always charging forward without hesitation. Diplomacy may be interaction between nations, but in essence it is people dealing with people, Yunran said with a faint laugh. So long as the methods are right, no matter the form, I can always achieve my aims. The spaceship slowly left the port, symbolizing the official start of Yunran's long journey. "I've endured so many years," he said. "Now that the moment has finally come for me to act, how could I possibly act recklessly?" Healy fell silent for a long time after hearing this. At last he let out a bitter laugh. Then from that laughter a hint of relief was born. He wiped a hand across his face and declared loudly, "Fine. Since I've already followed you out here, bro, don't mention an entertainment planet. Even if it were a savage land teeming with monsters, a perilous hell of blades and flames, I'd charge through it at your side." After takeoff, the sapphire blue Earth was quickly left behind, soon vanishing from view entirely. The attendants remained within the cabin to assist passengers during the voyage. After softly reminding everyone of in-flight precautions, one of them thought for a moment, then walked over to Healy, who was experiencing his first interstellar jump, and spoke quietly. "Soon the ship will reach the jump point and enter a fixed route. During spatial compression, you may experience physical discomfort. We recommend that you sleep to reduce the strain." Healy glanced around at the quiet cabin. Many people, including his brother Yunran, already had their eyes closed, either dozing or truly asleep. He had half a mind to imitate them, but he was simply too excited, too exhilarated. After all, right there within arm's reach lay the boundless sea of stars. To fall asleep quickly in such a moment, then he wouldn't be Healy. The attendant pondered and then suggested, "We have the universe's top 10 classic tracks available. You could listen to them." It should have been an excellent proposal, yet Healy looked as though he would rather politely decline. Well, listening to music. If it were lullabies from Earth, that would be one thing, but the universe's songs were something Healy found almost impossible to accept. Well, listening to music. If it were lullabies from Earth, that would be one thing, but the universe's songs were something Healy found almost impossible to accept. Who else would claim that if you were bored and wanted to pass the time, you should solve a few complex math problems or dissect and study history and politics or research famous paintings and calligraphy as a way to fall asleep? That was essentially the level at which music in the universe existed. The attendant understood what Healy meant and said sympathetically, "At the very least, it's good for inducing sleep." Healy's eyes lit up at that. That was true enough. Didn't everyone get sleepy during class? So he accepted the attendant's suggestion, opened the ship's built-in software, plugged in his earphones, and closed his eyes to sleep with peace of mind. The so-called universal golden tracks were like white noise. In no time at all they carried Healy, who had tossed and turned restlessly the previous night, into deep slumber. When he woke again, a long time had passed. The blanket that had originally covered Yunran had been moved onto him, and the rigid seat had somehow been reclined into a flat bed. Healy had slept wonderfully. Yunran was leaning down, lightly pushing his shoulder, and informing him that Low Fear Star had already been reached. Healy hurriedly sat up, turned to glance out the porthole, and was filled with regret. "I was hoping to see what Low Fear Star looks like as a whole." He had heard that it was a world of striking beauty, no less stunning than Earth itself. As he finished speaking, the ship docked. Yunran stood up and led Healy out of the cabin. Only once they stepped outside did the calmer Healy realize how large the ship truly was. Everywhere elegant alien script was used for directional signs. The script was so graceful and refined that without careful scrutiny one might easily mistake it for decorative artwork embellishing the cabin. That was what Healy had assumed when he first boarded. No wonder the Earth passengers had made the mistake of not recognizing the words once they got on the ship. It wasn't their native language. After hurriedly studying for just a year before going abroad, it was perfectly normal to overlook such details. But it was different for Yunran, who had led Healy onto the ship. Before Earth ever stepped into the universe, Yunran, as a diplomat, had already studied the major languages of the cosmos until he was more fluent in them than in his own mother tongue. Once beyond the Milky Way, he naturally felt no discomfort. After all, he would be dealing with extraterrestrials for the rest of his life. He had even deliberately learned many universally favored tones and speech patterns, knowing they would help him win others' goodwill more easily. No one dislikes a foreigner who can skillfully use their native language, and if that foreigner also knows their history and anecdotes, understands their slang, and can speak in a fluent local dialect, then they become all the more welcome. Yunran, and the family that had trained him, had treated him as a meticulously crafted, priceless commodity, a cultural weapon, endlessly polishing his value and abilities for over 20 years. Yet just when this product was about to be shipped, displayed in a glass case under the gaze of the masses, he abruptly chose to seek his dreams in a nondescript little shop no one had foreseen. Everyone on Earth who knew Yunran was so incensed they nearly passed out, convinced that either he had gone mad or the world had. Leading Healy, Yunran passed smoothly through the space station security checks and arrived at Low Fear Star's aerodrome. He lifted his gaze briefly to confirm their direction, but had barely taken 2 steps when a sudden impact jolted him, forcing Yunran to stumble half a pace and halt, lowering his head. He looked downward. Someone bumped into his arms. It was a girl just reaching Yunran's way. Her platinum blonde hair nearly touched the ground, her arms, tightly wrapped around Yunran's slender waist, staring up at him without blinking. Those crystal blue eyes like stars or icy springs, silently gazed into Yunran's somewhat indifferent eyes. Her aura was light like an elf and her doll-like face showed no expression. As if an empty exquisite puppet, her gaze at Yunran seemed like a plea for help. Yunran did not push her away, nor did he show any sign of rejection. Seeming reassured, the girl no longer pressed against him. She slowly extended her hand, revealing her soft boneless white wrist from under a pale green sleeve, and directly grasped a small part of Yunran's palm. Her fluffy princess dress, white as gauze with butterfly bows on both sides, was clearly the latest high-end brand custom of the summer. Yunran, who kept himself informed of various kinds of intelligence, recognized it at a glance. The cost of this outfit alone would be enough to buy a mine on Earth and more. Yunran always had enough patience for younger children. He lowered his head, showing a friendly smile, crouched down to her eye level, and asked in a gentle voice what was wrong. But the girl remained silent, only staring at him unblinkingly in a manner that was almost eerie. Her direct gaze was blatant, as if she could see through one's soul and peer into the deepest heart. Yunran was born without knowing fear. His calm gaze met the girl's, his clear amber-colored eyes reflected in hers what she saw. A pure white soul. This color brought the girl peace. It was as if, in the vast chaos and boundless gray world, she had found a pillar of hope and light. Instinct made her want to draw close to the light, as if only this could bring some comfort to her empty heart. So she ran from afar and clung to Yunran, refusing to let go. Healy asked, puzzled, brother, what's up with this little one? Then he tried to lean closer to the girl to talk, but the little girl seemed frightened. Her emotionless face instantly showed panic and fear, a pitiful expression that left Healy stunned into silence. He realized that the source of her fear seemed to be himself, which made him feel awkward. Then he noticed the look in her eyes when she looked at people. That gaze which seemed to pierce into one's soul, exposing one naked before her, was truly chilling. This time it was Healy's turn to feel fear. Yunran noticed the discomfort of the two around him, but he couldn't intuitively feel what they feared, so he felt nothing but bewilderment. He protectively held the trembling girl in his arms, blocking her view of Healy, and said, go call a car. Healy pointed at the girl in Yunran's arms, and asked, what about this little one? Yunran lowered his head and asked her, where is your family? The little girl was extremely slow to react to the outside world, as if she hadn't heard at all. Like a sloth, she clung to the reliable tree that was Yunran, completely unresponsive. Yunran's gaze fell on a silver bracelet exposed on the girl's wrist. This bracelet functioned like a communication terminal everyone on Earth used, and it should store information about the girl's family. After a moment of thought, Yunran said, I'll help you contact your family. Then, as the girl didn't resist, he tapped the bracelet on her wrist, saw the address and number recorded, and dialed the number of the girl's relative. The call was answered almost instantly. Yunran said, hello, are you the family of the owner of this phone? Where is Feishua now? Let me see her. A very angry male voice came from the other end. The voice was full of aggression and open hostility. Having dealt with people for so many years, Yunran could immediately discern the other's emotions. He wasn't annoyed by being yelled at for no reason. He silently turned on the video call, showing his face, the girl, and the background to the other party. As soon as the video opened, both sides were stunned. Yunran paused before continuing, don't worry, she's safe. I met her at the space station, but there were no family members nearby, so I called you. The man on the other end stared intently at Yunran's face for a long, while then his voice, laced with apology and warmth, came again. Sorry, Director Yu. This time it was Yunran's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected the other to know him. Calling him Director referred to his position at the Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau, a role he had not yet shown much in the universe. Seeming to salvage his earlier outburst, the man's voice sounded sincere. I'll come pick you up. It's fine, I was planning to visit you anyway. I haven't congratulated you yet, Lord Chi, on your appointment as the Lord of Lafer Planet. Chi Moya's eyes flickered slightly, seemingly not expecting Yunran to be here, nor that he knew of his appointment. His Adam's apple moved unnaturally as he said slowly, you just come to my home, I'll be right back. Wanting to first send his sister home safely was only natural. Nodding at the proposal, Yunran said, alright, is this the address? He repeated the address recorded on Chi Feishu's bracelet. Chi Moyu answered yes. I'll have someone pick you up. Okay. After saying this, Yunran smiled and waited for Chi Moyu to hang up, but the other just silently looked at the camera, as if not intending to end the call. See you later then, Yunran asked. Chi Moyu, as if suddenly awakened from deep thought, unnaturally shifted his gaze that had been fixed on Yunran, and said in a deep voice, all right. The screen then went dark. Healy, who had been watching from the side, finally found a chance to speak. He asked in astonishment, was that person just now the lord of this planet? And Until recently Healy had thought he and Yunran would definitely be assigned to one of the most famous political planets in the universe. He couldn't imagine why Yunran would bring him to this remote entertainment planet, so he hadn't bothered to do basic research. Yunran added, and he is also the crown prince of the Chiwen family, one of the 5 permanent members of the Universal. Healy's eyes widened, first shocked by the permanent member of the Universal Alliance, then remembered the implication of Chiwen. He stepped back, stared at Chi Feishue, as if she were a monster, and his voice rose, then they're not. Yunran moved quickly, covering Chi Feishue's eyes with his hand, giving Healy a disapproving look. Healy's heart raced, but at least he didn't say anything more offensive. His complex expression fell on the girl before him. His lips moved, hesitating for a long time, but ultimately he found it too creepy, and whispered to Yunran, barely audible, "They can peer into people's souls." Yunran said, "I know." Healy exclaimed, "You know. All the privacy hidden in your memory will be exposed. Every thought, every deed. Nothing can be hidden. Who would want their embarrassing, shameful secret past that they would rather hide forever to be dug out from the depths of their memory by eyes that can see through souls blatantly displayed to the world? No one wants to endure such a feeling. That's just a demonized rumor. It's not that exaggerated in reality," Yunran said calmly, "though it is true that they can see through souls." Having the backing of Earth's foremost family, Yunran was well-versed in many interstellar secrets. "Isn't that enough?" Healy couldn't help saying. In the eyes of the Chiwen people, there is simply no privacy in this world. He really felt creeped out by such beings. As they spoke, the people who came to pick up Chi Feishue arrived quickly. Seeing dozens of black-clad men approaching solemnly, Healy fell silent, not continuing his words. The leader, dressed in elegant-fitting butler attire, introduced himself as the butler of the Chiwen family. With a restrained expression, he ran over hurriedly, carefully examined Chi Feishue multiple times to ensure she was unharmed, then exhaled a very subtle sigh of relief, his hanging heart finally at ease. Probably having received instructions from his master in advance, the butler respectfully invited Yunran and the other 2 into the car, thanking Yunran with precise and sincere words, saying that without him this ordeal would not know when it would end. Sensing the hidden meaning behind the butler's words, Yunran asked, "Was Miss Feishue deliberately brought here?" The butler's expression was grim. He nodded and replied, 3 hours ago, the maid taking care of the young lady was deceived by a malicious person and took her out of the castle. The young master ordered the planet to be locked down, forbidding any spaceship from leaving. Now guards all over the globe are searching for the young lattice whereabouts, and some clues have been found. Perhaps under pressure the criminals realized they couldn't succeed, so they released her. It was just that before Yunran's call, no one expected the criminals to suddenly release Chi Feishue. So when Yunran said, "Are you the family of the phone's owner?" Chi Moyu immediately thought of the kidnappers. His tone was icy, nearly causing a misunderstanding. Yunran recalled, "I remember that the reason Lord Chi took up the post on Laufer Planet was to bring Miss Feishue here for a vacation and recuperation. The kidnapping case a year ago." Healy, who had been listening quietly, was startled. At that, the butler's eyes trembled slightly, a glint of tears flashing. Seeing this, Yunran comforted, "Don't be too sad. Miss Feishue has fortune on her side. Isn't she safely back now?" The butler said, "Gratefully, thanks to you. Otherwise we don't know how long she would have hidden or how much she would have suffered." For some reason Chi Feishue, who had never dared to get close to people, had actively approached Yunran and shown such intimacy and trust. Otherwise, by the time the guards found her and brought her back, Chi Feishue, who fears strangers, would have endured much unnecessary pain along the way. Although it was just a small effort to Yunran, in the butler's eyes Yunran was a lifesaver, an unprecedented miracle. Knowing that saying it aloud would sound exaggerated, and Yunran wouldn't believe it, the butler simply kept looking at Yunran with grateful eyes, thanking him sincerely again and again. In this friendly and harmonious atmosphere, the hovercar arrived at the destination. It was a private mountain range, and the car stopped in the middle of a sea of blooming flowers at the top. When the door opened, a burst of fragrance filled the air. Endless flowers stretched to the horizon. With the arrival of a breeze, thousands of petals flew into the air, fluttering down like snowflakes. The scene was extremely romantic. Yunran noticed a castle standing in the distance. The castle was magnificent, with white walls and black tiles, extraordinarily eye-catching. Its bright colors gave it a fairy tale air, and the relaxed, soft environment seemed tailor-made for the cute girl beside him, or perhaps it truly was. Chi Feishue loved flowers very much. After getting out of the car, she stood motionless in the sea of flowers like a little rabbit. Her gauzy skirt seemed weightless, spread out on the flowers. The person and the background blended harmoniously like a beautiful, dreamy watercolor painting. Yunran watched the girl silently for a few seconds until unfamiliar footsteps came from behind, then turned to a slender, upright man walked over from afar. In every movement one could see the coldness ingrained in his bones. His long platinum hair reached his chest like an ancient medieval aristocrat, reserved, proud, gentlemanly, and full of distance. He had a face with the beautifully curved contours of a handsome god from ancient Greek mythology. his features three-dimensional and deep unforgettable. But even more striking than his handsome appearance were his azure eyes, as vast as the ocean and as silent as an iceberg. Like Chi Feishue, they carried a very lethal, penetrating sensation into one's soul. Yunran immediately smiled, placed one hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and greeted him. It's an honor to meet you. I am Yunran, Director of Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau, Ambassador to Lofer Planet and Diplomat. I am very pleased to see you. Chi Moyus' lake-clear eyes gazed at Yunran as if observing his soul. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, his elegant tone like a cello playing softly. This is not our first meeting. Yunran was momentarily stunned, then straightened up and said with a smile, if we had met, I should not have forgotten you. Whether because of Chi Moyus' identity or his appearance. Chi Moyu said, as if prompting. A year ago, Earth signed a treaty with the Alliance. At that time he had followed his father to the venue but didn't take a seat. He just stood outside the meeting room watching. That was when he had seen Yunran from afar, standing at the center of the venue representing Earth in the negotiations. That pure white flawless soul had become unforgettable after just one glance. Yunran was surprised you were there then. He really didn't remember. But even if Chi Moyu had been there, how would he have remembered Yunran? As the crown prince of the Chiwen family, his social circle was beyond what Yunran, who had just left Earth, could imagine. What merit did he have to be remembered by Chi Moyu? Perhaps Chi Moyu had an extraordinary memory and never forgot anything. Yunran smiled and said, I am honored that you remember me. Chi Moyu gave Yunran a deep look, then turned and said, Director, you must be tired from the long journey. Please go inside and rest a while. Thank you. Glancing at the tense Healy beside him, Yunran said, then I won't refuse your kindness. Healy forced a smile at Yunran, indicating he was fine. He didn't want to do anything rude because of his own fear, although the aura in Chi Moyu and the look in his eyes were truly hard to bear. Too naked, too blatant, full of scrutiny. It made you realize all your privacy was exposed. It was torture. The group walked into the castle. The interior was noble and elegant, with every detail exuding luxury. Along the way, Yunran saw at least 5 rare cultural relics recorded in documents that were hard to come by. Perhaps to accommodate Chi Feishue's preferences, the castle was filled with greenery and soft lighting that added warmth to the surroundings, preventing it from being too cold. The coldness lacked warmth. As everyone walked and chatted, Chi Moyu instinctively wanted to carry Chi Feishue in his arms, but the girl stubbornly stayed beside Yunran, refusing to leave. After several attempts with no success, Chi Moyu could only give up on the thought of making Feishue leave Yunduan's side, saying to Yunduan, Feishue is introverted and stubborn, please don't mind her, Director. Yunduan pondered the information about Chi Moyu, thinking that his demeanor was vastly different from the profile provided by the intelligence personnel. He was remarkably polite and agreeable. Looking down at Chi Feishue, who stood beside him clutching the corner of his suit jacket with her small hands, he couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect Miss Feishue to be so close to me. Whether holding his hand or grasping his clothing, it seemed she regarded Yunduan as a lifeline, instinctively following him with her body and gaze. Chi Feishue's actions were almost an indirect proof to Yunduan that he was an upright and worthy person to associate with. Receiving such high praise, it was hard to believe anyone in the world would be displeased. Chi Moyu observed all of this with understanding. He shared a blood bond with his sister, and naturally the world he saw was exactly the same. Yunduan's pure soul appeared especially radiant in this chaotic world, like a beam of light in the dark night, making them who had long resided in a gloomy environment feel a sense of closeness and yearning. If only he could keep this light by his side forever, completely possessing it. Director, will you be taking office on Lofiel Star? Chi Moyu said calmly. Yunduan nodded, replying yes. Chi Moyu thought for a moment and said, I understand. I will take care of the relevant procedures for you. You don't need to worry about the embassy. Everything will be prepared properly. Just wait a little while. These words were precisely what Yunduan wanted to hear. The most pressing matters for him at the moment were these, and who would have thought that Chi Moyu would arrange everything so thoroughly with just a few words? He didn't know how much effort he had saved him. Yunduan immediately expressed his gratitude. At this moment it was just around evening on Lofiel Star. Shortly after their arrival, the butler came to remind them to take their seats and prepare for dinner, so Yunduan and the others moved to another main hall. Perhaps Chi Moyu had prepared in advance. The table in the center of the main hall was filled with a dozen exquisite dishes divided into 4 portions and arranged according to their personal preferences. Perhaps due to the belief that animals also have souls, the food in front of the Chi siblings was almost entirely vegetarian, forming a stark contrast with the colorful and fragrant dishes enjoyed by Yunduan and his companion. Even while eating, Chi Feishue sat beside Yunduan, taking a bite of food, looking up at Yunduan's face, then eating another bite, continuing to stare at his face. It was as if she was using his face to eat. Yunduan was both amused and helpless. He savored the food while contemplating his plans for the future. Then he lifted his gaze only to find Chi Moyu staring at him intently, his gaze direct and unabashed, which made the delicious meal somewhat difficult to swallow. Could it be that he was unhappy about him eating meat? Yunran calmly set down his utensils, pondering whether he should indicate that he was already full. He Li, who was sitting nearby, had hardly touched his chopsticks. He thought to himself that only true warriors could eat comfortably in such a place. Chi Fixu's pale little face, filled with warm food, finally regained some color. She inadvertently showed a sleepy expression, which Yunran keenly noticed. So Yunran said Miss Feishue should get some rest. Having experienced a kidnapping and been frightened for so long at such a young age, now that she was finally home and had a delicious meal, it was indeed time for her to rest well. Thus Yunran, who was passively bound to Chi Feishue, stood up willingly, finding a good reason to leave the dining table and end this slightly awkward meal. He Li almost sprang up from his seat. Chi Moyu also put down his utensils, wiped the corner of his mouth with the silk napkin on the table, and slowly stood up, leading Yunran to escort his sister to her room. In the soft and warm bedroom, Chi Feishue anxiously searched for Yunduin's whereabouts. The maid had changed her into comfortable pajamas, but Chi Feishue did not go to bed. Instead, she walked to the door, opened it, and peeked outside. Chi Moyu was still waiting outside. So was Yunduin. Chi Feishue hurried over once again, grabbing the sleeve of Yunduin's clothes, but before she could stabilize herself, she uncontrollably let out a small yawn. Yunduin. He smiled helplessly, and with Chi Moyu's tacit approval, he took Chi Feishue back to the room. He carefully placed Chi Feishue on the bed, covered her with the soft and warm blanket, gently brushed aside the platinum blonde hair that had fallen on her face, and said to her, "Good girl, it's time for you to sleep." Chi Feishue stubbornly held on to Yunduin's hand, fearing he would leave again. Even though she was very sleepy, her azure blue eyes remained wide open, constantly gazing at the pure white color in her eyes, as if she had finally found a beloved toy she had lost for many years. Only this could bring her peace. Chi Moyu stepped forward and was about to say something to his sister. Yunduin smiled, gently, lightly stroking Chi Fixu's obedient head, whispering, "Don't worry, brother will stay with you. Can't sleep? Then I'll sing you a lullaby to help you have sweet dreams." Chi Moyu immediately paused. Healy stood outside the bedroom, unwilling to enter. Suddenly he heard a familiar melody from inside. The song was melodious, pure, like a babbling brook, pleasing to the ears and unforgettable. As if realizing something, Healy tilted his head in surprise, turned, and peeked inside to see that the singer was indeed Yunduin. Was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a delicate white hand in his palm. In the center of the bed lay a fairy-like beautiful child, staring intently at Yunduin's profile. Her expression was vacant, her face emotionless, yet her gaze subtly conveyed a sense of persistence, her expression very serious. It was as if she were listening intently to the melody coming from Yunduin's lips. Yunduin sang beautifully, or rather, having devoted his life to earth and continuously enhancing his value as a product, there was almost nothing he couldn't do or do poorly. Crossing oceans, reaching my hometown. I closed my eyes, surrounded by flowers and green grass under the golden sun. But the sea is vast and boundless, with no wings to soar. I long to see her smiling face again, guiding me back to the realm of dreams. The ethereal melody resonated, needing no accompaniment, penetrating time and space to reach the soul. Sincere, gentle, warm. The girl had never heard such a song before. She did not understand its meaning, only knowing that this voice brought her immense comfort, breaking through the layers of defenses she had built within herself, reaching the deepest, softest part of her soul. She found a sense of security, an invisible umbrella that did not require desperate pleading or forceful pulling, yet could always accompany her. A ripple of water glimmered in her azure eyes. Who could know the struggles and efforts she had made beneath that ignorant and unfeeling face? The drowsy eyes that had been propped open for too long finally closed, just like her weary heart, her small face hinting at satisfaction. The fingers that had been gripping tightly and unwilling to let go gradually relaxed their strength, the pale palm regaining a hint of rosy hue. The siren-like gentle hum gradually ceased, the aftersound lingering in the bedroom. The room fell into silence, only the rhythmic and soothing sound of the little girl's breathing could be heard. Chi Moyu did not know how long it had been since he had seen his sister display such a peaceful expression. She looked as sweet as an angel. This scene made his heart ache, however the emotions that emerged in front of everyone were quickly suppressed. He shifted his gaze from Chi Feishue to the young man with his head slightly lowered and a faint smile on his lips. His expression gradually became somewhat profound. After calming Chi Feishue to sleep, Yunduin slowly retracted his sleeve that had been grasped. He stood up, slowly turning to look at Chi Moyu, who was gazing over at him, and offered a soothing, comforting. Chi Moyu seemed to be lost in thought. After meeting Yunduin's gaze, his expression was momentarily dazed, and then he suddenly awakened, quickly averting his head, seemingly afraid that his eyes, which were disliked by many, would offend the guest before him. This action once again surprised Yunduin. From what he knew, Chi Moyu, the prince of the Chi family, was not the kind of person to be considerate of others' emotions. Chi Moyu lowered his voice and said, "It's getting late. You can stay here and rest tonight." The butler standing nearby showed a look of surprise, gazing at Chi Moyu in disbelief. Then he couldn't help but reveal a look of relief, his eyes brightening a few degrees, and his mouth unable to suppress a smile, actively saying, "Yes, it's quite late, you might as well stay. I will prepare a bedroom for the two of you right away, and you can tell me if you need anything." Healy, standing at the door, felt a darkness before his eyes, almost passing out from despair. Would this nightmare continue all night? When would it end? Yunran was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected to receive such hospitality. After thinking it over, he realized he had no reason to refuse, so he graciously expressed his gratitude. "Then I will trouble you." They quietly left Chi Fikshu's bedroom. The butler led the way to show Yunran to the bedroom, and Chi Moyu personally accompanied them. The corridor here was very quiet enough to feel somewhat eerie. Healy, following behind, could sense the presence of many people within the castle. They were the servants and maids of this castle, yet each one hid away as if fearing to meet the castle's master or being seen by him, worried that he would witness their dirty souls and disturb the poor little princess. Yunran walked beside Chi Moyu, his expression natural and unencumbered, chatting amiably with him, creating an atmosphere that seemed very harmonious. Although overall it was mostly Yunran speaking, the taciturn Chi Moyu used his expressions and occasional words to indicate that he was listening attentively. This normal and smooth mode of communication brought tears to the eyes of Healy and the butler following behind. While the butler was overjoyed to the point of tears, Healy was saddened to the point of weeping. With stiff footsteps and a lifeless gaze, Healy trailed behind Yunran, truly afraid of Chi Moyu's intensity. It felt like a death god was coldly scrutinizing your life with an icy gaze, evaluating your soul, and if you were slightly dissatisfied, the sharp scythe hanging around your neck could take your life at any moment. He didn't understand how Yunran could endure such an experience and maintain such a natural demeanor. His psychological resilience was truly remarkable. The butler invited Healy and the others to select guest rooms. As he introduced the first one, Healy eagerly exclaimed, "I really like this place. I'm very satisfied. They'll stay here." The butler naturally expressed his respect and called for a maid, who had been hiding somewhere, to assist Healy in settling and bringing over clean bedding and supplies. Then he led Yunran forward, directing his gaze toward another guest room not far away. Healy exhaled deeply, rushing into the bedroom and refusing to come out. The previously silent Chi Moyu suddenly spoke, saying, "I still have 2 rooms available on my side." The butler's hand, poised to push the door, froze in midair. He couldn't immediately understand Chi Moyu's intentions, but remained committed to prioritizing the master's wishes, quickly changing his tune. "Yes, you are correct." Then his foot, which had clearly been turning left, nimbly changed direction, naturally shifting to lead Yunran this way. "Please come this way." Yunran. The new room was indeed very nice. Its decor was grand and elegant, with luxurious furniture aplenty. At a glance, Yunran understood that this was definitely not a guest room, but the master bedroom deliberately prepared for several of the castle's owners after its construction. It should be the place where people like Chi Moyu and Chi Fikshu reside daily. Hence he felt somewhat honored. To be honest, Yunran had no particular requirements for his living arrangements. During his work representing the Yuan family, he had stayed in many excellent places, some of which were even more luxurious than the castle he was in now. But more often he was accustomed to living in dormitories at military bases where he had grown up and received training. A small room of only 4 or 5 square meters was just enough for one person to live. Every day was filled with busy studying and contemplating how to complete tasks and become better. Until now he had never even had the concept of home. The dormitory was just where he slept, with no other meaning. Thus, upon seeing that Chi Moyu allowed him to stay in such a suite, Yunduan's first feeling was that the rumor about the Chi family being exceptionally protective of their family members was indeed true. Because he had helped Chi Fikshu earlier, he must have received this treatment. Yunduan couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune, unexpectedly garnering Chi Moyu's favor through a twist of fate. After expressing his gratitude, he obediently settled in. Then Chi Moyu stood at the door, deliberately raising his arm to point to the door not far away, indicating that it was his room, and that he could be found whenever needed. Yunduan nodded, indicating that he had noted it down once again, confirming that Chi Moyu indeed cared deeply for Chi Fikshu. This seemed like an ordinary conversation. Only the butler, standing aside and well aware of Chi Moyu's character, felt a storm brewing within, and the unnatural change in his gaze revealed some cracks. The next morning, Healy, who had hardly slept, had a night full of nightmares. Sporting a pair of large dark circles, he found his way to Yunduan's room. He didn't even follow his usual temper to complain about why he hadn't chosen such a luxurious suite to stay in. Instead, he anxiously asked, "When can we leave?" Yunduan was tidying himself up in front of the mirror, saying, "Now, after we say goodbye to the Lord, we can leave." Healy exaggeratedly sighed in relief, his whole posture slumping, as he fell straight onto Yunduan's just risen bed, his voice weary. "Finally we can leave." Yunran looked at Healy, who was lying like a corpse in the mirror, and couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you so— I'm not timid, Healy defended himself. Having just been through a war on Earth and seen so many corpses of both bugs and humans, I'm definitely not timid. But the problem is they are just too strange, do you understand? Healy couldn't help but climb off the bed complaining to Yunran. I even recalled the time I wet my pants as a child and dressed as a girl to sneak into the girls' dormitory. I thought I had forgotten, but it turns out I still remember. Lee couldn't wait to say, brother, after we leave, shouldn't we first find a place to stay? Once the location of the embassy is confirmed, we will stay there. Until then, Yunran said nonchalantly, we can just find a hotel to stay for a while. It's on the public expense, right? The saying, remember food but forget pain, refers to such people. Healy immediately forgot the heaviness of the earlier conversation and said excitedly, this is an entertainment planet, we can? You can apply for reimbursement, but you'd better not think you can get it approved. Yunran said ruthlessly without hesitation. After offending the higher-ups, do you still expect them not to deliberately make things difficult for me? Don't even think about unreasonable things. Even reasonable requests will certainly be rejected. They just want to irritate Yunran, making it hard for him to move forward, forcing him to retreat back to Earth and acknowledge his mistakes before them. Healy's expression changed as he hesitantly said, this? How is this? Brother, didn't you already persuade them? Otherwise Yunran wouldn't have been allowed to come here, right? They gave me a time frame. Yunran adjusted his attire and said to Healy, it is essentially acknowledged as a holiday. They tolerate me wasting 3 months of time working on Lothier Star. But once the deadline is up, I must comply and leave quietly. Wait? Huh? Healy was dumbfounded. 3 months? After 3 months, are you going to leave, brother? Of course I'm not leaving. Yunran's smile seemed carefree, as if he hadn't just endured immense pressure, being relentlessly pressured by numerous high-ranking officials for 2 days and nights to bow his head. He said in a relaxed tone, now that I've come, there is no reason to leave empty-handed. If he had known he would leave, then Yunran would not have decided to come in the first place. He knew how precious his time was and couldn't afford to waste it. Healy couldn't help but say, then what should we do? As long as we produce results that satisfy them, we can naturally persuade them. Yunran adjusted his hair, presenting a perfect image. He nodded slightly and turned to say, let's go. They needed to say their farewells. At this moment Healy had no mind for other thoughts. He instinctively followed Yunran outside, constantly pondering strategies. But this isn't the political main star, there isn't really any political achievement to be made. Could it be? Healy's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something and hurriedly asked, is it Lord Qi? Yunran, knowing that the crown prince of the Qi family, one of the 5 alliances, was here, specifically chose this amorphous planet. The purpose was actually because of Qi Moyu. Yunran was amused by Healy's guess. Even if I establish a good relationship with the Lord, will the upper echelons be satisfied? Doesn't this only prove that, with Yunran's abilities, he should be working in a political main star where big figures abound, instead of lingering on an entertainment planet? They will only think that with my capabilities such matters are naturally within reach, Yunran said. Just that alone is of no use. Healy couldn't help but feel a bit troubled after hearing this. Then what should we do? Although he said he couldn't wait for Yunran to leave Lothier Star, when faced with a problem, Healy still instinctively thought from Yunran's perspective. Noticing this, Yunran smiled slightly and walked outside with Healy. On the way, the two met the butler who was coming to invite them. The 3 arrived at the main hall of the castle together, where Qi Moyu and Qi Feishue were sitting waiting for everyone to gather before dining together. As they approached, Qi Feishue noticeably turned her whole body to face them, constantly rotating according to the angle between Yunran and her body. Her overly honest body language left Yunran both amused and exasperated. He didn't know where his charm came from, able to win Qi Feishue's affection. Perhaps it was because he was the first person Qi Feishue encountered after escaping from her captors. Seeing this, Qi Moyu simply spoke up, asking the butler to add another seat between him and Qi Feishue, so that Yunran could join them for breakfast. Yunran had no reason to refuse. Thus, at a long table, Yunran sat at one end with the 2 siblings, while the pitiful Healy sat alone at the other end, bearing the mental pressure from the 2 siblings across from him, looking pale and distressed. Even with exquisite delicacies before him that he couldn't possibly eat on Earth, he mechanically shoveled the food, unable to taste anything, as if chewing on wax. At this moment, the only thing he could do was pray that once Yunran finished eating, he could quickly bid farewell to the hosts here. Little did he know that the noble Lord Qi was deliberately challenging Healy, suddenly speaking up to take an interest in Yunran's work, even stating that he had arranged for the embassy's address, asking Yunran to go confirm it. In his tone, it seemed he was implying that he would accompany them. Healy nearly choked on the food in his mouth, repeatedly telling himself that he must have misheard. Healy, small and inconsequential, did not dare to speak, only cautiously raised his head, looking at Yunran, wanting to see how he would refuse. However, Yunran turned to look at Chi Feishue, who was sitting next to him, her hand, and gaze glued to him, displaying a look of realization. Healy, coming to this understanding, seemed to grasp it as well. Chi Moyu said, "Feishue doesn't want to leave your side." But Yunran obviously couldn't stay in the castle forever. Yet if Chi Feishue, who had never dared to leave home, was willing to follow Yunran outside, this would be a tremendous blessing for the Chi family. Concerned for his sister, Chi Moyu naturally wanted to be by her side together with Yunran. This was undoubtedly an invisible assistance for Yunran, who needed to quickly establish a foothold on Lofir Star. No one would offend someone with a good relationship with the planet's lord. And no one would refuse the friendship from the Chi Wen family. Thus Yunran said, "I understand, you can rest assured." Healy felt as if the delicious broth in his mouth had suddenly turned bitter. Healy raised his head, his eyes looking towards the two terrifying sources ahead. He was not good at hiding his emotions. The strong sense of distance and pressure from Chi Moyu instinctively revealed his fear and apprehension, but soon he tried hard to muster a friendly and warm enthusiasm, suppressing those easily hurt feelings, facing the cold and distant blue eyes with a difficult yet earnest smile. Chi Moyu and Yunran's conversation seemed to disrupt that moment, casting a glance at Healy from the corner of his eye before continuing. "I will accompany you all." After finishing their meal, everyone set off. Chi Feishue unknowingly held Yunran's hand as they walked outside, showing no reaction until they got into the car. Just as Healy sat beside, observing, thinking that Chi Feishue would follow them quietly like yesterday, the flying car left the mountain, where the castle was gradually arriving at the bustling, vibrant urban streets filled with people. Chi Feishue's complexion turned several shades paler the instant she saw the crowd before her. Chi Moyu had been closely observing Chi Feishue's expression, and immediately spoke, "Open the special passage." The flying car quickly ascended and moved from the ordinary civilian road in midair to a higher special passage, weaving through the towering skyscrapers where no pedestrians could be found around. Nervous Chi Feishue's flickering gaze gradually found comfort and became calm. Healy recalled that yesterday, when they returned, the route they took seemed to be this high-altitude path where people were completely invisible. Had Chi Feishue's condition deteriorated to such an extent? Healy looked at Chi Feishue's small face, pure and harmless, with no hint of aggression. If one disregarded her peculiar eyes, Chi Feishue was truly an ordinary, well-behaved, and adorable. Yunran gently stroked the tips of Chi Feishue's platinum long hair, which glimmered like golden satin under the sunlight, soft and beautiful. But this hue was far less dazzling than the color of Yunran's soul. Chi Feishue gazed at Yunran, as if she had found a source of reassurance, sitting beside him, her gaze steadfastly fixed on him, her expression gradually calming. Yunran recalled the lullaby he had used to soothe Chi Feishue to sleep the previous night, so he opened the music player on his wrist device, searched the playlist, and selected a suitable song, pressing play. In the next moment, a lively and joyous melody, like notes dancing happily with wings in a spring of water, echoed in the car. It felt like a gentle spring breeze brushing against their cheeks, scattering myriad beautiful pink petals across the sky. The girl danced on her toes, revealing a radiant smile amidst the sea of flowers. Accompanied by tinkling laughter, her fair fingers glided over the flower petals, her fairy-like eyes gazing up at the blue sky as the petals flew. The car flew past the tall buildings, the shadow that had obscured the vehicle receding, revealing the bright and warm, dazzling sunlight behind. Beautiful scenes floated before their eyes, with the music and a relaxing atmosphere spread throughout the car. Healy, who had been crawling through the military, didn't have a deep understanding of music, so when he heard this unfamiliar tune, he was first taken aback, then gradually let his tense nerves relax with the flowing music. The Chi siblings, who had never heard songs from Earth, were quickly captivated by these simple and cheerful notes. The pure, unembellished music was a strange realm that the cosmic beings encountered for the first time. Being more sensitive to these unseeable and intangible things than others, the two immediately felt the deep emotions that Healy could not comprehend, being drawn into the invisible world of music. A flicker of change appeared in Chi Feishue's usually numb eyes, while the cold and proud Chi Moyu's expression softened his usually indifferent gaze, even showing a hint of warmth. Coming back to his senses, the vehicle had already arrived at their destination. Chi Moyu watched as Yunran transferred the music to Chi Feishue's wrist device, and clicked to turn it off, the song being pulled away from his ears, creating a sense of regret and loss. What is this? There is no such wondrous and unique music in the universe. Is it a special ability unique to Earthlings? The ability to create sound waves imbued with magical power. After getting out of the car, Chi Moyu took Yunran to a prime location near the bustling city center, connected to the governmental central control area, and introduced. This place would be satisfactory for the embassy, right? Yunran almost thought he had misheard. He looked up at the gigantic building. It was magnificent and dazzling, reaching for the clouds seemingly without an end. This was almost a palace. Isn't this the royal territory of this planet? It's too luxurious. It's still a bit small. Chi Moyu seemed to express some regret as he spoke. I saw a piece of land that looked good, but unfortunately it has already been claimed by the main star. This implied that if the Chi Wen family hadn't already taken it for an important base, you would have intended to offer it to me. This is an embassy of a foreign nation, one that has just been established. It's not something that requires a lord to pick and choose. Yunran felt a bit dazed. He knew Chi Moyu was grateful to him for Chi Fikshu's matter, but he hadn't expected this level of concern. He had already prepared for a 3-story building in a remote district as long as it wasn't too embarrassing. Yet he never anticipated that this person would directly offer him a palace in the center of the planet. Doesn't this show an extravagant generosity? Yunran quickly said, this is already sufficient. I don't even need such a large place. Though it was called an embassy, Yunran knew well that he would hardly be able to engage in any serious diplomacy here, as there weren't many Earthlings coming here seeking help. Thus it would basically just be a beautiful decoration. Otherwise he wouldn't have come here with just He Li. Politely declining Chi Moya's suggestion to demolish and rebuild the entire area, Yunran said, it's enough to raise our national flag in this place to signify our presence. Wherever the national flag is raised, there are the roots of Earthlings. Under Chi Moya's guidance, Yunran walked into the palace. He carefully took out the strikingly blue Earth flag from his spatial hub, respectfully holding it with both hands in front of him, his expression serious and solemn. Then, with He Li's help, he set up the flagpole and mechanism, placing them in the most spacious and conspicuous area of this region. He hung the national flag on the automated device, carefully securing it. Then he stepped back, his expression solemn, releasing the corner of the flag he had held, letting it fly into the air. Watching the solemn and beautiful flag fluttering continuously, slowly ascending to the sky. In that obvious place, the blue-green flag overlooked the world like an invisible umbrella protecting the Earthlings below. Yunran's emotions surged with an indescribable excitement and pride within him. No one could imagine how much he cherished the colors that represented Earth as a diplomat, and how much he treasured this place that required him to stand as a shield, turning into a weapon to protect it and fight for it with all his life. This would become the first step for all beings in the universe to remember the existence of humanity. It's a pity that such a good place, perhaps in 3 months we will have to leave it behind. Just as Yunran was feeling happy, suddenly a faint sigh echoed in the ears of those present. Yunran glanced at He Li, who had realized he had accidentally spoken his thoughts aloud, frowned without saying a word. Chi Moya's pupils darkened slightly, looking at the 2 humans beside him. Leave. Sorry brother, I truly didn't mean it. He Li apologized to Yunran, feeling guilty. He just spoke out of feeling, thinking that such a good place could be made into an embassy was truly too extravagant. Moreover, he inadvertently associated it with the idea that they might be forced to leave this place in the future, just not paying attention. Be more careful in the future. Yunran appeared somewhat displeased. He could overlook He Li's clumsiness in daily life and even protect him, but in diplomatic occasions, speaking casually and touching the interests of the Earthside was something Yunran could not tolerate. Not to mention saying things like, well, leave in 3 months in front of the local planet's lord. What do they consider their planet to be? A hotel? He Li, knowing he was in the wrong, kept smiling sheepishly, diligently controlling the robot to clean up, and even personally moved Yunran's office chair behind the ebony desk, saying, brother, you sit. Brother, take a good rest. Let me do this. Yunran. He looked at He Li with a mix of anger and amusement, saying, the map has already been downloaded. As long as you design and plan it online and send the blueprints to the engineers, it can be done in 3 days. You don't need to do it yourself. He Li had never heard of such a thing, dropping the remote control in his hand, saying, is it this convenient in outer space? Yunran glanced at the Chi siblings who were standing nearby, not finishing his thoughts. Convenience was convenience, but if possible, Yunran indeed still hoped to leave a more formal impression here. Carefully reviewing the future embassy of Earth before starting the design is ideal. The best scenario would be to participate throughout the process, watching the engineers work on site. However, it is not easy for Yunran to make such a request to the 2 siblings now. He pondered and asked, what are Lord Chi's plans next? Chi Moyu replied, I still have work to do. You all can head back first. You all? What does that Chi Feishue and them? Could it be that, on the way back, Yunran would have to drop Chi Feishue home? He internally scoffed while Yunran was taken aback, clearly not expecting Chi Moyu to say that. He paused for a second, organizing his words, just about to tactfully express their intentions, when Chi Moyu continued, didn't I say that the embassy will take 3 more days to complete? During this time you can continue to stay. There are many rooms in the castle. Chi Moyu paused and added, Feishue also likes you very much, so that's how it is. Yunran suddenly realized. No wonder they offered him such a good place. It was all to consider Chi Fikshu's condition, and to set the stage for this moment. Having just received such a significant favor, Yunran felt reluctant to refuse coldly. After all, such a good place, if it bore the sign of the Earth Embassy, would bring great prestige to humanity. Therefore, after only a moment of contemplation, Yunran immediately nodded. Thank you for your invitation. We are indeed troubled about our upcoming accommodation. This is a great help. Scammer, you big liar. Healy's eyes filled with tears. Weren't we supposed to leave today? Weren't we supposed to never see each other again? Where is the trust between people? Chiemo, you seem to sense something. His indifferent and cold gaze turned to Healy. Aren't you happy? Every creature possesses the instinct for survival, causing all of Healy's nerves to tense up instantly. His mouth moved faster than his brain, and without blinking he quickly replied, I am willing. Very willing. I've never stayed in such a good place. If possible, I would love to live here for the rest of my life. Yunran. Well, you're great then. Chiemo's eyes showed a hint of numbness, seemingly indicating that Healy was scared once again. He was already accustomed to such things, and his indifferent gaze shifted away from Healy, who let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling a thin layer of sweat on his back. Inside the flying vehicle, Healy felt as though he had just gone through a life-and-death crisis after leaving the embassy, slumping into his seat without any strength. Seeing Yunran settle Chief Ashua, he immediately switched to workaholic mode, continuously adjusting the palace architectural drawings, and starting to design the internal and external structures. Healy said, brother, we still have more important things to do, right? We shouldn't take so long to familiarize ourselves with the newly constructed embassy before having to leave again. What about the tasks on the Earth side? Healy said with a bitter expression, when I was tossing and turning last night, I kept thinking about this, but I had no clue whatsoever. It all boiled down to blaming Yunran for choosing such a poor location. How could one thrive on a recreational planet, representing Earth, going to establish friendly relations with stars and hosts? Don't joke around. Listening to Healy's heartfelt words, Yunran thought, for a moment, temporarily setting aside his work, and said to Healy, do you know Xinghua? Of course I know. Healy frowned and replied, in the Great Universe era, it's a social tool everyone has. Even a person from Earth who had just connected to the internet wouldn't be unaware of this. Or rather, precisely because it was so hard to connect to the internet, they should know about it more, as it is the most convenient platform for humans to understand the outside world through the web, and it is also the largest. All intelligent beings in the vast universe, regardless of race, country, age, or gender, use this platform daily to understand the external circumstances and ease their daily lives. Otherwise, how could news circulate and blend so rapidly in such a vast universe? It's all supported by Xinghua. Healy asked, what's wrong with Xinghua? Yunran replied, the official operation site of Xinghua is on Lufir star. Healy was not surprised, since Lufir, a well-known recreational planet, primarily focuses on this. So, Yunran asked, do you often browse Xinghua? Occasionally. Healy thought for a moment before saying, I used to go every day, but recently I've been busy brushing up on interstellar common language and knowledge because I heard you were taking me to an off-world station, so I haven't gone much. Yunran gestured for the slumped Healy to come over and let him open Xinghua to take a look. Healy awkwardly leaned over open Xinghua on his wrist device and asked, what's up? Just have a look, Yunran signaled with his eyes. Thus, Healy opened the holographic projection, shared the view with Yunran, and casually clicked on a highly ranked video according to the real-time leaderboard. The title seemed to be a clip from a wildly popular drama in the universe. However, it was marked as misunderstanding genre. The page had no loading time. As soon as it opened, the video was already cached. The moment the play button was pressed, the scenery around Healy instantly transformed. Withering maple leaves gradually fell, and the desolate, overcast sky made one feel a chill in their heart. The mournful sound of a bamboo flute floated in the air, and with the cold wind blowing, Healy couldn't help but shiver. Xiao Qiu. A sobbing female voice erupted from not far away. A black-haired woman with red eyes painfully questioned the man before her. Why did you do this? The weeping flute melody narrated the past between this couple. They had once been lovers and partners, yet now, due to repeated misunderstandings and missed opportunities, they were on divergent paths, unable to be saved. Why? The man slowly turned his head, and the expression in his eyes was filled with resolute determination and cruelty. Because I can no longer endure you. With that, he abruptly drew a long sword from his waist, raising his arm to point at the woman. In an instant, the mournful flute sound sharply rose, igniting a blazing fire within him, roaring forth the hatred and killing intent in his heart. Demoness. The flute sound abruptly stopped at that moment, leaving only the furious notes ravaging the maple forest, stirring the blood of all who listened. Perhaps due to the hyper-realistic effect of the holographic projection, within just a minute the emotional shifts and the intensifying plot impacted Healy, deeply, causing his breathing to momentarily halt until the flute sound faded away, allowing him to instinctively exhale. He blinked, watching the scenery that had suddenly vanished around him, and said to Yunran, the off-world dramas are quite interesting. It's been a long time since we on Earth have filmed such things, right? Due to the emergence of cosmic civilization assessments, humans on Earth perhaps only have the last 100 years before the assessment. Thus, the entertainment industry rapidly declined, and everyone embraced force and science, making it a long time since Healy had seen such a drama, and even longer since he had heard his Earth peers mention it. It was like a past forgotten in the dust of history. If one did not deliberately seek it out, no one would think that Earth once had such a prosperous entertainment era. Yunran smiled and asked, "Did you find it good?" "It was amazing." Healy nodded. "The moment that flute melody soared, I almost got goosebumps." Yunran smiled with satisfaction and said, "You should look at the comments." Healy was willing to look. He pulled down the video page to the comment section. He had thought there would be discussions about the plot, but instead what filled his view was ha, ha, ha. "Healy, I can't believe it's really amazing. I bow to the master. Return my passion." I really got fired up, specifically ran to watch the original version. Who knew these two were fighting over a meat bun? Laughing while watching. I can't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha, my stomach hurts. Am I the only one who thinks the soundtrack is too powerful? Because of the added song, the plot was entirely different. Healy scrolled down for a while, finally realizing what he had just watched, feeling a bit surprised and somewhat amused. Yunran carefully observed his reaction and said, "You should look at something else." Healy then complied, following his guidance, and casually clicked on a video title with a flame symbol representing the hottest current short video. As soon as it opened, Healy was astonished and froze for a moment. Is it buffering? It shouldn't be. This is the interstellar age. How could a video still be buffering? I today made a bowl of noodles. This noodle it is big and wide. This bowl it is big and round. Oh, wearing a light yellow long dress with fluffy hair. At first, for the first two lines, Healy felt puzzled as to why the person spoke so poorly, repeating one or two phrases in a nonsensical manner, simply ridiculous. Who knew after these two lines adapting to this bizarre setting, the third line came out with an extremely strong sense of rhythm and melody dancing in his mind along with the nerve cells. The beat was simply exhilarating. You all today came here. I am very happy. Please you come for another bowl, big bowl of wide noodles. Wow. Healy unconsciously gasped, his eyes widening, sitting up straight, his gaze fixed on the screen, swaying his shoulders with the melody, unable to sit still in his seat, starting to sway. I today made a bowl of noodles. Yunran sat properly beside him, watching Healy suddenly act all crazy, unable to hold back his laughter. This neurotic song is too catchy. I can't control myself. Because after listening for so long, it was so engaging. The rap-like rhythm felt like a drunken wine, gradually numbing people's cells, inexplicably getting high yet feeling particularly invigorating. Words kept swirling in his mind, unable to stop. Yunran smiled slightly, raised his finger to turn off the video, and the moment the sound stopped, Healy felt quite unsatisfied, thinking he could watch it again. Yunran opened the comments section and showed it to Healy. Sure enough, the comments below were just as Healy had thought, filled with a strong, silly atmosphere. "I'm done. I can't escape. Let me go. I'm not crazy. I can listen to it 100 more times. Genius, ha 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 ha, it's toxic. Today my head has been filled with this. Just now when I went to the exam and wrote the answers, they were all about big bowls of wide noodles. No way, I can't be the only one suffering. I have to share this." Healy looked at the screen filled with brainwashing comments and laughed. "Looks like I'm not the only one thinking this, right?" Yunran also focused on a few comments saying, "This music is too magical. How can it be played like this?" He smiled and clicked on a music video. In contrast to the joyful and humorous atmosphere of the previous one, the lonely, advancing and heavy piano sound slowly echoed. A gray, despairing, solitary figure advanced in confusion on the road, the painful sobs flowing with the woman lowered her head, holding the man's hand, but in the next moment, just when they were about to touch, they missed each other. "Say something. You are about to leave me." Yet the voice could not reach the other's heart. The man stepped onto the ascending elevator, while the woman remained behind, gazing up at his figure. "I am so insignificant." The piano music flowed slowly, narrating the woman's pleading heart. Tears dripped, her body curled up and kneeling on the ground. No matter how she screamed, the person she loved could not hear. "How can I keep you?" Heavy rain poured down as the woman cried out to the sky, her piercing voice hurting the eardrums, and her helpless calls and pleas could not stop the determined figure from leaving. A terrifying screech from the brakes suddenly rang out, and after the abrupt silence, the man's gentle comfort and the woman's scream echoed explosively. The music once again stirred emotions. At this moment, tears uncontrollably streamed down the corners of her eyes. The sound of dripping was uncertain whether it was the sound of tears falling or the hint of blood falling from the body to the ground. "You are my umbrella." The warm moments shared between the man and the woman transformed into the cold and terrifying rainy night road. The woman knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably, her sorrowful gaze numbly cursing this cruel world. "How can I learn to be strong again?" The sound of dripping faded away, reaching a higher point as the man in the elevator seemed to suddenly hear the voice of his beloved crying. The empty soul was gradually filled with the woman's figure. He suddenly remembered all the moments with her and rushed down from the moving escalator. The strong beats and the heavy piano notes quickly played, causing everyone's heart to race along with the emotions. "You are the most precious person in my life." The man dashed in front of the woman, as if embracing the most precious treasure in the world, holding her tightly. The woman looked up in confusion, seeing the man's figure, her eyes bursting with surprise and joy. "Take my happiness and live well." The rain stopped, the piano sound faded, and the silent melody gently flowed by as the woman cried silently, and the man smiled and embraced her until the sunlight slowly illuminated the ground. The beautiful piano music resumed, carrying a weak yet strong melody that floated into the ears. Suddenly turning back, the wrecked vehicles vanished and the grass and white flowers swayed gently under the sunlight. The woman looked back at the distance, carrying the strength given to her by her beloved, continuing to move forward. Healy had not watched the show but could distinctly feel the emotions conveyed in the video. The plot guided by the piano appeared logically clear. The blue filter in the early scenes made the tone look cold and lonely, while the warmer scenes later transformed the atmosphere instantly. The transitions between scenes were smooth, without any sense of stagnation, the rhythm was steady, and the emotions and themes were well developed. The key was the good selection of BGM, fitting the visuals, accurately hitting the beats, driving the mindset and music to explode together. The overall feeling was exponentially effective, simply amazing. Even though Healy had never seen this drama, hearing the characters' lines and the tender music could still evoke strong emotions, deeply touching him. Especially this music, it was truly heartbreaking. The sorrowful female voice narrated the past with weeping. The feelings of regret and helplessness were incredibly heart-wrenching, touching the audience's hearts, making it impossible to ignore. Healy sniffed, not daring to show that he was moved in front of Yunran, and pretended to be nonchalant, saying not. Seeing this, Yunran understood and opened the comments again, indicating for him to look further down. What met his eyes were all expressions of shock. "I admit I shamefully cried. I initially thought this terrible show was a comedy, but this edit turned out to be so tear-jerking. I haven't watched this drama, but just watching the edited version makes me want to see the original. I advise you not to go. The filming location is off, and you might die laughing when you see the male lead get into an accident. If the original version had this effect, it wouldn't have been criticized for so many years. The editor skills are too high." Seeking the song name. Seeking the song name. Seeking the song name. 10,000 blood letters requesting the audio. 110,000. 210,000. Confusion. Could it be that he was misled by the music again? Healy sniffed his slightly sore nose and said, "What is this?" Until he saw one of the comments. "How capable is the big shot from the Earth Culture Promotion Bureau? Healy seemed to be struck by lightning, completely stunned. Let the music hype up. By inducing the plot through music, the audience can discover the unique, misleading effect of music in the video. The catchy and brainwashing melody creates a video that one simply cannot escape. It also features a powerful piano performance that holds up a terrible drama with simple, pure musical notes. Everything is related to that music. Anyone who watches for a long time will notice this element and pay attention to the so-called Earth Culture Promotion Bureau of the video uploader. The purpose and intention of this name, along with its mastermind behind it, are simply too obvious." Healy stared blankly at that familiar name, then stiffly turned his neck to look at Yunran. His jaw dropped, and he couldn't lift it for a long time. "Damn. Is this even possible? Bro, are you trying to become an internet celebrity?" Healy was dumbfounded, awkwardly laughing a couple of times, saying, "Why are you posting stuff like this online without telling me? Too out of touch." "It's not that." He just didn't understand why Yunran, a perfectly fine diplomat, suddenly wanted to become a vlogger. Switching careers like this is too much of a leap. Isn't he afraid of straining his back? And it's still under the name of Earth Impressive. Yunran didn't mind Healy's little mutterings, saying, "Kichiku videos are the most widely circulated and have the most derivative works. They take melodies from Earth songs, cut them up, replace them with other lyrics and visuals, and the brainwashing effect is excellent with a high probability of looping playback. Now many netizens are jumping on the bandwagon to edit and create similar works which have already become popular in small circles. Funny videos, silly videos, and reversal videos have the highest circulation, with likes and shares being 10 times that of this kind of edited work, but retention is low. On the contrary, among those videos that combine film editing with music, nearly half of the viewers noticed the supporting effect of the music and even started asking about the song names." Healy looked at Yunran, who was seriously analyzing the situation with a bewildered expression. "What is going on? Just Kichiku alone, I gained over 500,000 followers in a week." Yunran calculated, saying, "The other video edits and music compilations altogether quickly add up to nearly 1 million. No, that's not right." Healy saw Yunran getting more detailed, as if he was really serious, and hurriedly said, "Bro, are you okay? Don't tell me you've been busy with this recently." "These?" Yunran smiled and said, "Did you not notice that these songs are from Earth?" After a deathly silence, Healy was stunned for a long time, suddenly realizing something, then suddenly came to his senses. He slapped his thigh and said, "Damn! Think back to those comments," Yunran reminded. Looking closely, the parts related to the music were although Healy hadn't figured out the causality, yet his instinct told him that something seemed to have been uncovered, and he felt extremely excited, or rather honored. While other human diplomats were gradually settling into alien worlds with bright prospects and unlimited glory, receiving full encouragement and support from Earth. Yunran, however, was sternly reprimanded and warned that if he couldn't produce impressive results within 3 months, he would have to return to Earth to face military punishment, and would be reassigned, never allowed to make decisions on his own again. But now Yunran said to Healy, "I use Earth culture as a diplomatic tool to let everyone in the universe know of Earth's existence. Isn't this diplomatic achievement enough to persuade them?" Healy pondered for a moment and found that he couldn't find a place to refute. Letting the world recognize, like, and respect Earth is the ultimate goal of diplomacy. Yunran smiled and said, "Using traditional conservative methods to settle on major planets, maintaining friendly relations but never taking the initiative, that's not my style. Therefore, with the aim of trying, Yunran wants to promote Earth's culture, letting the world know about Earth's arrival. The first step is music. Music knows no borders. It doesn't require cultural packaging or enhancement to easily convey emotions, which is the purest thing. It can be said to be the simplest and most easily spread form of art." So he dipped his toes in combining Earth's music with cosmic popular elements, borrowing a bit of heat, and sure enough, it attracted a massive crowd of casual internet users. "Have you listened to a few of the most famous songs in the universe? How did you feel after listening?" Healy answered without thinking, "What do you mean, how? When Earth first connected to the cosmic network a year ago, I could see these songs with a casual click on the star network. To be honest, they were too difficult to understand. I couldn't appreciate them." Yunran smiled and gestured for him to continue. "What's so hard to understand? The layers are too high." Healy expressed his thoughts. "I feel like aliens don't seem to understand what entertainment is at all. They treat these things as an art to manage. Listening to a song requires checking professional materials and having a certain level of musical literacy. It takes quite some time just to barely understand what the song expresses. Feels more like a research report. You say listening to music was originally for relaxation, but the more you listen, the more irritated you become, the more frustrating it gets. What kind of situation is that? Anyway, I never listened to that stuff." Yunran laughed. His thoughts were the same as Healy's, and the evaluations from netizens online indirectly indicated their attitudes. Everyone is eager to obtain entertainment. They just haven't found something worth appreciating. So Yunran said, "So this is when we come into play." He casually played a popular song, saved on his terminal. The rhythmic drumming, lively style, and playful yet rhythmic music filled the room, immediately changing the atmosphere of the conversation. Compared to classical pure music that requires patience to appreciate, modern pop music, and even bubblegum pop, are what people like the most now, because they are understood by everyone and liked by everyone. And now the music in the universe is simply too obscure and difficult to understand. It's a profound subject that requires listeners to have a certain level of knowledge to grasp. This is inherently a strange thing. The pleasing whistle and rhythmic beats penetrated Healy's mind, stirring his nerve cells, making him involuntarily leap with joy. Healy compared the differences between cosmic hits and Earth music, unable to help but nod repeatedly, expressing his agreement. Yunran's analysis was spot on. High circulation, brainwashing, catchy, easy to remember. Yunran said, "Such upbeat pop songs that make people feel relaxed and released are the most suitable for early promotion." Promotion. Upon hearing the word promotion, Healy carefully recalled the music that he liked, which Yunran had chosen, hesitating. "I understand your point, but compared to those foreign songs, don't these seem a bit too lacking in layers?" Healy nodded. If others associate this unrefined image with Earth, it wouldn't be good. It would only, but Yunran firmly said, "So what? This is exactly the kind of popular and universal effect we want. Music isn't something that has to be displayed in a hall. As long as it resonates with people, whether joyful or sorrowful, simple or complex, it's good music. Moreover, I don't need high-level recognition right now. Popularity and influence are the focus at this moment. So that's why you chose this low-barrier popular music." Healy thought for a moment and felt that compared to the obscure cosmic hits, the music Yunran chose indeed had more appeal. And just having a low barrier isn't enough. Repetitive play is also very important. Yunran analyzed. It would be best if these songs spread through every street and alley, that you could hear them coming from shop speakers when you're out walking. Only to such an extent can people remember Earth's music as a phenomenal music. In the highly convenient era of the vast universe, intelligent species need not worry about food or be troubled by life. The more developed the planet, the more the living atmosphere is like this. Following someone doesn't require any cost, as long as your work is liked, and even sparks phenomenal discussions. Netizens don't mind finding some fun for themselves. Yunran said to Healy, "Unlike Earth, which has just gone through war, and completely ignored entertainment demands the biggest wish of aliens here, is to figure out how to make themselves happier. Therefore this is the best time for Earth's culture to make a name for itself. The groundwork is done and the plot is about to get exciting. Joyful melodies echoed in the car, making listeners feel utterly delighted. After holding back for so long, Healy, who finally understood Yunran's intentions, was extremely. The songs that had been ignored by him and the Earth public for the past 20 years now appeared to Healy as a pearl covered in dust shining brightly again after many years. Although he hadn't conducted rigorous market research to determine the true preferences of cosmic netizens, Healy, who understood Yunran's style, realized that since Yunran had already taken the step of practice, the data ahead and the results behind could almost be anticipated. I really didn't expect this. Or rather, the new humans on Earth who survived through war and genetic adjustments had no concept of the term entertainment culture in their minds. That was almost a historical remnant that had no connection to them. 100 years ago, the sudden evaluation of cosmic intelligent life forced all of humanity on Earth into a stage of fighting for the same goal. From the government to the common people, everyone did their utmost to pass this evaluation. The so-called entertainment was almost the first thing thrown aside at the fastest speed. No one would think about filming TV dramas or chasing idol stars at such a critical moment of survival. Let alone working in this industry. Even just putting effort into focusing would be met with scorn from those. Powerful warriors were their objects of admiration. Wise technicians were the treasures of all humanity, leading armies against forces from beyond the galaxy, constantly injecting the populace with strong hope. The marshals were the true idols that all of humanity needed to worship. Singing and dancing. To be honest, they did exist, but hardly anyone cared. Because instead of spending time on that, it would be better to practice in the Star Wars net and sharpen their mech operations. That way, if Earth were to fail the evaluation, they could still rely on their own strength to survive a few more days during an alien invasion. Healy never expected that Yunran would think of this. Diplomats have to learn everything, Yunran explained. Even things that everyone has discarded I must be proficient in. Even if I really don't excel at it, understanding the basic knowledge and being able to engage in any topic to understand and chat with anyone is my essential job. This is quite different from what I imagined a diplomat to be, Healy said with admiration. So diplomats even need to grasp this kind of knowledge. If it were just humans socializing with each other on Earth, of course, it wouldn't need to be to this extent. But we are different. Understanding and absorbing all of Earth's cultures, including seemingly unremarkable common knowledge, is the most basic work. Yunran said with a calm expression. Since I was born, I have been selected and trained to be a diplomat. If the officers and soldiers on Earth fight to protect it with force, then I fight for Earth's honor and the outside world with my wisdom and knowledge. Bro, you are really amazing. Healy sincerely said. To say something a bit embarrassing, actually during those 2 days you were being interrogated, I stayed home crying. After all, no matter what happens or what grievances you face, you never cry for yourself, so I must cry for you. I can't let you face accusations alone when everyone is trying to stop you, so I followed you. I know you could never do anything to harm humanity's interests. I always believed in you. Yunran listened to Healy's words, a hint of tenderness appearing in his eyes. He smiled and ruffled Healy's hair, saying, Silly kid. So for what comes next, you don't have to bear it all alone. I will help you. Healy said excitedly. You called me over, there must be a use for me. No need to be polite. Since I came, I want to say that I am entirely yours. Do whatever you want with me. The butler came out to greet them, carefully bringing his little master back. Home like a fragile item. He then respectfully told the returning Yunran and Healy, the young master asked me to prepare an office for both of you in the castle and instructed me to meet all your needs, so please don't hesitate to let us know if you need anything. Seeing the so-called office, both Yunran and Healy were taken aback. Yunran indeed needed a place to work, otherwise for the next few days, he would have to work in the bedroom or in the host's living room with Healy. Looking at the comfortable and luxurious office fully equipped and almost ready for the top entrepreneurs, Yunran had a slightly stunned expression as he could see the host's attentiveness in every detail. After watching the butler leave, Healy couldn't help but flatteringly said to Yunran, Bro, to be honest, although Lord Chi looks quite intimidating, he has never done anything excessive in our time together. On the contrary, he has treated us quite well. I have decided that from now on I must smile more whenever I see him. If I can show my friendly emotions to Chi Moyu, at least it could give him a little more space to relax in this depressed and filthy world, right? Yunran smiled. Yes, things that cannot be expressed in words can surely be conveyed through the heart. Healy cheerfully chuckled, picked a chair to sit down, and opened the Earth official Starblog account operated by Yunran, looking at it seriously. He needed to understand the content Yunran was handling before he could help him with his tasks. The surrounding space transformed into a projection of the virtual world with the touch of his fingertips. The Earth Culture Promotion Bureau Starblog, operated by Yunran, had a very stable overall style. While solemn, it also maintained a relaxed atmosphere with every detail being well handled. The interface was simple and clear, and the browsing and login process was exceptionally smooth. It was unclear whether it was entirely created by Yunran himself or if he had enlisted professional staff from Earth. It gave a very mature impression indeed, having the feel of official product. Healy stood on the homepage of the Star blog, which resembled a hall filled with people like him from all over the universe. Netizens gathered from all directions using their virtual avatars to browse the homepage of the Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau. Healy looked up at the teleportation gate above, clearly left empty for other purposes. He shifted his gaze to the only illuminated door labeled Music. The heavy metallic door was slightly ajar, revealing a brilliant radiance within, yet it remained unopened, exuding a mysterious allure that beckoned one to peek inside. He turned to Yunran beside him and asked, "Brother, what do we do next?" "Spread the songs," Yunran replied, glancing at the number of fans above the space. "1 million is barely a start. As a promotion, it can at least have some effect." Healy couldn't help but say, "Barely." It had only been 2 weeks since Yunran registered an account and attempted to upload his first video, yet he had already garnered nearly 1 million followers. This explosive growth in followers had even made headlines in some tabloids, but Yunran, with his grand ambitions, considered it merely the beginning. Truly, he was born standing at others' finish lines. "But we need to figure out how to promote the first few songs." Yunran pondered, lowering his head. Simply releasing the songs for netizens to listen to seemed somewhat wasteful. As the first wave of promotion for Earth, Yunran hoped to make it at least more polished and formal. After a moment's thought, Yunran had an idea. He raised his finger to open the administrative permissions of Xinghua, wrote a line of text, added some dazzling starry effects, hung the sign in the sky, and clicked upload. The next second, the space before Healy's eyes transformed. Amidst myriad brilliant stars, a simple yet striking promotional banner hung across the sky, instantly drawing the crowd's attention and sparking heated discussion. To celebrate reaching 1 million fans, there will be a live concert at Xinghua Square at 7 in the evening 7 days from now, along with the release of 10 new songs. Healy read the first 2 lines of the announcement aloud, then widened his eyes in shock and turned to his brother, exclaiming, "Wait, brother, a concert? Did Yunran even know what a concert meant? It's a listening session or broadcast session." Healy jumped up and shouted, "Quick, quick! There's still time to change it. Otherwise, in a few dozen seconds, who knows how many people will see it." Yunran sat calmly behind his desk, looking at Healy with a puzzled expression, and asked, "What's wrong with a concert?" Healy nearly choked. "Who's going to sing?" Yunran replied matter-of-factly, "Me. Who else could it be?" Healy was speechless. He could already foresee an awkward car crash scene and rotten eggs and empty bottles flying everywhere. Unaware of Healy's mental dramatization, Yunran instructed, "A concert can't just end with a few songs. Maintaining the promotion's momentum to attract more fans is crucial. For the next few days, focus solely on learning how to shoot and capture footage. Study Earth's past video camera angles and transitions to get a feel for it." He couldn't bear to say, "Brother, dreams are free. Can just anyone be a singer?" He admitted Yunran sang beautifully, but a concert wasn't just about standing still and singing a song. How to stir the audience's emotions, interact with them, control the rhythm, and deliver the songs in a better way to touch their hearts. Every subtle detail required careful consideration. Couldn't be done on a whim. Yunran, too lazy to explain, he opened a virtual stage and beckoned to Healy. "Come here." Half an hour later, Healy stepped out of the virtual space, his face flushed with excitement. Every nerve cell was buzzing, his body drenched in the sweat of cheering, his emotions running high and his fingers still trembling slightly. Chief Aishue, who had followed the entire process, gazed at Yunran with even more infatuation than usual. "Go learn cinematography." Yunran cleared his throat, which had accidentally hit a high note, and said, "I should also pick up my old bass." Over the past 2 years busy with war and diplomacy, he hadn't had time to review his mastered skills. Healy could no longer argue. He was simply in awe. He gave Yunran a thumbs up and obediently went to study Earth's photography knowledge, hoping to support Yunran even more in the future. 3 days later, perhaps the most unconventional embassy in Earth's history was completed on Lofil Star. The magnificent palace gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. The azure flag shone even brighter and more dazzling. Healy walked into the elegant and luxurious lobby at the entrance, stunned and overjoyed. He turned to Yunran and asked eagerly, "Brother, has Earth replied yet? Having such a perfect place as our embassy brings great honor to humanity. Maybe they'll even give you a good commendation." Yunran lowered his gaze to the wristband. After confirming several times, he finally received a brief letter. The letter contained no praise, not even the customary congratulations or blessings. The coldness was almost etched into the envelope and framed in the title. After a perfunctory confirmation of approval, it ended with an Earth emblem and a superior signature. Healy's teeth gleamed white as he laughed, his eyes nearly disappearing. He chirped, so So, you Yunran. Healy blinked his big bright eyes. Yunran looked up at Healy, acknowledged. Healy waited expectantly and, Yunran summarized, just acknowledged. Healy. He was suddenly deeply disappointed, even a bit disheartened. What the heck? Healy grumbled in frustration. It's like this house was built for you. After doing such a great job, such a poor response just kills motivation. Isn't that the point? Yunran said, calmly smiling. If you feel like quitting, they've achieved their goal. Can't they trust you a little? The more Healy thought about it, the angrier. He got even fantasizing about Yunran returning to Earth 3 months later, with dazzling results, slapping the faces of those disdainful bureaucrats, and making them kneel and sing, conquer. Maybe if you told them this palace, our embassy's location, was prepared by Lord Qi, it would work better. Healy's eyes darted as he suggested, at least Lord Qi is noble and high-ranking. I guarantee no other Earth diplomat knows the local planet's lord, and they probably haven't even secured an embassy location. Yunran, well-connected and informed, smiled and said, of the 72 diplomats besides me, only 3 have formally passed the application and are preparing embassies. The rest. Healy interrupted, see, I told you. Who else could get things done so efficiently in 3 days in an unfamiliar place? Only you, brother. And after all that, Earth still treats you like this. It's so unfair. Yunran said with a grin. The colder they treat me, the more annoyed I get. Doesn't that show how high their expectations are? Our country has great insight. I should be happy. Healy paused, chuckled, scratched his hair, and felt too embarrassed to continue. He had just been bad-mouthing Earth in front of Yunran. The moment the embassy was completed, Chi Moyu learned of it, even before Yunran. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, Chi Moyu silently gazed at the unmistakable azure flag in the distance. Where the flag flew was where Yunran was. Perhaps he should go and offer congratulations. That person loved hearing good things about his homeland. It was more effective than praising him directly. So Chi Moyu turned, adjusted his already perfect hair, and tie, checked his cuffs to ensure his appearance was impeccable, grabbed his coat from the rack, and strode toward the door. But the next second he was blocked by a swarm of subordinates rushing into his office. These people, accustomed to working under high pressure, paid no heed to his cold expression. They skillfully kept their heads down, avoiding eye contact, and pulled out folders rattling off their contentious issues to Chi Moyu at top speed. The situation was as follows. As per your instructions for the past month, I've been monitoring Xingbo's hot topics and latest updates, memorizing all the intelligence. The bespectacled elite fearless met Chi Moyu's gaze. His eyes were merely decorative as his race navigated by sound. Thus he was always quicker to pick up on anything related to sound, even in the online world. I found a user. I swear by my ears, he will become one of Xingbo's future golden brands. He has that potential. He presented all the account's data with clear visuals. In just 2 weeks, this user posted 14 videos. Every single one has over 5 million views, with the highest reaching 24 million. Before others could interject, the bespectacled man spoke like a machine gun, rattling off so fast that his colleagues couldn't get a word in. Every single one of his works is a hit. More importantly, each video has a unique style, with no overlapping categories, keeping them fresh and engaging. That's the key. I can see the ambition behind the blogger. If we give him a push, he'll reach even greater heights. He's a talent. No, a genius. In his excitement, the man began banging his metalwork folder, eager to start promoting immediately. Then the man who had been arguing with him all day, finally bursting into Chi Moyu's office with fury, exploded. Bullshit. The middle-aged man, known for his pedantic and conservative nature, spat out the words, dismissing the young man's argument. His beard bristled with anger and his eyes bulged like brass bells. Vulgar, nasty, utterly tasteless. As the overseer of Xingbo's affairs with vast experience and refined taste, he absolutely could not tolerate such lowbrow, unrefined, even malicious things being promoted. Just thinking about those so-called ghost animal videos and the simplistic, tasteless so-called music that the public adored made his blood pressure spike and his eyes roll. This was an insult to music and art. So when he heard the bespectacled man's fervent advocacy, even proposing to use authority for a promotional album, the man jumped up, ready to engage in a physical fight. The argument between the old and young escalated from onion to office-wide and group disputes until no one could work anymore. Blinded by rage, they stormed into Chi Moyu's office, demanding the final boss verdict. No one dared to speak after Chi Moyu made his decision. So after both sides presented their views, everyone looked at him, hoping for validation of their side. Chi Moyu seemed unfazed by the bickering, and pushing, his expression remained unchanged. With a cold, proud face standing alone at the center of attention, he fixed his gaze on the words, Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau, in the folder, staring for several seconds, then slowly raised his finger to open a video file. Familiar yet unheard music flowed through the office. I used to rule the world, seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning, I sleep alone, sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemies' eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead. Long live the king. The magnetic male voice resonated in everyone's hearts, the lingering emotions striking them speechless, immersed in a sea of shock. As the high notes soared, goosebumps spread across their bodies, suppressed emotions exploded, and indescribable sensations surged through their minds. These veteran entertainment workers who had seen it all were now all entranced by the lonely, free, hopeful, and breathtaking music, wearing expressions of blissful obsession. The middle-aged man who tried to rush forward and stop the video was forced back by the murderous glares around him. The group unconsciously held their breath, listening intently to the unique and beautiful music. The vast room filled with people was so quiet that only the music could be heard. Such was the magical power of Earth's music. The old scholars seethed with hatred, while those who listened earnestly were boiling with excitement, almost ecstatic. Chi Moyu's gaze swept over the captivated crowd, and a hint of pride surfaced in his eye. As the melodious humming faded, the all-too-brief music came to a regretful end. Chi Moyu spoke slowly, his tone commanding like an inviolable, majestic iceberg. It seems the result is clear. The people immersed in the music paused, then erupted in joyful cheer. Excellent! Hooray! The pale-faced crowd lowered their heads, their shoulders trembling. Chi Moyu cast a cold glance at the employees and said succinctly, "Get to work now." Everyone raised their hands in celebration, chattering excitedly, gathering in groups to discuss how to promote these outstanding works faster and to more people. The middle-aged man who had initially opposed the bespectacled man stood still and said gravely to Chi Moyu, "I thought you would always be right." Chi Moyu replied impassively, "I may not always be right, but you are certainly not right now." The man looked at Chi Moyu with suppressed eyes. He was a renowned musician across the universe, having dedicated his entire life to music, and he was convinced he couldn't be wrong. But he couldn't understand why Chi Moyu, who also deeply understood art and culture, would make such an absurd choice. Music has no hierarchy. It is free and equal. You should know that iron rule. Chi Moyu said. The atmosphere was calm, carrying an undeniable conviction. Only music that can be appreciated by others is truly good music. Suddenly the man was a bit impulsive, exclaiming loudly, "But do you know the impact that such things will have on the current music world?" He understood the charm of these things, and precisely because he did, he felt disgusted and rejected them. No one wishes for their treasured possessions, treasures that should be revered in a hall, to be compared with mass-produced shoddy items merely because they are practical and fun. For those who painstakingly carve art and dedicate their lives to this discipline, it is a tremendous irony. A beloved treasure being accepted by more people is a good thing, Chi Moyu said lightly. Moreover, there's no reason to claim that only finely crafted works can be considered masterpieces. You must have seen the reactions of that group just now. Can the so-called cosmic golden songs achieve such an effect? Furthermore, how do you know that he won't continue to bring forth more better and absolutely superior works that rival? Now there is no doubt that this is merely the tip of the iceberg of what the other party has to offer. Chi Moyu was more willing than anyone to believe in Yunran's success. He carefully put on his coat, confirming once more that his appearance was presentable enough to show his best side to someone, and walked straight past the pallid-faced man exiting his office. Yunran was in the ambassador's office arranging his office supplies. Healy was bustling around, constantly seeking Yunran's opinion. "Bro, how about placing a soccer ball here, and then hang a violin here to represent a blend of culture and sports? Perfect." Just as Yunran was about to respond, an unfamiliar text message arrived on his terminal, catching his attention. The song title in the text, Viva la Vida. This book often has chapters of 7,000 to 8,000 words. Isn't it reasonable to encourage the hardworking author with a collection? Let the music hype up. The official Lofeel. Starbo Corporation Operations Department. Yunran set down the stone nameplate engraved with his name, a piece meticulously crafted by a sculptor friend using stone from Earth. A masterpiece unique and of high artistic value. After carefully placing it at the center of his desk, Yunran tapped open the email and focused on the content. As he scanned the content quickly, Yunran's expression became uncharacteristically unsettled. Healy noticed the scene and curiously leaned in. "What's going on? What happened?" Yunran shared the screen with Healy. Let me have a look." "A minute, what?" Healy immediately jumped up in excitement, quickly opening Starbo and shouting, "We were recommended on the official Starbo homepage. Wow! Don't rush, the official promotion won't arrive until tomorrow." The previous email was merely a notification, but even just a notification was enough to bring joy to Yunran. He had somewhat disdained the low starting point, fearing the promotion would not achieve the desired effect. And now, standing in a recommended position, visible to the entire universe, promoting Earth's music, Yunran couldn't help but burst into laughter, rejoicing in this unexpected fortune. Or perhaps it was not merely simple good luck. Healy, standing aside, was overjoyed, gripping Yunran's hand and raising it high above, shouting, "That's great." His steps couldn't stay still as he spun around, unable to resist, saying, "I'm getting excited right now. It's like heaven is helping us. Is it fate or human intervention?" Yunran smiled, a hint of deep contemplation flickering in his eyes. "What does this mean?" Healy was puzzled. Yunran had faced countless difficulties in his life, and had often received help from friends. He didn't believe in coincidences, for behind everything in this world someone must be working behind the scenes. Thus, when it came to luck, Yunran always analyzed and calculated based on habitual reasoning. "Do you remember when I told you that the operators of Starbow are from this planet we stand on, Lofiel?" "Yes, but what does that matter?" Healy said in confusion. "You mean human intervention? Could it be people related to Lofiel who knew Yunran and would be willing to help him?" "Chi Moyu." Healy showed a look of surprise, and Yunran shook his head in bewilderment. He couldn't think of a reason why Chi Moyu would help him for no reason. If it were for his sister Chi Feishue, that would be too convoluted. Perhaps it was simply because of his strength. After all, every work under the official Starbow account from Earth was a hit, and those statistics were not fabricated. As Healy mentioned this, he suddenly thought of something and asked Yunran in confusion, "Bro, why do you think Lord Chi would come to such a planet? If someone like Yunran, who has no distractions, abides by rules, and dedicates his life to Earth, would become a diplomat on an entertainment planet, it would be hard to believe." Recalling Chi Moya's cold expression and indifferent personality, he seemed even more disconnected from the concept of entertainment than Yunran, or rather they were fundamentally unrelated. Could it be merely because this planet is one of the many territories of the Chi family? But aren't there more suitable places? Could it be a random draw? Healy speculated, compiling statistics of all territories into a map and randomly throwing a dart to decide where to go. Yunran was amused by Healy's whimsical imagination. Lord Chi enjoys stories. Yunran recalled. Television shows, movies, dramas, animations, paintings, music, short videos. Almost every art related to stories he has dabbled in and is quite accomplished in. Healy's eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't look like it at all." "This is Yunran smiled, pointing out Healy's lack of preparation before departing, saying, "The Chi family possesses extraordinary perceptual abilities. They gain experiences from stories that are far beyond what ordinary people can understand. And since it is difficult for them to have close contact with outsiders to gain a sense of social interaction, they can only watch a large number of stories that carry various cultural information." Yunran thought for a moment and added, "Perhaps it is because of this hobby that Lord Chi brought his sister here." Healy murmured, "Truly one cannot judge a book by its cover. Who would imagine that the icy Chi Moyu would come home and sit on the couch seriously watching animated series? Isn't that hilarious?" As Yunran said this, he suddenly thought of something. The image of Chi Feishue surfaced in his mind, his eyes flickering as he vaguely grasped something crucial. It seemed he had found a way to bring Chi Feishue out of her lonely and desolate inner world. Then, in the next moment, a visit notification from Chi Moyu pulled Yunran back to reality. Why is he here? Yunran quickly left the office, hurriedly heading downstairs with Healy to the lobby. In the distance, a man stood with his hands behind his back, half looking up, observing a painting on the wall. Half of his face was hidden in shadow, while the other half was illuminated by the light above the painting. His features were very three-dimensional, with a slightly raised chin, exuding a sense of noble arrogance. When gazing at something, his expression was serious, devoid of a smile, creating a strong sense of pressure. That innate sense of distance and indifference drew a large isolation net around him. Outsiders could not enter, nor could those inside escape. Even without him deliberately doing anything, those around instinctively kept their distance. Chi Moya's surroundings seemed perpetually empty. He resembled a lofty deity isolated from the world, yet worshipped by countless people wielding the power of judgment, but forever unable to blend into the world before his eyes. The only thing that could be seriously regarded and understood by him, without resistance, might be the painting before him. When Healy saw Chi Moya's figure appear, he instinctively stopped in his tracks. Unaware of this, Yunran smiled, stepping forward without hesitation, and facing the icy gaze directed at him by Chi Moyu, he cheerfully said, "You're here." Chi Moya's expression seemed to soften a bit because of this. "Congratulations on Earth officially entering Lofiel," Chi Moyu said to Yunran. "Today is a..." Yunran was equally delighted. The formal establishment of diplomatic relations with Lofiel was a significant event for him. He nodded, genuinely pleased with Chi Moya's arrival. "Thanks to your help, everything has gone so smoothly." Chi Moyu looked at Yunran's soul, clearly sensing his heartfelt joy. To better win Yunran's favor, Chi Moyu said, "I have already prepared a celebratory banquet, and invited many people to participate, so that they can better cooperate with you in the future." The words were quite tactful, but the underlying meaning translated directly into, "I have created a social occasion for you, and brought the major authorities of this planet to introduce you." Upon hearing this, Yunran's eyes lit up. This arrangement was indeed very much in line with Yunran. Before he could express his gratitude, Chimoyu continued, many renowned program directors, producers, planners in the interstellar realm and numerous stars would all appear. I believe they would be thrilled to meet you. Yunran's lips moved and the excitement in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal. This opportunity was truly rare, as if it were tailor-made for him. Was this hinting that Chimoyu had actually guessed Yunran's next plans, and discreetly arranged everything in advance to facilitate his smooth and confident progression, avoiding any further obstacles? Otherwise, why would he gather a group of stars and directors to meet with a diplomat? This was not a typical intersection of two groups. I honestly don't know how to thank you, Yunran said excitedly. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Chimoyu's expression was inscrutable, as if he had merely done an insignificant favor, replying to Yunran. There's still some time before the banquet. It's almost noon. Why don't you join me for lunch? Fei Xue is waiting for you at home. At this moment Yunran had too many words of gratitude he wanted to express to Chimoyu, but he also understood that Chimoyu cherished his sister, treating her as his most precious gem. Being good to his sister was far more effective than being directly good to Chimoyu, so he nodded in agreement. Thus, when Chimoyu began to naturally introduce Yunran in the car, guiding him, saying that his office was very close to Yunran's embassy, perhaps Yunran didn't need to stay in the embassy at all, and could instead live in his castle, meeting Fei Xue daily. Yunran and Healy didn't find anything wrong with this request and habitually agreed. So the temporary stay of one day turned into 2, then 3, and eventually became a permanent residence. The seemingly stern and upright Chimoyu was in fact a person with a deeply intricate strategy. After the embassy was established and Chimoyu introduced Yunran to various notable figures, Yunran remained busy getting to know and connecting with people from all walks of life. Whether rushing out to meet guests or sitting at the table contemplating plans, he occasionally called back to Earth to consult friends and acquaintances for advice. He also searched for suitable gifts to present to each of his new friends, visiting them one by one to build relationships. Healy had witnessed Yunran's adeptness in dealing with people before this time. He observed Yunran's skill up close, effortlessly engaging with anyone regardless of their personality or background, and he was utterly amazed. For over 20 years Yunran had been undergoing this social training, as if he were alive solely for this purpose. Just one banquet allowed him to connect with numerous future allies. In just 3 days, he solidified relationships and quickly became a social expert on this planet, firmly etching his name alongside Earth's in everyone's hearts. Watching Yunran greet President Carroll with one foot, and Miss Luan, are you free this afternoon? With the other, Healy admired him and wisely refrained from unnecessarily bothering Yunran during this time. In the days following, when he received the concert playlist from Yunran, Healy was busy learning how to manage and support the complete execution of a concert behind the scenes. Fortunately, in this vast cosmic era, everything has become simple and convenient. Various intelligent instruments are efficient and fully functional. Even if Healy were the only one in charge, everything would operate smoothly. What he needed to do was to enhance the concert created by intelligent AI, making it even more spectacular and shocking. This should have been an urgent matter requiring his utmost attention. However, today he had to momentarily set this aside. Looking at the rapid surge in fan count to over 7 million, Healy lost the mood to continuously rejoice. Gazing at the Not-Sofroff official Starbow Hall of Earth, the space was bright and dazzling, yet there was a conspicuously blood-red protest notice, and the ground was littered with foul-smelling props of negative reviews. Healy's heart tightened, and he even hesitated to inform Yunran immediately. Yunran was about to meet a famous corporate planner. To tell him such news at this moment. Healy listened to the continuous curses and attacks around him, feeling weak and cold, as if it was more disorienting than his first time on the battlefield. He swallowed hard, quickly adapting to this feeling, walking over with a heavy heart yet burning with anger, carefully observing the malicious comments on the so-called notice. The glaring blood-red comments were filled with strong criticisms of the so-called Earth music, the language explicit, the wording harsh, revealing contempt and hatred for this Starbow Plaza. Vulgar, shameless, utterly hideous. Get out of our music world. This is not something of your kind that can be named and appropriated. I am ashamed for you. Healy felt a surge of heat rush to his head, angrily wanting to tear down these terrible slanders, only to find that in the online world, no one but the user could delete their comments. The music producer. Below, fans are continuously leaving messages asking what happened, eagerly comforting the blogger not to be angry, informing the public of what transpired, accompanied by a direct link to the official Cultural Promotion Bureau of Earth Star blog. If one could say that behind a bright red announcement board lies a prominent influencer like this. Healy felt darkness envelop him. He suddenly recalled that this blood-red negative announcement on their official blog, upon a glance, had nearly 100 comments, and was destined to grow more. The rotten eggs and garbage strewn on the ground were thrown by fans outraged for these musicians. The source of the insults echoing throughout their Starblog square stemmed from them. Healy understood that the music from Earth was unique, but he had never imagined it would spark such a huge dispute and condemnation. Yunran clearly hoped to win the favor of the cosmic people through music, but now, how should he explain this to Yunran? He couldn't even bear to imagine the scene of his brother witnessing the chaotic state of the Starblog Square. The beloved place Yunran painstakingly built as his base for venturing into the universe was now desecrated into this ugly sight. How would he feel upon seeing it? Can't he think of a way? The solution Healy could provide for Yunran was none, absolutely none. The number of people opposing was overwhelming and the reproachful voices were deafening. Perhaps due to the official recommendation from the Starblog, a video that was originally popular only in niche circles was recommended to everyone associated with music. Any traditional musician who opened this video and saw the so-called music being hailed would be furious, feeling deeply insulted. It was like an acclaimed painter known for his exquisite oil paintings, suddenly seeing someone crowned with the title of artistic painting, being celebrated by all. The so-called artistic painting turned out to be humorous and interesting stick figure cartoons. How could they endure the anger and humiliation within? How could they watch as everyone praised the stick figures over traditional art, belittling its existence? When someone hung the Earth Starblog on the wall, all acquaintances within the community could see it. The speed at which news spread online was astonishing. 1 told 10, 10 told 100, and in less than half a day it completely circulated within the circle. Moreover, the group actively spreading the news consisted of significant figures in the industry, their influence overshadowing that of 10 Earth Starblogs. Before long, the once vibrant Starblog space filled with laughter, flowers, and stars was swiftly besieged, immediately reduced to the dilapidated state it was in now. Healy was furious and enraged, yet simultaneously at a loss, overwhelmed by the sudden blow and the immense, unstoppable pressure. His voice was insignificant, with only a meager 20 fans, all of whom were Earthlings. What should he do? How could he express his feelings to the outside world? How could he persuade them? Healy thought of Chiamoyu. If possible, he wouldn't even care about the fear he had harbored towards Chiamoyu all this time, and would rush to Chiamoyu pleading for help to change the current situation. Delete comments, control the narrative, pay for public opinion. Anything would do, but it was not an option. Healy understood Yunran's character. Yunran would never request Chiamoyu's intervention at such a moment. One reason was that he was the ambassador representing Earth, possessing his own pride and dignity, and as a human he should have the integrity not to demean himself or sully his reputation. Deleting comments and controlling the narrative were not actions Yunran would stoop to. The second reason was that if he were to ask Chiamoyu for help at this time, it would mean that Yunran had to let someone from another country resolve the conflict due to his own mistake. The favor owed at this moment would directly reflect on Earth. Healy knew Yunran would never do such a thing, so should he just inform Yunran of the current situation? What Healy couldn't handle, perhaps Yunran could. Healy sighed in despair, his face pale, as he called Yunran, his words filled with gloom. Yunran listened in silence, sighed softly, and spoke in a tone that carried a hint of comfort. He said, I know. From the very beginning, when he decided to use the point of being different, going against the mainstream, for promotion to make Earth music popular, Yunran had already anticipated this scene. Thus he had prepared his heart early on. After becoming famous, voices of opposition and criticism, those who dislike you will naturally emerge. There's no need to worry about it. Yunran slightly lowered his head, his long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on his face. His expression calm, his words imbued with a determination and composure that could cut through all obstacles, no matter how difficult. Yunran never panicked. He was always composed and confident. The angrier they are, the more they unleash their emotions, letting more people know about this. Those bystanders interested in music will thus learn about our Earth's name and develop a desire to understand us. This is also an opportunity. Those bystanders may currently be opposing us, but it won't be long before I can draw them all over with my music. Music is innocent. The bystanders are speaking up for those musicians simply because they enjoy their music. But what if they later come to prefer Earth's music? The harsh criticism would turn into overwhelming praise, and flowers and applause would return to Earth once more. So there's no need to worry. Yunran chuckled lightly, saying, I am well aware. Healy listened to Yunran's gentle and clear reasoning, and his restless heart slowly settled down, calming along with it. A silent flame burned deep within his soul, a flame named resistance, representing his unwillingness. He must prove through strength who is right and who is wrong. Thus, after taking one last look at the defiled Starblog Palace, Healy gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and turned off the surrounding projections. Time to learn. Let the music hype up. On the third day of being publicly criticized by numerous renowned musicians, half an hour before the concert at 7 in the evening, the online insults continued unabated, sparking widespread discussion. The voices of attack were too obvious, and the identities of the speakers could not be underestimated. Many curious onlookers not knowing what was going on were drawn in listening to informed netizens explain, and suddenly became interested. Most of them, filled with a sense of justice, joined the ranks of condemnation, even though they had never watched the so-called Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau video. It did not hinder their participation in defending the dignity and status of artists. Mockery, attacks, and criticism echoed everywhere. Some extreme individuals even camped out in front of the Earth's official Starblog square screaming and shouting, condemning the blogger's shameless behavior, attracting many passing netizens. They laughed as they watched the drowning dog being attacked, feeling that this act of justice was gratifying and should be done. As for who was being attacked, what works he had done, and whether it was verified that he deserved to be scolded, they didn't care, because everyone was saying so. Moreover, the evidence presented and the group questioning the blogger certainly appeared very reliable and were the mainstream of the public. Many habitual online spectators, the troublemakers, and media personnel flocked to Earth's official Starblog. They focused their cameras on the protesters condemning the blogger and the filthy, odorous Starblog square, speaking to the viewers watching the live broadcast. After a full 3 days of brewing, we haven't seen the blogger cancel the account or modify the announcement made 7 days ago. It seems the concert will still be held as scheduled. Soon this Earth culture will begin singing. I believe the scene will be very lively at that time. I will live broadcast the latest situation for you, so remember not to change the channel. After speaking, the independent media personnel pointed the camera back at the crowd around. He began interviewing. May I ask why you are here? I want to scold that blogger who has been pretending to be deaf and dumb, who hasn't dared to come out right to his face. Tell him that music is not something he can casually insult. It should be treated with solemnity and respect. The interviewed bystander was flushed with excitement, speaking passionately, filled with a sense of belief. It seems you are a music lover, so I look forward to your performance next. The media person winked at the camera, casually commenting. Those who try to take shortcuts will always meet a bad end. This time will be no exception. I wonder how many viewers on the other side of the screen have listened to this Earth culture music. The live comments flew by with a barrage of never heard of it, disgusting, super bad, and boring, don't want to listen, the media person said with a smile. I haven't seen it either. Who would know this stuff is terrible and deliberately bring it out to disgust themselves? But next I have no choice but to listen. I'll mourn for myself for 3 seconds, hoping this blogger can be a bit more self-aware and step down quickly. The comments flew by again with poor thing, ha ha ha, the host sacrificed himself for listening to the song. Turn the volume to mute. In the last few minutes before 7 o'clock, theoretically, it should be an endless virtual space filled with a sea of people, noisy beyond measure. Here it was a mix of people, apart from a small portion who genuinely loved Earth's music and arrived on time. Many were curious passersby who had never heard Earth songs, drawn in to spectate, and music enthusiasts wanting to defend their beloved art due to the attacks from various musicians. The countdown to 7 o'clock rang on time. The massive gateway, representing music, thunderously opened under everyone's gaze. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the bronze metal doors above them. They raised their hands, clicked the link on the door, and the figures standing in the square were swiftly absorbed by the door. The next moment they were transported to spacious seats at a gigantic concert venue. Around them, apart from a crowd that seemed to stretch endlessly, it was pitch black and nothing else could be seen. Suddenly someone realized their live streaming device was blocked, faintly hearing annoyed whispers. They actually cut off the external signal. They cursed hurriedly, then quickly opened the system's built-in camera. Everyone sat in the seats they were randomly transported to by the system, patiently, some in anticipation, others in anger, staring at the empty stage before them, waiting for the concert to begin. 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1. In the darkness, a high-pitched note suddenly rang out. Like a sharp arrow piercing the sky, it echoed through the air, stunning the entire audience. Everyone instinctively shuttered their gaze, snapping toward the source of the music. Before they could respond to the unexpected surprise, a rapid, rhythmically explosive drum beat, accompanied by soaring notes, suddenly erupted from the center of the venue, piercing eardrums and nerves, instantly seizing everyone's attention. This was merely a simple instrumental melody, yet it stirred a feeling of blood boiling within. Roaring flames erupted in the center of the stage, surging with the sound of music, carrying a sense of invincibility, almost igniting the entire sky. Everyone was left dumbfounded, overwhelmed by this irresistible wave of music, as if caught in a vast ocean, unable to resist and being tossed about. I am tired of the way you expect me to be. Beneath the pale disguise lies a soul that has lost its faith. I don't know what you expect of me. Under heavy oppression I follow your path step by step. The lyrics mocking the mundane conventions resonated on stage, accompanied by the quick movements of the drumbeats. A man, as if born from the flames of hell, suddenly appeared at the center of the stage. His wild and furious voice stripped away everyone else's senses. They could only see the man at the center of the stage, and hear the shouts that seemed to come from deep within his soul. His crimson lips shouted out his roars to humanity, his blade-like gaze, piercing through all the listeners around. His dark eyes burned with raging fury, arrogance, mockery, anger. Don't you realize you are suffocating me? Everything I do is a mistake in your eyes. I cannot afford to waste a single second. Is everything you demand from me? I have become what I wanted to be, unyielding, brave, and never giving up. His soaring vocals broke through the clouds, possessing a magical power that shocked everyone's senses, causing them to involuntarily ignite with passion. Even if they didn't want to listen, the sound would still seep into their ears, making everyone sway with the tide of music. Being unable to resist, they shouted in excitement, their blood coursing through their bodies. A phoenix struggling from the flames broke free from its bonds, soaring mightily from the fire, its enormous wings covering the sky, howling through the heavens above every audience, delivering a visual spectacle that was explosive, sending adrenaline soaring. They felt a tingling sensation on their heads, goosebumps erupting all over, because all the expectations and fantasies you had of me have crumbled before you, struggling in the torrent of thoughts, merely futile struggles. Is everything you demand from me? Standing at the center of the stage, his voice hoarse and questioning, the world echoed through heaven and earth. The phoenix burned across every crowd that questioned him, carrying an unassailable momentum, returning to the endpoint of all. Yunran suddenly raised his right hand high, pointing to the sky. The phoenix let out a shriek, rushing towards the palm that held everything, bursting into flames, rapidly spreading across the sky, igniting a fiery red, lighting up a world filled with injustice and darkness. So exhilarating. The beats resonated once more, and those who had been restrained could no longer bear it. They followed the notes, letting their nerves riot in the sensory world, shouting and roaring. This is real music. The song, titled Numb, has slightly altered the feeling and order of lyrics aside from the content. Disagreement, denial, criticism, insults, it doesn't matter. After the song ended, the voices of all those who were dissatisfied fell silent. Yunran slowly ceased his singing, the concluding notes fading, accompanied by a breathy rasp. Everyone sat still in their seats, their minds echoing with the shock and excitement from just now, all their gazes focused on Yunran, their emotions and rationality entirely under his control. Everyone was intoxicated by the sensory experience of music, and the charm of Yunran, yielding to his conquest. Next, the first song. Listen carefully. Yunran paused the conversation, exhaling softly her smoky eye makeup, accentuating her sharp gaze as it pierced through the world. In an instant, the crowd that had been roaring amidst the cacophony of music fell silent, their bodies trembling with excitement as the battle hymn surged violently into their minds, infiltrating the soul, guiding everyone into the abyss, soaring into the clouds, wandering, swaying, screaming in this world. Yunran raised her right hand, fist clenched, and with the explosive beat, she swung fiercely towards the sky. Put on your armor. Though you drag me into the abyss like a giant stone, I will illuminate the horizon and burn you to nothingness. Buildings crumbled, the battlefield engulfed in flames, projections indistinguishable from reality swirling in the air, countless yellow sands rising. Clad in armor, the warriors donned their battle attire, gripping sharp weapons with piercing gazes. The insectoid creatures howled madly in the center of the battlefield, their sharp claws digging into the ground, cracking the earth. Powerful electromagnetic attacks surged upwards, purple light bursting forth from the ruins with unparalleled might. Yunran stood at the center of the stage, her high notes piercing the clouds, unleashing the fervent emotions ignited within everyone's hearts, feeling utterly exhilarating. The audience shouted uncontrollably, feeling their blood boil, ignited and ecstatic. I am willing to bear the cross and bravely fight on the battlefield. I have already seen the dawn of victory beyond the dark clouds. We will ultimately reclaim our cities from the hands of desolation and tyranny. And then you will rise like a phoenix from the ashes. Monsters spewed flames as they swept through the air, leaving nothing but blackened ashes in their wake. Meteorites descended from the sky, parting the dark clouds and striking the beasts like mountains, collapsing to the ground, engulfing flames and ashes soaring from the earth. Yunran stood in the darkness, the only light in this place, shining brightly around her. Be cautious in the shadows and pray. You never know when you will be marked by it. I will help you break free. Transform into the wrath of a comrade, turning everything to ashes with fierce flames. As the word fire appeared, the entire venue ignited. The explosion of heavy metal, combined with Yunran's overwhelming stage presence, left no one able to resist. What disdain, what dissatisfaction, what doubts, all of it is nonsense. They simply wanted to lose themselves, to go mad, to have fun alongside the person at the center of the stage. The fervent singing voice was addictive like a drug, the rhythm of the music tearing apart all reason like sharp claws. The stunned hosts could only grasp their trembling arms, recording moments from afar, but soon, they could no longer endure, and set down their recordings, joining everyone in hoarse shouts, burning with passion, to the rhythm of the music, swaying their bodies, completely casting aside all rationality to lose themselves in this sensory world. It was so exhilarating. The audience who loved music were moved to tears watching Yunran stand at the center of the stage, her crisp and decisive movements and overwhelming charm gripping their hearts fiercely. Healy swiftly directed the camera at Yunran alone, his handsome features leaping into everyone's view, instantly capturing all attention. Her enchanting gaze conveyed a powerful aura to every listener, overwhelming personal charm, making many who were lost in the world of music gasp for breath. Yunran seemed like a young warrior who had just emerged from a storm of blood and chaos, using her voice to depict the stories she had once experienced. Tear them apart, ignite them, destroy them. You can easily annihilate everything, but humanity will never yield. The choked sound was like a sigh layered with disbelief. As the lyrics emerged, the images immediately flooded into view. It was as if there had once been a human standing in the center of a battlefield filled with insectoid corpses and fallen comrades proclaiming their plight to the world. Once there was such a valiant and fearless race fighting to protect their homeland against the most ruthless existence in the universe, resolutely wielding their long guns. They did not even know how long this song lasted, as if it were merely a moment. At the end of the echo, everyone was lost in that heart-shocking scene. In just 2 songs, Yunran completely captivated the audience. No one recalled the so-called lack of qualification. Nearly 1 million pairs of eyes, focused on the same spot, all of them acutely aware of just how dazzling the person on stage truly was. The audience, who had long loved Earth music, wept tears of joy, for this was the beauty they had believed in despite all the disparagement and mockery. Yunran did not disappoint. They spontaneously lit up star-like lights symbolizing admiration, and tossed them into the air. The starlight was dazzling, adorning the stage that had been shrouded in darkness from beginning to end, making it so conspicuous. Suddenly those around awoke, realizing where they were and why they had come. They had long prepared rotten eggs and empty water bottles in their hands to vent their frustrations, but they could not throw them. They exchanged glances around, seeing the same confusion reflected on each other's faces. After a moment's pause, they all revealed a knowing smile, retracting the props. They no longer needed seriously, lighting the stars and bouquets in their hands, tossing their heartfelt offerings into the air. A cascade of starlight and petals gradually illuminated the entire world, until this once dark stage was transformed into a beautiful daylight by the light in everyone's hands. The scene was too warm and soft. Everyone was moved by this spontaneous act. They knew that, at this moment, everyone's feelings were the same. Yunran stood at the center of the spacious stage, gazing up at the starry sky above. The light illuminated her, dispelling the gloom and loneliness surrounding her. At this moment, she was not singing alone in solitude. So she smiled, lowered her head, and slowly removed her heavy makeup. Her black pupils were no longer deep, and her light-colored eyes gazed at the crowd around her. That gentle and handsome smile seemed to convey the joy within her heart. Everyone realized that it was only at this moment that they truly saw the youth's face. They put down all barriers, dropped unnecessary defenses, and with no grudges or dissatisfaction, simply needed to quietly feel the beauty of the music. Under everyone's gaze, Yunran smiled. A grand piano slowly rose from the center of the stage, as Yunran, now dressed in a white casual outfit, walked gracefully towards the piano bench. Her movements were so graceful, her elegant attire making her appear even more precious, and refined, her outstanding appearance exuding an enchanting charm, and her composed demeanor completely capturing the hearts of every audience member. She turned to face the audience, her eyes sparkling like a graceful musician enjoying the joy of performing. She extended her hands, her long fingers pressing down on the piano keys. Like a stream, the melodious notes flowed from her fingertips, dancing vibrantly in this space. Though no projection appeared in the air at this moment, with the notes leaping gracefully, they seemed to see beautiful sunlight glowing before their eyes, lively and lovely sprites flitting about in the surroundings. In the center of the stage, Yunran resembled a prince of sprites, radiating a soft glow around her, poised and graceful yet warm and sunny. The syllables gathered at her fingertips, the atmosphere lively and cheerful, all the sprites swaying to the rhythm, feeling relaxed and joyful like a delightful fruit wine that left one intoxicated. Unbeknownst to when Yunran began to hum softly, the exquisitely enjoyable notes becoming increasingly light and melodious, her captivating voice swaying to the rhythm of the music in perfect harmony. I said that on this day next year, I will change myself and achieve it. This is dedicated to all. To those who looked at me with cold eyes, I want you to be dumbfounded. The cheerful melody paired with proud lyrics made the audience burst into laughter. Today you treat me with indifference, tomorrow I will make you unable to reach me. Not just Yunran, but emotions that everyone may have experienced or imagined spread throughout the space. They had never thought that music could be played this way, that such playful tones could emerge from simple instruments combined with cheerful lyrics, allowing the audience to enjoy, vent, and revel together. It was simply incredible. With raised eyebrows and curved smiles, they spontaneously lifted their hands, dancing freely to the rhythm. Yunran's stunning voice was breathtaking. Even a gentle hum could leave one intoxicated. Take a good look at the present me. Because by this time next year, I will walk through the grand halls, and let the whole world know my face. Yunran's singing quality was exceptional and his musical talent was high. Some people could never control their voices no matter how long they practiced, but all of Yunran's teachers said he was transparent and insightful, understanding with just a touch. He was exceptionally gifted quick-witted, and his astonishing voice could sing anything without fail. Confidence and strength were his innate instincts. No one was more suited to demonstrate what it meant to be confident and proud. Yet even with his extraordinary talent, Yunran worked harder, and more seriously than anyone. After donning the diplomat's uniform, he had never slackened for a moment. He fought on behalf of Earth, and would continue down this path forever. Take a good look at the present me. This song is dedicated to those who once said I was worthless. I have just begun to glimpse the mysteries. And from now on I will become the brightest star. Yunran's beautiful face appeared under the lens, radiating confidence and brilliance. It was as if he was the most dazzling starlight in the world, making everyone's cheeks flush, and their eyes intoxicated. They went crazy for him, falling into his charm. He truly was the brightest star in his lyrics, and in the future he would continue to shine brilliantly in every... The second song, a combination of the lyrics from my songs Know What You Did in the Dark and The Phoenix. The third song, Look at Me Now. Did any readers notice that someone seems to be missing from this concert scene? At 12, let the music hype up. After the long annual summary meeting, Chi Moyu set aside all his work, eager to return home, where he saw his adorable little princess. It was 7 o'clock, and Yunran's concert had already begun. Chi Moyu could not miss this important occasion. He didn't even have time to change into comfortable home clothes before he found Chi Feishue, who was quietly sitting on the sofa. He crouched down, extending his hand, his gaze gentle, as he looked at the small creature before him, offering his invitation in a voice as soft and pleasant as a breeze. Do you want to listen to Brother Yu sing? Chi Feishue looked at her brother, her pure and flawless eyes sparkling. After a moment her little head nodded, and she reached up to grasp Chi Moyu's fingertips. Chi Moyu squeezed that soft palm and said, "Then let's go." The Star Network was bustling with people and overflowing with information. Chi Moyu would never let Chi Feishue wander into that place casually. However, this time for Yunran's concert, everyone was vocally criticizing and vowing to destroy the performance. The negative emotions were explosive, seemingly making it even less appropriate for Chi Feishue to participate. But Chi Moyu believed in Yunran. He trusted that, even if the whole world opposed him, Yunran could use his charm to sway them all, making everyone fall for him. Because Chi Moyu had seen in recent days Yunran's bright, confident soul, which was a pride that was unyielding and effortlessly charming. Thus he did not intervene in Yunran's disputes, allowing him to handle everything both out of respect and trust. Chi Moyu had experienced the moment of being moved by Yunran's music. It was the most beautiful music he had ever heard, so he was certain that this concert would undoubtedly be the most perfect and emotionally stirring live performance Chi Moyu had ever witnessed. It would surely touch his sister's soul, allowing her to experience feelings unlike any she had encountered before. So after the 7 o'clock bell rang, after some time, it became clear that the restless audience had already been enchanted by Yunran's charisma. Chi Moyu held Chi Feishue's hand, leading her into the virtual yet real starry space. There he encountered light. Dazzling, captivating light that could take away all his attention. That was Yunran's soul. Beautiful, radiant, infused with unprecedented, enchanting colors. The massive crowd around the emotional tide, surging like a wave, instantly engulfed Chi Moyu. He restrained his gaze, straining to divert it from Yunran, lowering his head to check on his sister beside. At that moment Chi Feishue's expression seemed a bit excited, her face changing, as she appeared to be absorbing the intense and shocking atmosphere around her, her fingers tightly gripping Chi Moyu's hand as they trembled slightly. This was undoubtedly a world that left one in shock. Everyone's souls appeared so similar, all inevitably immersed in the ocean of music, forgetting the mundane worries and sorrows, shedding all negative emotions, completely sinking into the world of notes. The simple and clear shapes of souls flooded into view, capable of touching that sealed soul, allowing Chi Feishue to catch glimpses of external information. For Chi Feishue, this was an incredibly rare healing opportunity. Chi Moyu hoped that this wave of souls could strike against the tightly shut door of Chi Feishue's heart, transmitting the sound of the waves into the pitch-black silent room. And Chi Feishue's expression clearly told Chi Moyu that she had heard it. Chi Moyu's gaze softened again, his reassuring palm gently stroking Chi Feishue's head, protectively holding her close, then lifting his head once more to look at Yunran at the center of the stage. That eternally radiant and beautiful youth was finally discovered by the world. Like a sun radiating light and warmth, his powerful charm shone upon everyone. No one was not captivated by him. No one did not want to pay attention to Yunran. He was the center of this small world, every person swaying and dancing to his notes and movements. After several songs in succession, beads of sweat began to form on Yunran's forehead. His eyes sparkled like a crescent moon as he stepped forward, breathing, appearing more hurried than usual, watching the rising chorus of cheers around him, his expression radiating satisfaction. Coincidence or not, Yunran's gaze turned towards the void ahead, and Chi Moyu surprisingly felt as if his eyes connected with Yunran's across the distant space. Yunran revealed a joyful smile and said to the camera, "The next song is a love song for Teventura, dedicated to everyone in love." As soon as the words fell, the notes began. A sweet and playful lazy tune filled the space, with the background suddenly transforming into a sunlit country lane. Yunran changed into a comfortable and relaxed outfit, her body language and demeanor appearing so cheerful and carefree, full of enjoyment. Like a young lad walking down a country path to meet his beloved, enjoying the sunshine in the fields, humming a delightful song that flowed from his heart. Inquiring of that distant lover, "I like you, do you like me too? My dear little fool, through your deep blue eyes, I foresee a life like never before." Yunran's eyes sparkled with joy, his radiant smile exuding irresistible charm. His pale pink lips parted, repeatedly uttering enchanting words that sent a surge of uncontainable emotion rippling through Chi Moyu, until he finally caught the lyrics. Thump thump. His heart raced wildly, as if slipping beyond control, refusing to settle. "Your voice is soft and melodious. It brings me the most authentic sound. A dream I've never known before. What greater bliss could there be?" Yunran gazed at the screen, his eyes seeming to bridge time and space, locking onto Chi Moyu's across the void. Chi Moyu's ears flushed involuntarily. The stern, glacier-like composure of his face gradually softened with a faint, delicate flush. "To hear you recount your past is itself a blessing. We two were destined, yet such fate has never been. Oh, my dearest little fool, you must understand my heart." With a playful wink, Yunran flashed a luminous smile directly into the lens. His beauty, so exquisite it could make even deities falter, captured the hearts of the entire audience, turning them into devoted captives. Many viewers blushed deeply, staring in disbelief at the screen. Yunran's lyrics flowed like tender confessions. Listeners' pulses quickened, their breath catching, nearly erupting into shrieks. Why, just from listening to a song, could one possibly grow this flustered? The young man before them was like a sorcerer of miracles, effortlessly stirring emotions with his voice, igniting fervor, kindling resolve, instilling pride, awakening longing. Utterly overwhelmed, utterly undone. Outside, netizens awaiting gossip were equally unhinged. They stared astonished as the live stream abruptly cut off precisely at 7 o'clock. First came stunned silence, then furious curses. Only when the streamer promptly issued an official notice pledging real-time updates via text and images did the tide of discontent recede slightly. They assumed the so-called Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau blogger had backed down, fearing public humiliation, afraid footage of himself being ridiculed would spread, and thus resorted to this underhanded tactic. Sneering coldly, they hammered away at their keyboards. "Do you think we won't know what's happening just because you've disabled the live stream? Dream on if you think this trick will lure us to the venue. I can already picture his pitiful downfall. That despicable schemer deserves exactly this fate." Then, a post titled "Holy" suddenly erupted, followed instantly by a flood of stunned exclamations. "How is this possible? My God! Unbelievable!" A torrent of posts exploded from the concert's Weibo space into the wider digital realm. All bystanders stood dumbfounded. Frantically they typed questions. What happened? Explain clearly. Did he not show up? Then came another synchronized wave of exclamation marks. Everyone present at the concert seemed momentarily dazed, struggling to form coherent sentences. Their hurried messages were nearly unintelligible. I'm losing my mind. I feel my soul burning. Why is this so exhilarating? I'm about to explode." Netizens nearly snapped. Had these people gone mad? Could they speak human? Would they please behave normally? They kept refreshing live comments, growing ever more bewildered. Then, the streamer who'd promised photo and video updates uploaded a hasty, blurry clip that left everyone speechless. In the frame, every person roared and screamed in unison toward the figure at center stage. Faces rapturous, ecstatic, intoxicated, and notes poured forth with unrestrained vitality, sending chills down spines. So vivid, so magnetic, viewers felt pulled straight into the screen. Unbelievably electrifying. What is this? A few still blinked, blankly glued to the webpage, desperately refreshing for the fastest live updates. Those driven by insatiable curiosity could no longer resist. They clicked the portal link and rushed to the venue to witness it firsthand. And then, they too lost themselves completely. Holy! It's so electric. Aerorforf. I can't even... Oh my God, come see this now. Like some arcane incantation. Only those who'd lived it could truly comprehend. Many entered out of sheer bewilderment, others unable to activate full holographic projection due to environmental constraints, clawed at their screens, endlessly refreshing comments, desperate to grasp what was unfolding. Within 10 minutes, attendance at this 100,000-strong concert surged past 1 million, and kept climbing, growing ever more feverish. Passers-by scrolling past the comments stared baffled. Have they all lost their minds? What on earth are they talking about? And so, almost imperceptibly, the phrase, Weibo concert, rocketed to the top of trending topics, drawing ever more curious eyes, instantly sparking intense fascination. Non-mainstream music, heretical artistry, a galaxy-wide backlash, yet now the frenzy of praise, and the utter confusion of those once poised to condemn, made the spectacle irresistibly intriguing. This drama surely held a twist, delicious, irresistible. Curiosity propelled them into the venue. One moment darkness, then spatial reorientation, and an avalanche of roaring euphoric chants crashed over them. Explosive incandescent music pierced their minds. Goosebumps erupted, and they were swept headlong into a sea of pure blazing adrenaline. Holy, unbelievable. Or, who could have imagined music could be this revolutionary, ecstatic, absolutely transcendent? We'd listen to 100 more. Chapter 13. Let the music ignite. Had they not witnessed Yunran, no one would have believed music could stir the soul so profoundly. His crystalline voice possessed extraordinary penetration, capable of blazing passion, mischievous playfulness, smoldering sensuality, or weathered gravitoned gravitas. From soaring highs to resonant lows, he wielded notes as effortlessly as a master craftsman handles tools. His gaze shifted seamlessly, fierce and incandescent one moment, cool and serene the next. Hypnotic with allure, then pristine and luminous, utterly unclouded. Sound waves swept across the world. All stood helplessly immersed, awestruck by the arrival of celestial harmony. Yunran stood upon the grand hall's dais, patiently awaiting the final cadence of the music. Gazing upon the fervent, elated crowd surrounding him, he smiled faintly and said, "Time flies. Only 2 songs remain." No sooner had the words left his lips than waves of reluctant protest rose from every direction. Yunran chuckled softly. "This song," he continued, "is my favorite, born of pure personal longing. I placed it here. I've long yearned to sing it for someone, though perhaps he'll never hear it. But you have us." A sudden impassioned cry burst forth from the audience. Yunran paused, startled. Then a cascade of encouragement and comfort followed. His usually tranquil eyes shimmered with quiet emotion. A gentle, tender smile touched his lips as he murmured, "You raise me up, for everyone who carries gratitude in their heart." Soothing, soaring music unfurled like a silver river. Yunran's gaze drifted into the distant void, retracing the contours of his past. Childhood austere and barren, life monotonous and constrained. Born within a military compound, Yunran had undergone soldier-level training since earliest memory, never knowing what beauty truly meant. His life belonged to the nation, his fate to the state, every fiber of his being dedicated to his homeland. He had never known freedom of choice. Yet Yunran never perceived hardship in this. Compared to homeless orphans, children adrift in perilous uncertainty, life inside the compound was stable, serene. He had mentors who taught him etiquette and knowledge, warriors who guarded his life. He dwelled within a vast fortified military zone. Though he'd never stepped beyond its walls in childhood, he understood the land beneath his feet, their history, present and future, more deeply than most outside. At 14, a watershed moment arrived. Selection by the upper echelons would appoint him as a warrior representing the Yunran clan, fighting for its honor. Failure meant exile from this haven he'd called home for over a decade, dispersed across Earth, assigned to whatever role his aptitudes dictated. Yunran feared no hardship. Wherever he could shine, he would find meaning in life. He only feared failing his dream, to serve with unwavering devotion the beloved nation he cherished, guiding it toward a brighter tomorrow. His voice, imbued with quiet resonance, flowed gently from his throat as he whispered, "I am lost, my heart adrift, troubled by trials, burdened by doubt, uncertain before the path ahead, until you came to sit beside me." On the day of his 14th year evaluation, Yunran met the planet's most revered icon, the man every soul on Earth worshipped. Cold, impassive, devoid of visible emotion, yet profoundly reassuring. His armies conquered without resistance. He shielded Earth from every external threat. He was always right, always wise, always flawless. Like every boy on the planet, Yunran gazed spellbound at his idol, praying silently for just one extra second within that radiant presence. Then the man strode forward, military uniform gleaming, stride firm and self-assured, stopping directly before Yunran. He declared he saw only Yunran, trusted his strength, and affirmed with absolute certainty Yunran would lead the Yunran clan, lead Earth into a future crowned with glory. In that instant, the man ceased to be merely an idol. He became Yunran's god. "Because you lifted me, I scaled mountains. Because you lifted me, I braved storms and sailed oceans. Because you lifted me, I surpassed myself. Because I leaned upon your shoulder, I became strong." 10 years later, war erupted between humanity and the insectoid race. Facing creatures so formidable, even the Galactic Alliance stood helpless. Humanity fought fearlessly, courageously, unyieldingly. Finally, on the day of trial, before the entire cosmos, They triumphed over the insectoids, sweeping through all 4 tests with unstoppable might, earning universal recognition as a sovereign power in the grand cosmic era. As Earth's chief diplomat, Yunran accompanied the man into the vast expanse of the cosmos, forging alliances, signing equitable pacts of mutual aid. Yunran knew his act might provoke disapproval, and understood given the man's nature entertainment would forever remain outside his concern. Yet he still sang this song, to the man who granted humanity hope, who bestowed Earth its radiant future. A hymn overflowing with boundless gratitude. Without him, Yunran, broken by war, reduced to prayer alone, would likely have perished long ago. As universally acknowledged, all humanity of Earth were his faithful devotees. Because you lifted me, I surpassed myself. This was an epic paean. Majestic, reverent, it celebrated humanity's indomitable spirit, thriving with courage in any adversity. It honored all that inspires, and all that inspires gratitude. Chi Moyu sat quietly on stage watching the youth below. In his eyes, Yunran's soul shone with unprecedented purity, like a sacred devotee, brilliant, radiant, etched irrevocably into his vision. Yunran had sung the music he'd long yearned to share with the world. His deepest wish fulfilled, his entire being suffused with serene release. Perhaps only in this moment could he do this, for some truths defy speech or action yet resonate perfectly through feeling alone. Taming the storm within Yunran took a quiet breath, steadying his rhythm. He refused to drown in sentiment. Lifting his gaze to meet the rapt attention of every spectator, he smiled calmly and announced, "The final song. On behalf of my homeland. For each and every one of you, Hall of Fame." Turning, he returned to the piano. No pause, no hesitation. Fingers descending upon keys as a monumental symphony surged forth for Yunran himself, for Earth's future, and for every soul in attendance. You can be the greatest, or the most successful. You can conquer worlds, dominate battlefields. You can speak with God's knock upon heaven's gate. Your name shall echo across the world. You blaze like the brightest firework. Glancing back, life brief and fleeting, 20 years vanished in a blink. Never had Yunran felt so utterly liberated. Standing here for Earth, commanding global attention, making aliens rave over Earth's music. He had taken the first decisive step toward his dream. This song embodied his highest aspiration. That his life, Earth's destiny, and humanity's journey would converge upon the most luminous horizon imaginable. You can surpass your limits, scorning hell's torment. You can become a hero, gilded, glorified, encircled by stars. For your people, for your dignity, for your homeland, for your honor. One day, you shall stand within the Hall of Fame. Yunran's voice had never sounded so profoundly tender, so fiercely resonant. Each listener transfixed by his face, shaken, stirred, uplifted by his unshakable conviction. Your brilliance cannot be concealed. When your renown spreads far and wide, you stand already within the Hall of Fame. The world obeys its decree. Release your light. All creation leans in hearing your name. This richly symbolic anthem moved hearts deeply. Its vibrant, hopeful verses ignited universal support for Yunran. Spontaneous singing began, somewhere, somehow, and swiftly engulfed the entire arena. As the music entered its second movement, a thunderous unified chorus soared through the air. The first ever galactic-scale choral performance, resonating across star systems. Your brilliance cannot be concealed. When your renown spreads far and wide, you stand already within the Hall of Fame. The world obeys its decree. Release your light. All creation leans in hearing your name. This impromptu chorus, unexpected by all, would later be enshrined in cosmic musical history. Even in the farthest reaches of time, generations would rediscover and replay it, none failing to be awestruck by its soul-stirring power. They realized music could bridge souls, revealing beauty so profound, so luminous. This was Earth's culture, Yunran's proudest legacy, sufficient to move the entire cosmos. Chapter 14. Let the music ignite. Until Yunran finished his 10th and final song. After bidding farewell to the 234,000 attendees present, the music that lingered in their minds did not cease. Many sat in their seats, seemingly lost, as if they had lost something of utmost importance. Some even wept sorrowfully, as if they had concluded a journey, reluctantly watching their friends depart. Those who left the concert venue immediately returned to their star blogs, swiftly deleting the unfounded slanders and questions, dedicating their sincerest praises and blessings to the most beautiful music in the world. I must apologize to Earth's culture. I was wrong to make presumptuous and slanderous assumptions, speaking many things that in hindsight are utterly unimaginable. That is the most enchanting music in the world. I guarantee with my decades of life that I have never heard such beautiful melodies. Those who have never listened to Earth's music have no right to criticize it casually. Compared to the complex and cumbersome modern golden songs, I believe everyone will be captivated by Earth's melodies. Not attending this concert will undoubtedly be a loss in your life. Mainstream, no, I see the arrival of a new era. Enticed by these remarks, curiosity nearly tore through the barriers of the internet, urging them to grasp the bloggers by the collar, demanding to know what had transpired, and whether they could unearth some concrete understanding. They anxiously gazed at the fervent praises that seemed to cost nothing, feeling helpless, wondering why they hadn't attended the concert themselves. Now that the concert has ended, there is no chance to see it. Some unearthed 14 videos released by Earth's Cultural Promotion Bureau, listing them online, and within minutes the comments exploded into tens of thousands. I think I understand. Me too. This is music too. This should indeed be music, or rather this is true music. In a moment of realization, they seemed to understand why the crowd who had been fervently criticizing not long ago suddenly changed their tune after personally experiencing Earth's music. Not for any other reason but because this music is simply too powerful. Then, almost unable to bear the sight of those who had mocked Earth's music without personal experience, they wished for them to quickly silence themselves. Those who attended the concert spontaneously spoke up for Earth's music, continuously uploading videos and photos they took during the concert. Although each person managed to capture little due to being immersed in the music, the sheer number of attendees amounted to a substantial collection. The blurry video's shaky arms could not prevent people from vividly perceiving the frenzy of the audience within. They listened to the stunning music, feeling the fervent and powerful atmosphere, utterly astonished. Is this music? Is this the sensation that listening to music can bring? When has the universe ever witnessed such a wildly enthusiastic concert scene? Everyone thought that music should be something lofty to be quietly listened to, analyzed, and observed. Yet they had never considered that music could so deeply move the heart and evoke such powerful sensations. The brief seconds of video left viewers exhilarated, recalling the emotional ups and downs they had just experienced, their astonished expressions lingering for a long time. But soon their eyes lit up as if they had discovered an unprecedented treasure. They quickly downloaded and saved the video, then began searching for the next one. Everyone was enjoying the emotions brought by the music and atmosphere they had never before experienced blooming within them. They gazed intently at the images on the screen, straining to listen, lost in the world of music, and lamenting why the sound could not be clearer. Why do you audience members have to shout so loudly? They want to hear Earthlings sing. Soon they realized that these songs seemed to vary completely in content across each video. Perhaps just a moment ago they were soaring with the high notes, feeling the unparalleled passion and exhilaration, shivering with excitement, shouting along. In the next moment, a seductive and enchanting man appeared on the screen, a true flirt in the realm of mortals, his appearance capable of captivating souls, exuding charm that was utterly addictive. What kind of divine beauty is this? How many renowned sculptors were commissioned during his reincarnation to create such perfect features? How much gold was spent at birth to achieve such stunning looks? Then, as they listened on, everyone realized that compared to his divine looks, his face was perhaps the least noteworthy aspect of his captivating charm. It is his charisma, his voice, his confidence, his strength. That is the ultimate reason for conquering every. Moreover, why can each song style be so different? Why can every song be sung so melodiously? This is truly divine. The video switched to the next, the charming man revealing a carefree and teasing smile, accompanied by an involuntary leg-shaking beat. That arrogance, as if he were the most handsome and formidable in the world, left people speechless with laughter. Time and again he refreshed the heights of their expectations for him. Yunran relied solely on his personal charm, rapidly capturing everyone's attention, attracting a legion of internet fans. The Starblog Square was filled with a crowd of people, dancing wildly, turning this leisure spot into a nightclub. The once glaring red that plastered everything had vanished, and the filthy space had transformed back into a dreamy realm of flowers and stars. Everyone was frantically sharing, appreciating, and reminiscing about the recent concert videos, continually praising this treasure that had once been looked down upon and slandered. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, even those who hadn't been on Starblog recently busy with the realities of life would know. Because of the concert, he had gone viral. In the meantime, while Yunran was out socializing and preparing for the concert songs at home, Healy was also busy. He needed to quickly learn how to manipulate the concert's camera angles, showcasing Yunran's most perfect and dazzling moments to everyone, while also preparing all the special effects projections used to create atmosphere during the song performances. For instance, releasing eye-catching and shocking flames and phoenixes when the atmosphere was heated, and changing the space filter to a warm and gentle style during cheerful tunes. All the behind-the-scenes support during Yunran's performance was handled solely by Healy. Moreover, it was far beyond just these surface tasks. Initially, Healy was greatly stimulated by the various unfounded remarks against Earth, and when he picked up the knowledge of concert production left behind by Earth, he dedicated himself to the task. Without Yunran's detailed instructions, he not only perfectly fulfilled Yunran's requests, but also prepared several additional camera angles to capture Yunran's most striking and dazzling moments. Perhaps because he was Yunran's #1 fan, He could always capture and reveal Yunran's best side, thus the stills, hard shots, and dynamic images he created were extraordinarily powerful. Just as everyone was filled with curiosity from those short videos, desperately wanting to know who the person standing at the center of the stage was, hoping to see that blurry silhouette more clearly. Healy's photos appeared online just in time, like a boulder thrown into the sea, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. "Oh my god, I'm blown away. How can someone be so handsome? Sob, 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 mom. I want to marry him. I think I've seen an angel." Just as music doesn't require cultural enhancement to convey emotions to the heart, beauty knows no borders. Even those who never listen to music or spend time online would be deeply attracted by the photos in just a second, instantly igniting a strong curiosity and desire to explore. Who is this person? Why are they so good-looking? Why do the clothes change so quickly yet the scenes remain similar? Where was this photo taken? Concert? Music? What is that? Driven by curiosity about the photo subject, people found all information related to Yunran through the comments below the photos. A musical genius, a new star shining even after enduring unfounded remarks, captivating millions with personal charm and existence that cannot be ignored for both talent and appearance. The netizens who began loyal to looks and faithful to substance thoroughly remembered the name of Yunran's star blog, and the photos spread further and further with the enthusiastic emotions of the netizens. The famous entertainment program host Ying was just like that. After work, she habitually went online to check the latest trending topics and was drawn in by the word Century Flip concert that were trending. With an extremely keen sense for entertainment, Ying immediately sensed the scent of gossip, quickly clicking on the keyword link to grasp the situation. With the intention of evaluating and reviewing, Ying opened the hurriedly recorded short videos from the audience, wanting to see if it was really as miraculous as netizens said. In just a few seconds, every cell in her body was stimulated by the music's current, fully invigorated. Then she quickly found Earth's cultural official blog, eagerly clicked into the concert portal, and listened to the songs. In the instant the music entered her mind, Ying went crazy, cheering and yelling along with the rhythm, experiencing emotions she had never felt before in her life. Once the concert ended, Ying recalled the slanderous remarks and voluntarily joined the discussion on the concert topic, intensely conversing with netizens online, continuously collecting all short videos related to the concert, repeatedly clicking to watch. Time passed unknowingly, and that night the beats of those few songs spiraled in Ying's mind as she unconsciously hummed the tunes. Until dawn, when Ying saw the clear, charming photos appearing before her eyes. That handsome face was deeply imprinted in Ying's mind. In just a moment she understood that her beautiful imagination of music had taken shape at that instant, and that shape was the man before her. She had fallen for him. Thus she uploaded the hard shots and dynamic images of Yunran that she had stayed up all night collecting to her star blog, commenting, "He is the starlight that illuminates the world," instantly attracting tens of millions of fans' attention and discussion. Then, once at the company, Ying immediately submitted a program proposal regarding this concert event to her superiors, desperately preparing the script, gathering materials, and actively pushing for the proposal's approval. The day after the concert ended, she swiftly launched this program aimed at hundreds of millions of netizens across the universe. It was because of the airing of this program that Yunran and his star blog became a complete sensation. Welcome everyone to tune into Gu Entertainment. Ing. I am Gu Lu. In the recording studio, Gu Lu sat in a chair smiling at the excited Ying beside him, and said, "I heard today's program is content that Ying worked tirelessly to plan all night long. Before going on stage, she told me today is the most exciting day of her hosting career. This is a special segment introducing my idol. Course I'm excited." Ying's face flushed, and she excitedly said, "Without further ado, let's quickly dive into the topic. I wonder if everyone has been on Starblog recently and seen this photo." As she spoke, several photos began to circulate in midair of the program's central area. The content of the photos was all still images of a young man, either enchanting and captivating or pure and fervent. The styles were distinct and impressive, leaving viewers unable to help but exclaim, "Who is he? He is truly beautiful." He is the official Starblog blogger of the Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau, having registered only 3 weeks ago, and has already trended twice with total video clicks exceeding 300 million, making him the hottest new star of the moment. I believe that every friend who follows the music scene must have seen this photo, or rather everyone who has seen this photo cannot help but want to know who he is, his identity and background, and then quickly learn about his story with music and become thoroughly captivated. Did you say it has over 300 million clicks? Is it because the performer is the person in the photo? Did you say it has over 300 million clicks? Is it because the performer is the person in the photo? Ying appeared somewhat proud, raising her hand to shake it left and right, saying arrogantly, "Are you suggesting that the high click rate is because everyone is watching him for my idol's looks?" And oh no. Ying waved her finger cryptically, saying, "Just look at this video." As she spoke, a street video suddenly appeared in the recording studio. The camera focused on a professional woman sitting in a chair, squinting and humming a tune. "Through your deep-sea blue eyes I foresee an unprecedented life. Your voice is soft and pleasant, a dream I have never possessed. Just a single line of lyrics captured Guliu's full attention. He looked at the woman in the lens in surprise, unable to help but quickly ask Ying, what is she humming? Ying proudly smiled, and the camera quickly switched to the next scene, also a spontaneous recording of a passerby. A super cool guy in black stood at the center of a bar stage, passionately singing surrounded by a throng of people, dancing energetically to the music. Everyone is somewhat crazy. Beneath their calm exterior lies a turbulent heart. I cannot endure all of this. In the darkness scream, tear off the mask of hypocrisy and let it all out. The moment the music played, the roaring shout made Gulu involuntarily shiver. He widened his eyes in astonishment, pointing at the screen. What is happening? Why did he also want to sway along with the rhythm? The suppressed cries that broke through his throat made his heart restless. He longed to jump into the scene, singing and dancing recklessly with the people inside, swaying his body to release the daily stresses. It seemed that by jumping out and singing he could feel much more liberated. Before he could finish speaking, the scene in the lens switched once more, this time to a very solemn and dignified conference hall. A corner of a national flag could be seen, and in the image there was only one figure's back, exuding an aura of unassailable authority. A small voice echoed from the distant conference hall, singing was a middle-aged baritone. Because of your encouragement I can conquer the mountains. Because of your encouragement I can brave storms and waves. Because I have your shoulder to lean on I am so strong. Because of your encouragement I can transcend myself. The melodious song reached the hearts of everyone outside the frame, gentle, profound, and deeply touching. Gulu stared blankly at that segment on the screen, his thoughts floating with the melody. This time, he had no chance to say anything as the nearly 1 minute-long scene passed in the blink of an eye. In the next instant the scene shifts. Ying's muffled laughter drifts in from off-screen, as a renowned interstellar actress sits in a makeup chair singing softly, while her face is being prepared for broadcast. The melody is strikingly familiar. None other than the very song the young office worker had sung moments earlier. My dearest little fool, through your sapphire eyes deep as the ocean I glimpse a life unlike any before. Do you remember how we once separated life from reality? Listening to your stories, could anything be more beautiful? After secretly filming for a moment, Ying suddenly darts into frame, capturing the actress's exquisite features on camera, with a mischievous grin. You're in love. The actress flushes crimson and exclaims, oh, how embarrassing. Only then does Gulu realize this dressing room belongs to their own radio station. And the actress is a guest star invited yesterday by the neighboring production team. Has she truly risen to such prominence? The moment the actress appears on screen, ratings for the Inga Entertainment broadcast surge noticeably. Gulu murmurs, so those voices you mentioned, were they what you call music? Exactly. Ying lifts her pert nose triumphantly. Unprecedented across the cosmos. A musical revelation capable of shaking the foundations of the world. She enthusiastically proselytizes Gulu. If you'd witnessed my idol's live concert, or watched every video he's ever produced, you'd be utterly spellbound by his musical genius. Passionate, proud, dignified, tender, playful, enigmatic, sublime. 10 songs, each evoking an entirely distinct emotional resonance. It's nothing short of miraculous. As everyone knows, music is a sublime art demanding profound study, theory, cultural context, historical background, to grasp even its most superficial essence. Gulu marvels, a form of music that sweeps listeners into its emotional current instantly, using only lucid, unadorned notes, is utterly unheard of, unseen anywhere in history. Now I understand why you claimed you'd unearthed a treasure. It truly is extraordinary, like sorcery weaving through the human soul. If it were merely pleasing to the ear, I wouldn't have fallen so deeply under its spell. Understand this: beneath those simple notes lies an information density rivaling today's mainstream compositions. Ying pulls up the most widely filmed recording, the first song. Its roaring rock instrumentation and raw, rasping vocals sound a clarion call of defiance. Its spirit of swimming against the tide and refusing surrender stirs the soul. Gulu unconsciously begins to sway in his seat. Ying chuckles quietly and continues, on the surface this song tells of me, numbed and estranged by external control and constraint, yearning to reclaim autonomy and become truly oneself. The mood and lyrics align perfectly with the official Earth cultural star Weibo's pre-performance state. Mocked and attacked across the network. Many assumed the idol sang it as a defiant rebuttal, silencing critics through sheer artistic power. Yet upon closer examination of the lyrics, a second, deeper layer emerges: forgiveness. Ying explains, you too have known disappointment from others just as I have. Therefore rise up, just as I did. Forge your own path, heed no command, follow only the voice within your heart. The idol isn't merely mocking his detractors. He implores listeners not to let subjective judgments or rigid societal expectations narrow their vision. Life holds infinite possibilities, as wondrous and unexpected as Earth's music itself. Gulu replays the performance again and again, nodding more deeply each time. until finally exclaiming, "Yes, that's precisely it. I hear it now." Having grown accustomed to music as intricate and abstract as mathematical equations, cosmic audiences quickly grasped the profound meanings embedded within Earth's melodies. Golu reflects, "I never imagined such simplicity, mere notes, could convey emotions so complex and profound. And most crucially, it is beautiful. Beauty is everything. Only beauty invites curiosity, fosters natural receptivity, and opens hearts to the emotion within. Overly dense information and esoteric modern compositions erect an innate barrier, alienating ordinary people who instinctively recoil from what is proclaimed perfect art. Thus music grows ever more aloof, inaccessible, and rarefied. Earth's music represents a turning point, a bridge inviting passersby into the world of sound. Curious Golu asks, "This Earth you speak of, is it a nation?" Yes, and 1 year ago its name swept across every major interstellar platform. Golu frowns. Major platforms? Unquestionably their own Inga qualifies. But why was he unaware? It's the political sector. Naturally we pay it no mind. Inging shrugs. Had I known then I'd unquestionably have been his earliest fan. The more you speak the more intrigued I become, Golu replies. You know the Sun clan, don't you? At Inging's words Golu instinctively recoils, disgust flickering across his face edged with unmistakable dread. Why mention them? Inging chuckles dryly. Didn't you know there exists a nation whose martial strength allows them to confront the Sun clan heathen and effortlessly crush them? Golu's brow furrows. His expression shifts subtly. What? His mind races through the galaxy's most formidable civilizations, but none match the phonetic echo of Earth. He ventures. Then who are they? They've signed a covenant with the Interstellar Alliance pledging to serve as universal volunteers, defending every nation besieged by the Sun clan, safeguarding their sovereign soil. Inging extols fervently. That look says you doubt me. No, it is fact. And it occurred right beneath the watchful gaze of the Alliance's 5 permanent council members. Until 1 year ago Earth was still regarded as an uncivilized, unrecognized planet, discovered by our civilization a century prior and voluntarily undergoing evaluation. Strangely, its evaluators were none other than the 3-entire Etruscan Empire, the Sun clan's sovereigns. 1 year ago Earth's people, before the entire cosmos, demonstrated flawless, overwhelming superiority over the Sun clan, earning universal recognition as sentient beings. Thus bypassing tiers D and C entirely, Earth ascended directly to B-class status. An exceedingly rare feat in our civilization's billions of years of recorded history. Golu blinks in astonishment. I'm hearing this for the first time. After all, even news of this magnitude doesn't captivate every citizen. The public prefers scrolling Star Weibo, following beloved celebrities, tracking their daily lives and latest updates, over monitoring distant geopolitical developments. Few pause to consider the founding of some far-flung nation, so remote from daily life. That's precisely why I'm astounded, just how extraordinary the species called humanity born on Earth truly is. Inging bursts forth electrified, possessing military might equal to the galaxy's greatest scourge, the Etruscan Empire, yet also exhibiting intellect of such rare refinement and excellence. Martial and scholarly mastery combined. Unimaginable. Before the screen Healy flushes faintly, not sure whether from pride or embarrassment, and turns to you, Yunran, beside him. Brother, I finally understand why you chose this method to announce Earth's arrival to the cosmos. Just like this host, utterly unaware that the galaxy's greatest menace has met its match, yet instantly captivated when Yunran sings a few songs and ignites global headlines. Had Yunran adhered to traditional diplomatic protocol, establishing an embassy on a foreign world wielding political influence, he might wait centuries, perhaps millennia, before the name Earth became common knowledge across the stars. Meanwhile, the widespread derision labeling Earth's humans as rustic bumpkins from the backwater provinces would persist indefinitely. Yunran remained serene. Before departing Earth he'd foreseen this exact scenario, his calm reflecting not excitement but quiet relief at a plan unfolding flawlessly. Watching the host, now self-proclaimed fan, lament the concert's conclusion reduced to blurry fragments for collective nostalgia, Yunran says, "The moment has arrived. Release the prepared footage." Healy grins broadly and nods emphatically, pressing the upload key. Done. At the very instant Inging launches her galactic campaign for Earth's culture, while netizens frantically scour online archives for clearer, longer recordings, and while Inging herself mid-broadcast suddenly gapes wide-eyed at the screen, erupting in unrestrained cheers, nearly triggering a transmission crisis. All witness simultaneously the official Star Weibo account of Earth's Cultural Promotion Bureau, uploading its newest release, a 45-minute, officially sanctioned concert recording, later revered as the golden canon of music. Chaos erupts across the cosmos. 13 million. Within 10 days Earth's official Star Weibo followers skyrocket from 1 million to 13 million. Healy's cheeks flush with exhilaration as he confirms with you Yunran. With numbers like these, even dissenters back home must fall silent. If only it were that simple. Yunran smiles wryly, a scion destined to inherit vast fortunes abandoning his birthright to pursue music. Even if his compositions captivate millions, even if his star Weibo swells with fans, his family will still deem him frivolous a disappointment. Healy's grin freezes. He pauses, then sheepishly scratches his head. Fair point. Yet, if Yunran is correct and popularity and influence prove ultimately futile, what recourse? Healy voices his uncertainty. Just then his wristcom chimes. Yunran signals patience, answers the call. He rises and steps into the inner chamber to take the call. Though brief, the call is merely the first of many, each arriving in relentless succession as the program airs seemingly without end. Healy waits nearly half an hour before Yunran emerges from the rest chamber behind the office. Leaning forward, Healy asks curiously, "Brother, who was it?" "Local luminaries I've recently met." Healy lights up. "The entertainment magnates of Lowfield, are they?" Yunran nods, smiling gently. "They heard of the Star Weibo phenomenon and called to offer congratulations. A few hinted at collaboration. I'll explore those avenues carefully." With that, Yunran snatches his suit jacket from beside the desk, slips it on, and strides out. Decisive and swift. Healy blurts, "But what about the embassy work?" "No one's scheduled to visit anyway." Yunran replies over his shoulder, grinning. "You hold down the fort." As the door clicks shut behind him, Healy sighs, rubbing his temples. Yunran's workaholic streak, it seems, is incurable. Always bringing gifts. No need to be so formal. The man jokes warmly, accepting Yunran's offering in his sleek high-end office. He lifts the bag, inhaling deeply. The tea inside roasted to aromatic perfection. And joy brightens his eyes as he fetches his teaware and brews a pot, inviting Yunran to sit and savor it. Merely a token gesture. Nothing grand. I should be apologizing for the modesty of the gift. Yunran accepts the cup with a smile, bowing slightly to inhale the fragrance. The earth-grown tea releases a delicate, subtly sweet aroma. Yunran closes his eyes in quiet delight. Sincerity is priceless. Discussing value cheapens it. Money is universally welcome, but those who thrive in this sphere lack neither wealth nor gifts. What moves people is novelty, authenticity, and ease. These are the true keys to resonance. Yunran's uncanny ability to select gifts that strike precisely at the heart of his host's affections makes him an unforgettable guest. To be frank, I never expected Diplomat Yu to possess such musical mastery. It's profoundly surprising. The man has spent decades in the industry. His musical acumen may not rival scholars, yet far surpasses that of the average listener. The moment he heard Earth's music, he knew it would ignite the galaxy. The netizens' unrestrained passion and fervent devotion confirmed his intuition beyond doubt. A pragmatic man who follows profit, and an entertainment insider perpetually attuned to emerging trends. Collaborating with Earth was inevitably his first strategic consideration. Yunran's intent clearly aligned with his own. Yet, after prolonged, amiable conversation, the man never steered the discussion toward business. Even when Yunran humbly proposed auditioning openly, as any newcomer would, for the man's upcoming project, no definitive answer followed. His stance grew ambiguously reserved. Yunran senses the shift, sets down his teacup slowly, and traces its rim twice with his fingertip. Then calmly deduces, "Director Huang. Has your film already secured its musical collaborator?" The man's secret exposed, he offers a faint, awkward smile. He hadn't intended to keep Yunran waiting. Yet their rapport ran so deep, certain truths felt impossible to voice. He hadn't meant to leave Yunran suspended in uncertainty. Yet their friendship ran so deep, delivering harsh truths felt nearly impossible. Not formally settled, he admits, but several long-standing partners, and the Music Association, have held preliminary discussions. Then might we be granted the chance? Yunran bows his head, slightly smiling. I trust Director Huang has viewed our official Star Weibo uploads. The synchronization between music and imagery is flawless. Never compromising your vision, but rather enriching your narrative with vivid, living color. Of course he had watched them, precisely because he sat here now, sharing tea, conversing warmly, torn between admiration and the difficulty of uttering refusal. Those melodies. They were simply too exquisite. Tear-jerking, rousing, whimsical. Earth's music accomplishes effortlessly what cosmic compositions struggle to achieve. To weave such emotionally resonant soundscapes into his film would undoubtedly elevate it. His films are enriched with countless highlights. The man's eyes flickered, hoping Yunran would understand why, even as he rejected her, he still clung to her, desperately clinging to the fragile hope of a future collaboration. He spoke tactfully. Though your music has garnered tremendous acclaim online, the Music Association has consistently regarded it with cold indifference. A rigid, archaic musical world. unchanged for millennia, would never welcome a radical like you Yunran. This was not merely a matter of recognition, or even of skill. Put plainly, Earth's music threatened the very foundations of the entire interstellar music industry. On one side stood exhilaratingly simple melodies, on the other intricate labyrinthine hypnotic incantations. The collision between them could only yield one inevitable outcome. It heralded a generational shift, a direct challenge to authority, or perhaps a long-overdue revolution. Xinghua erupted in mass celebration. After such prolonged public uproar, the Music Association had uttered not a single word, not even a syllable, its silence itself a thunderous declaration of fury. Director Huang and others within the industry had cautiously probed the association's stance. At that moment, the association's acerbic, unyielding demeanor left no room for misinterpretation. Director Huang lacked the courage to defy the Music Association at this critical juncture, and risk jeopardizing his career, just to collaborate with you Yunran. He could not possibly exclude all association-composed music from every future film, nor could he be certain Yu Yunran would not soon be crushed by the association vanishing as swiftly as he had risen. Everyone wished to incorporate Earth's music into their works. Yet none dared provoke the Music Association. Unless Yu Yunran earned its formal endorsement, no one could feel safe. Otherwise, no one would dare grant Yu Yunran access to the grand stage. The man looked at Yu Yunran with quiet remorse, a look that brought him unexpected solace. At least Earth's music was truly exceptional. Otherwise, the man would never have offered so many unnecessary explanations nor extended such deference. Yu Yunran smiled lightly and said, "Thank you for your warning. I understand." His continued courtesy eased the man's tension. "Have you considered releasing a standalone music album?" the man suggested. "Even without attaching your compositions to other works, your music stands firmly on its own merit. Earth's songs possess the power to stand alone, to carve out their own domain. In such a case, even the Music Association would find no foothold to interfere or dictate terms. I know several reputable labels. If needed, I'd be glad to." Yu Yunran smiled. Gentle in tone yet resolute beyond compromise, releasing an album is certainly possible. But would that not amount to surrendering before battle? Would it not demean the music crafted by humanity? Must humanity submit to oppression, marginalization, and isolation, forever denied formal recognition, simply because the Music Association wields immense authority and prestige? Yu Yunran would never allow such injustice to prevail. As a diplomat, he possessed unwavering political integrity, exceptional psychological fortitude, and an impeccably clean family background. But above all, an unshakable love for his homeland. Patriotism remained the core requirement of any diplomat. All other qualities, extensive knowledge, eloquent speech, extraordinary judgment, were but instruments to safeguard national interests, uphold national dignity, and project a dignified global image. To threaten national interests stirred Yu Yunran's wrath far more deeply than any personal affront. The man paused, then blinked in astonishment, his gaze shifting to Yu Yunran with dawning incredulity. Though their acquaintance was brief, Yu Yunran had always struck him as modest, courteous, and profoundly gentlemanly. He believed he understood Yu Yunran's temperament, yet now witnessed unexpectedly a fiercely assertive, razor-sharp facet of his character. For a fleeting moment he recalled Yu Yunran's performance in the viral video, equally audacious, defiant, and arrogantly rebellious against all convention. A faint, helpless sigh rose in his eyes. He suddenly grasped. This man would not be persuaded. His gaze darted about until he found his pretext. Raising his teacup with a smile, "Given the gift you brought, I accept your bribe." Yu Yunran chuckled softly, lifted his own cup, and gently clinked it against the others. "Thank you." Leaving Director Huang's office, Yu Yunran headed straight back to the embassy, without detour. Healy blinked in surprise upon seeing Yu Yunran return so early, checking his watch repeatedly to confirm he hadn't misread the time. "Brother, so soon?" By past habit, Yu Yunran would have seized this opportunity to methodically visit every contact from the earlier phone call, relentlessly pursuing leads until exhaustion set in. Yu Yunran nodded, his expression subdued. Healy sensed something amiss, gently took his coat and hung it on the nearby rack, then asked carefully, "How did it go? Did you secure any promising collaborations?" Yu Yunran shook his head. "None." That Yu Yunran, renowned for decisive action, had returned empty-handed, stunned Healy sat across from him on the sofa, leaning forward intently. "What happened?" Before Yu Yunran could reply, the office intercom chimed. He paused mid-sentence. Healy, ever perceptive, rose immediately and opened the door, revealing the waiting group. At their forefront stood Chi Moyu. Meeting Yu Yunran's puzzled gaze, she said, "Apologies. We arrived unannounced. I represent the planet Lofiel and all conglomerates under the Chi-Wen family, to discuss potential musical collaborations with you." Yu Yunran's eyes widened slightly. He thought for a moment he must be hallucinating, given Earth's music is now sweeping the galaxy. Might I, as your cohabitant, request a chance to Chi Moyu watched Yunran's eyes instantly ignite with brilliant light, and a subtle tender smile softened her own gaze. You will find my terms thoroughly satisfying. If anyone within the industry could oppose the Music Association with utter impunity, it was undoubtedly, as Lord of Lowfield and sole steward of most interstellar artistic resources, Chi Moyu was unquestionably the association's most frequent and wealthiest client. While the association might rebuff renowned directors or issue veiled threats, it would never dare voice dissent toward its own patron, the very source of its prosperity. With Chi Moyu's support, Yunran now stood upon a broad sunlit path toward a luminous future, freed forever from fear of sabotage by the Music Association. Film scores, television soundtracks, radio dramas, game audio, theme music for broadcast studio albums. Any avenue capable of elevating Earth's music to global prominence lay open to him unconditionally. Yet this should have been cause for unbridled joy. Yet a strange hollowness lingered within him. He disliked the sensation of having been struck, and failing to strike back in kind. Though displeased, he refused to indulge in self-pity. He accepted Chi Moyu's offer wholeheartedly, and conversed warmly with her staff, who professed themselves ardent admirers. Negotiations progressed smoothly. Within hours, nearly all major and minor terms were settled. Only Chi Moyu's final approval remained before signing. Chi Moyu sat apart throughout, allowing her team to negotiate freely, her aloof, impassive demeanor radiating such quiet authority that even seasoned professionals instinctively deferred to her silence. Every 2 sentences her subordinates glanced toward her for tacit consent, proceeding only when assured of her approval. And if disapproval arose, the result unfolded precisely as now. Since Mr. Yu is satisfied, the contract stands as drafted. No objections. Chi Moyu lowered her gaze, skimmed the agreement, and tapped once on the screen with her index finger. But one condition must be added. Yunran and her entourage leaned in attentively. Chi Moyu studied Yunran's soul, tense, simmering with quiet dissatisfaction, and voiced the precise grievance she divined: the contract becomes effective only once you earn the Music Association's official recognition, proving to the galaxy that Earth's music rivals even surpasses contemporary interstellar compositions. He Li and the others paled, while Yunran's eyes blazed with sudden fierce excitement. This was precisely what he intended to do. Chi Moyu's demand struck perfectly at his deepest ambition. Yet her subordinates exchanged despairing glances, their faces draining of color. They feared Chi Moyu harbored ill will toward Yunran, perhaps intending from the outset to sabotage negotiations with this merciless ultimatum. Yunran, however, laughed, a radiant, utterly genuine smile far more vivid than his usual Of course, to sign such a generous contract under current circumstances would be profoundly disrespectful to your generosity. To defeat the Music Association openly and honorably, to etch Earth's music indelibly upon the pantheon of musical excellence, to compel universal acknowledgement that Earth's melodies rival the galaxy's greatest symphonies, to sign an equal sovereign contract with Chi Moyu's firm, not one born of charity. That was the triumph he envisioned. To outsiders this appeared a stern test imposed by the famously exacting Chi Moyu. To Yunran it was the ultimate proving ground, the finest stage to cleanse Earth's music of its excellent. Watching Yunran's spirit blaze anew, Chi Moyu's lips pressed into a faint, almost imperceptible line, as she addressed him with cool aristocratic assurance: 2 weeks hence Lowfield will host a grand concert. The galaxy's most celebrated musicians will perform and select 3 laureates. I shall arrange your participation. You may rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Yunran's eyes gleamed with vibrant intensity as he declared confidently, please hold this contract. I will sign it with my name 2 weeks from today. Chi Moyu's gaze, deep blue as a winter dawn, held Yunran's unwaveringly. That stare which could make others shrink away ignited within him an unquenchable fire. Chi Moyu nearly faltered beneath his fervent gaze. Her throat subtly tightened, and she lowered her head to open the contract. Amidst Yunran's radiant joy, Chi Moyu swiftly signed her name, then met his eyes again. Yunran's voice rang with exhilarated conviction. Agreed. Only after escorting Chi Moyu's delegation away did Healy learn of their earlier predicament. No one would collaborate with us, Healy exclaimed in disbelief. Yet we're more popular. Yunran, and Healy succinctly replied, have you forgotten how the music world treated us just recently? Healy recalled the wave of public condemnation, the collective outrage, and shuddered involuntarily. Impossible to forget. That spectacle had left Healy both furious and terrified, nearly scarring him psychologically. But surely now while they've made no public denunciation, Yunran said, neither have they issued formal recognition. They're likely seething inwardly, desperate for an outlet. Lacking an outlet didn't mean they wouldn't seek. Given the right catalyst, they would certainly target Yunran. And such catalysts, were they truly hard, especially now, when Earth's music-dominated galactic discourse, its popularity surging uncontrollably. Ignoring it outright had become impossible. Fearless hosts and sensationalist journalists, eager for drama, consistently invoked Earth's music whenever interviewing association members. Obnoxious, tedious, unbearable. The words, and the contemptuous glare, were captured flawlessly on camera spreading across the network. A renowned musician live before millions expressed visceral disgust and outrage toward these vulgar compositions, using the most scathing language imaginable. To label such drivel music shames our art. Music is not a playground for amateurs. It is a noble, solemn discipline demanding reverence and rigorous study. To bestow the sacred title of music upon chaotic, cacophonous noise. What precedent does that? The man stood breathless before the lens, face flushed, shouting in evident desperation, clearly pushed to his breaking point. Our association categorically rejects such aberrant distortions. Now and forever. He raised a finger pointing directly at the screen, as if issuing a challenge to you, Yunran himself. Leave the music world immediately. This is no arena for your reckless antics. Thus an interview featuring a revered maestro, reduced to such uncharacteristic fury by a newcomer, shot instantly to trending status. It marked the first time in over a century that this musician had graced the trending charts, and signaled the opening salvo in the war between the Music Association and Yunran. The explosion reverberated through the silent ranks of musicians, each responding as warriors hearing the call to arms, unleashing long-suppressed critiques. I acknowledge these sounds possess novelty, but not everything heard by the ear qualifies as music. Raindrops modulated at specific frequencies produce similar effects. We composers pursue art far deeper than such superficial stimulation. Thus hearing you hail it as true music saddens me deeply. I fail to comprehend its appeal. Once you grasp authentic music, you'll cease your frenzied adoration of such artifacts. I cannot tolerate such noise invading my ears. How can you endure it? Disparaging remarks poured forth unfiltered, from globally revered composers, posted openly on Xinguang where Earth music devotees reigned. Naturally the netizens could not let it go easily and flooded the comments with their attacks. Only capable of creating hypnotic tunes that no one understands, yet you have the audacity to mock Earth music. Who is he? He claims to be a musician, but I've never heard of his music. Just because you play something incomprehensible, do you think that makes you noble? And you disdain Earth music as simple and vulgar? Do you think everyone's ears are deaf and cannot discern quality? My child loves the nursery rhymes published by Earth Culture, often singing them to me at home, and performing them for classmates at school much livelier than before. Why must music be an art that only adults can learn, rather than something that children can enjoy together? I don't understand. Self-appreciating music is merely self-entertainment. From the beginning, Ying, who claimed to be a die-hard fan of Earth music, boldly stated on camera during the program, "You are just jealous. Jealous of my idol being like jealous that Earth music is valued more than yours, jealous of everything. Your ugly faces truly evoke shame." The war between the Music Association and Yunran had officially ignited, creating an irrevocable rift. After half a day of silence, Yunran released the war between the Music Association and Yunran had officially ignited, creating an irrevocable rift. After half a day of silence, Yunran released a statement from Earth clarifying their stance. The quality of Earth music is evident to all, and it should not be belittled, mocked, or questioned for its relevance. In 2 weeks during the Lofeel Star Music Festival, we will let our strength speak for itself. As soon as the statement was released, all netizens entered a state of jubilation. More music to listen. After Yunran's statement, the support from the entire internet made Healy smile foolishly for a long time. It felt as if humanity was being cherished and protected by the people of the entire universe, which was moving. It wasn't until the voices from Earth holding them accountable reached Yunran that Healy realized he should be worried. Yunran was essentially standing under the banner of Earth, boldly competing against the authoritative forces of the entire universe. He sat on the couch watching as Yunran was pressured and interrogated by Earth through video communication. Seeing Yunran with furrowed brows and bowed head silent and unresponsive made Healy not dare to utter a After an hour-long, almost threatening reminder ended, Healy wiped the sweat from his forehead, and instinctively lowering his voice and hoarsely asked, "Brother, what did they say?" Yunran put away the communication terminal and smiled lightly at Healy. "It's nothing, just said I'm too ostentatious in my actions and want to give me a little warning." And then insisted that this music festival cannot fail, must not embarrass Earth in front of the world, and that my troubles are mine to solve or else there will be consequences. Is it that simple? Healy said incredulously, "No way. Brother, don't lie to me. It's that simple, otherwise what do you expect?" Yunran revealed a comforting smile, and said to Healy, "Things have already happened, and our homeland will certainly not allow me to back down at this critical moment. Apologizing and surrendering is not an option. We must face it head-on and fight. Faced with challenges, humanity has never been cowardly. Moreover, despite the insults, the Yu family still bore all the troubles for Yunran, after the incident, accepting the doubts and pressures from other families on Earth. They did not impose the real pressure from Earth directly on Yunran's shoulders. Otherwise, how could something so significant that represented Earth's honor be resolved with just a phone call? Yunran leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ink-wash-style chandelier above, and said, "In a couple of days I need to return to Earth." Healy immediately became anxious. "Don't worry, it's not to accept punishment, nor will I stop diplomatic efforts with Lofelstar, it's just to handle a few matters." Yunran said, "The scale of this event is too large, I can't manage it all by myself." Healy couldn't help but say, "But I feel like once you go back the people on Earth will tie you up and throw you into the political center of the universe." Yunran laughed heartily. "How is that possible? Am I the kind of person who lets others dictate my actions? But actually, brother, you've been here for almost half a month, and haven't you still not produced any results that could sway them?" Healy pouted in grievance. "What if the higher-ups find some excuse to detain you?" "What results?" Yunran thought for a moment, opened a webpage, and handed it to Healy. Healy looked down, and found it was related information about the 10 songs uploaded on the official Star blog after Yunran's concert. It included the release dates of the songs, the identities of the original performers, as well as the music background and band information. "What's this about?" Healy was puzzled. "Look at the comments below." Healy then looked down. "What? The original performers have already? It's only been a few hundred years, how could this be? I heard that Earthlings have a short lifespan, the average for the old species is 70 to 80 years, and the new species barely reaches 300. Oh my, it's heartbreaking, such a remarkable species, why did we discover them so late? But haven't Earthlings already passed the assessments and entered the cosmic era? There will surely be more music emerging in the future, just thinking about it makes me excited. They are like an untapped treasure." Seeing this, Healy almost understood. Connecting it with what he had just seen online, where netizens voluntarily spoke up for Earth music, defending its reputation and battling with the Music Association, Healy looked up at Yunran excitedly, and said, "Brother, I get it." Yunran smiled and said, "It's good that you understand. Publishing music is merely a means for Yunran to bring Earth into everyone's sight. Even if it's not music, Yunran could use other means as a door knocker, to ultimately focus everyone's attention on humans. Getting all aliens to like humanity, to venerate humanity, to instinctively protect humanity and cherish humanity is Yunran's diplomatic goal. Yunran only needs to gather these comments and present them to the Earth officials, believing they will soften the overly serious expressions on their faces. After all, the goals of Earth and Yunran are fundamentally the same. It's just that the methods used between the two parties have diverged. They are comrades fighting side by side, and will never be enemies who harm each other. "So when will you go?" Healy asked eagerly. "Maybe a week later," Yunran thought for a moment and said. "Before that I still have some matters to attend to." Healy actively asked, "What matters? Is there anything I can help with?" "You help me take care of..." Healy pouted after hearing this, somewhat unwilling. Come on. These things can be done by the security robots." Yunran grinned. "I'm going to visit those musicians who'd love to strangle us right now, are you going too?" Healy was stunned for a moment, then his expression became somewhat awkward as he scratched his head and said to Yunran, "Well, brother, you really like to take the hardest path no matter what you do, huh?" "So," Yunran said with a smile, "are you coming or not?" "I'm coming." Healy nodded vigorously and said loudly, "If they dare to speak rudely to you, I'll beat them up." Healy rolled up his sleeves and raised his strong arms, striking a muscular pose, smiling at Yunran. Yunran found it amusing, lowered his head to tidy up his things, preparing the gifts he needed to present later, and smiled warmly at Healy. "Then I'll rely on you to protect me then." Though saying this, both Yunran and Healy knew that nothing significant was likely to happen. In the past on Earth, as the spokesperson for the Yu family's diplomatic department, Yunran had experienced all sorts of occasions and dealt with various disputes. He was the mouthpiece representing the country in communication and mediation with the outside world, excelling. When facing slanders and provocations from other families, Yunran always stood firm on the diplomatic stage, calmly and intelligently responding to every false statement aimed at the Yu family. There was no need to be aggressive or filled with hostility. Maintaining an elegant and humble attitude, he faced challenges from all sides with dignity. In front of all Earthlings under the camera's watch, he would sharply confront other families with clear logic and factual evidence, using the most elegant demeanor to deliver words that pierced the hearts of his adversaries, leaving them humiliated and furious, almost rushing on stage to confront Yunran, yet they remained helpless later, having to speak to him respectfully. Otherwise, showing a dark face towards Yunran would only provide him with more material to mock them, leading to even greater embarrassment later. Fortunately, those whom Yunran was going to meet this time were all individuals who maintained a noble and elegant demeanor. Upon seeing Yunran, their attitude exceeded Healy's expectations in politeness and calmness. There was not the slightest hint of the undercurrents of tension and hostility hidden beneath the surface. They narrowly avoided the embarrassing situation where they would be left speechless by Yunran's silver tongue. To explain in the words of the musicians, music is pure and beautiful, and should not be influenced by external disputes. However, in reality they were the first to jump in agitation due to their vested interests. This group of musicians. Healy listened quietly, observing with an open heart, continuously mocking them in his mind. What a bunch of hypocritical charlatans. As Yunran engaged in verbal sparring with the musicians, Healy watched and learned a lot. Having received prior guidance from Yunran, Healy had no intention of interrupting when sensitive topics were mentioned during the conversation. Instead, he saw through many past situations he had previously been unable to understand. Are you saying that you want to give half of the judging power for the concert to our association? The other half would be decided by netizen votes. They never expected that Yunran would be foolish enough to think this way. Their first reaction was there must be ulterior motives, and the second was heaven is helping me. With half the judging power, wouldn't they want to give Earth music a 0 score, meaning Yunran could only accept a 0 score and would inevitably fail to make it into the top 3. Yunran smiled and said, "Yes, I will persuade Lord Qi to change the existing judging system for the concert." The musicians had long heard rumors about Yunran's close connections with Qi Mou, and were not surprised by this statement. After careful thought and unable to resist the tempting conditions, they immediately nodded in agreement. As a result, the musicians who received such a great benefit from Yunran unconsciously became 3 points friendlier towards him. Although there was naturally a hint of pity in their eyes, as they looked at him, their tone and actions were much more amicable than before. Thus Yunran took Healy to visit many musicians, and by the time they returned to the castle it was already dark. Qi Mou for some reason was not busy working in her room as usual, but was sitting on the couch in the living room with Qi Fei Shui watching the animation on the screen, as if waiting for someone to return. Yunran greeted them with a smile. Qi Mou looked directly into Yunran's eyes, slowly spoke with an undeniable tone that demanded an answer. Why do you want to give half of the judging power to the Music Association? Unlike before, when the concert affairs were fully entrusted to the Music Association, this year's concert management underwent changes due to Qi Mou's appointment shifting from the judging panel scoring selection to being voted on by netizens for the top 3. This was not a temporary adjustment made due to Yunran's involvement. It had been determined long before Yunran took office as the ambassador of Lofiel Star. In this interstellar world, everyone knew the methods of the Qi Wen family, which emphasized fairness and justice. Judges emerging from the Music Association selecting musicians across the universe would certainly show bias towards their peers from the same association. It was proven that after every music festival, the top 3 were basically monopolized by individuals from the music. Thus, after Qi Mou arrived, she made no concessions to the Music Association, directly altering the selection method to ensure that outstanding musicians would not be overshadowed by various interests and hidden rules. For example, this time Earth music, which was evidently beloved by the masses, would not be maliciously scored low because the judges all came from the Music Association. Instead, due to the voting selection, it would stand out among the various tedious and dull modern music, achieving the most. This was clearly beneficial for Yunran, yet for some reason during the day, he actively proposed to give half of the judging power to the Music Association and tried to persuade Qi Mou to agree. Qi Mou had reservations about this and asked Yunran to discuss it next time. Yunran thought Qi Mou's words meant a rejection and planned to find a suitable opportunity to persuade her later. He did not expect Qi Mou to wait in the hall for his return, immediately asking this question, as if she was very concerned about Yunran's matters. Caught off guard by Qi Mou's direct question, Yunran paused for a moment before coming back to his senses and smiled. You said you want to obtain the most accurate ranking, therefore entrusting the entire judging process to the audience. Qi Mou nodded slowly, her expression calm and serious. To be appreciated is the essence of music's existence. Thus, the evaluation of music should not be based on the level of difficulty or the dazzling techniques involved. Rather, it should be determined by whether the music can be accepted by people and whether it can move hearts. But aside from being easily understood and moving hearts, shouldn't artistic quality also be included in the evaluation? Yunran smiled and said, "This is akin to how the box office of commercial films featuring popcorn fare will naturally be more popular than art films. As however, if we solely calculate existential value based on topic level and box office numbers, it would be unfair to art films." Qi Mou frowned slightly, appearing to contemplate, and seemed to be absorbing the information, as she slightly lifted her chin and said, "Continue." Although the Music Association was previously involved in malpractice and manipulated scoring, that was in the past. Now that you are in charge, and with the involvement of all netizens, no matter how the Music Association acts, they will not overlook the facts or be excessively biased. That would be an act of publicly lowering their standards and tarnishing their own reputation, and they wouldn't be that foolish. Seeing Qi Mou listening intently, Yunran continued, "It is crucial to appeal to both the refined and the popular. You mentioned that the Music Association excessively emphasizes the artistic quality and high level of music, neglecting the preferences of the general public. Therefore, if you only consider the public's perspective while denying the professionalism of the music industry, isn't that somewhat extreme? Chiemo looked at Yunran, who stood tall, and spoke his views without deference, remaining silent and expressionless. Healy stood beside Yunran, bathing in the lingering gaze of Chiemo, clearly feeling an indescribable pressure. It was as if he were naked in a freezing world, drenched in cold sweat. He almost impulsively pressed Yunran's head and apologized to the furious Chiemo together. However, in reality Chiemo was in an exceptionally good mood. He knew that Yunran was honest and upright, harboring no impurities. Just like now, Yunran was clearly in a very advantageous position. As long as he remained silent and continued along the current path, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results in the upcoming music competition due to his popularity. Yet Yunran insisted on stepping forward to point out the errors and injustices he saw, urging Chiemo not to dismiss the professionalism of the Music Association merely for the sake of the public, insisting that Chiemo fairly hand over the judging rights to his greatest rival at this moment. Such an open-minded demeanor and noble character, how could Chiemo not like it? He was simply captivated by the pure brilliance radiating from Yunran's soul. After a long and awkward silence that brought immense pressure, Chiemo said, "You are right. I will transfer half of the judging rights to the Music Association." Healy dramatically exhaled, his legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed while clutching Yunran's arm. Yunran smiled in relief. "I knew you would make this decision." After all, this was the cosmic balance, the Chi-Wen family known for their absolute fairness and justice. Once he understood right from wrong, it was impossible for him to stubbornly cling to his views. Yunran had specifically chosen the planet Lofil as his starting point among several renowned entertainment planets in the universe, because the lord here was Chiemo. Wherever the Chi-Wen family appeared, injustice and darkness would vanish, allowing Yunran to fully unleash his abilities without worrying about external pressures and hidden rules. With one matter resolved, there was still another. As a diplomat from Earth, an ambassador stationed on Lofil, Yunran had to submit paperwork informing Chiemo of his temporary departure from Lofil. So he casually mentioned, "By the way, Lord Chi, I will have to leave Lofil for a while and return to Earth." Chiemo for some reason reacted strongly to this statement, directly interrupting him. The sudden rise in volume caught Yunran off guard. Chiemo did not want him to leave. Recalling the day the Earth Embassy was established, when Healy had said, "It's a pity, I won't be able to stay long," Yunran worried Chiemo misunderstood his professionalism. He quickly added, "I'm not leaving permanently. I must return to Earth to report to my superiors about this incident." So Yunran glanced at the little girl, sitting beside him, noticing her cuddled up next to him, radiating a sense of security. He refrained from stating, "I know you are worried about Miss Feishue. I won't be gone long," and instead opted for a more reliable phrasing, "Rest assured, just as stated in the contract, I will definitely return before the concert begins." Chiemo. For the first time in his life, Chiemo, who usually kept his distance from others, felt the desire to draw closer to someone. The impulsive words of retention instead led to such analysis, causing a wave of annoyance to rise within. Yunran quickly noticed Chiemo's unusual emotions, and swiftly shifted the topic to something more gentle. He laughed and said, "Miss Feishue seems to really enjoy our Earth's educational animations. She has been staring at them without blinking since just now." Upon hearing this, Chiemo turned his gaze to Chi Feishue, and indeed his expression softened noticeably. Simple and easy to understand, educational and entertaining, very good. Yunran loved hearing others speak well of Earth, so he beamed with a sincere smile. "I have many more animations like that. I'll send them to Miss Feishue's terminal later. Just call her Feishue." Chiemo averted his gaze from Yunran, looking into the void, repeating, "Just call her Feishue." Yunran blinked and smiled. "All right, you can call me that as well." Chiemo hesitated for a moment before responding almost instantly, "Yunran." Yunran. Yunran for some reason sensed a hint of embarrassment in those two words, awkwardly chuckled. Healy, who had been standing by as an invisible figure, without a trace of presence. What are these two doing? How did it go from a professional battlefield to a situational comedy in the blink of an eye? His cold sweat had not yet dried. No wonder everyone says the thoughts of those in power are inscrutable. He finally witnessed it firsthand. Chiemo indeed seemed a bit happy. His previously serious demeanor had lightened significantly. He attempted to engage Yunran in conversation, yet no matter how he tried, the topic inevitably turned to work. Watching him struggle with worries while trying to think, Yunran inexplicably found him somewhat adorable. Earth is quite nice, the music is beautiful and full of potential. Since birth, Chiemo had always been in a position where he was catered to, issuing orders and expecting obedience. Such a private setting of equal interaction was likely rare for him. Thus he struggled to find suitable topics for casual conversation. Upon hearing Chiemo engage in such awkward small talk, Yunran finally couldn't help but laugh. This laughter was not a social smile but a genuine heartfelt laugh so unexpectedly amusing that it even seemed a bit rude. Interrupting the laughter, Chiemo, you looked at Yunran, stopping the topic and falling silent. No, it's not that I'm laughing at you. Chiemo, you thought he had misspoken and did not continue. Yunran laughed heartily. I just suddenly remembered something funny. What thing? I have a friend who is a scientist. Yunran smiled at Chiemo, you saying he spends all day in the lab doing research, rarely speaking with people from the outside. Once, for some unknown reason, he heard it was my birthday, and suddenly rushed to my birthday party, storming over and thrusting a large stack of documents into my hands. Chiemo, you listened intently, his expression showing great focus. I was startled by him not knowing what was wrong. Before I could say anything, he shot me a glare and left. I thought I must have upset him somehow. I stood there dazed for a while, and the people around me came to comfort me, saying, he was always like that and not to take it personally. Yunran chuckled at the memory. Then, when I looked at the things he gave me, I was shocked once more. It was such a... I held my thumb and index finger about 10 centimeters apart, saying it was all my friend's research achievements over the past 2 years. Unsigned and unpublished, if he submitted it for publication or registered ownership, he could instantly become globally famous and a millionaire. Healy, who had heard this, couldn't help but interject, what does he want to do? Is he obsessed with research, finally gone mad? Yunran, seeing Chiemo expression which mirrored that of the scientist. Indifferent and unperturbed, as if lost in his own world, never caring about external matters. Smiled and said, I couldn't even finish my birthday party, hurriedly packed the materials into a folder carefully, and took them back to my friend to ask what had happened. Who knew that guy actually told me it was a birthday gift for me because he had no idea what to choose. So he simply gave me the experimental data he had produced, as that was the most precious thing to him. Chiemo, you listened to this, nodding in agreement. His calm demeanor showed no significant reaction, as if he were completely uninterested in the story. Yunran was excitedly sharing his attitude, very much out of sync. Healy appeared somewhat envious, murmuring, how nice. Yunran didn't mind at all, cheerfully continuing, I always thought he was ignoring me, not talking to me, always wearing a serious face, handling things formally, as if he didn't like me. Only after did I realize he was just too clumsy to express himself. Upon hearing this, Chiemo, you suddenly understood something, quickly glancing at Yunran's cheerful expression, as if startled, and then swiftly turned his head away, his gaze fixed on the void, not facing Yunran's smiling eyes directly. After a while, he managed to stammer out a word. Oh. Yunran, seeing Chiemo like this, couldn't help but throw back his head and laugh aloud. The sound reached Chiemo's ears, and this man who had always been frosty and proud found his ears inexplicably turning red. At this moment, Yunran finally confirmed that Chiemo was indeed a bit adorable. Meanwhile, Healy, observing Yunran laughing heartily, and Chiemo's flushed face, was left dumbfounded, completely captivated. Could his brother be flirting with Chiemo? Oh my god! A shy, expressionless iceberg has its own charm. 12 days later, on the 5th day of Yunran's arrival on Earth, it was the second-to-last day before the Lofiel Star Music Festival was about to begin. Inside the space station, Yunran stood outside the lounge, surrounded once again by a group of friends who had come to send him off before he departed Earth. However, unlike last time, this time, the person accompanying Yunran was not Healy but a tall and her name is Jia, a renowned singer. Affiliated with the national team, she often toured with the military to perform for the troops, singing at various significant social events for leaders, possessing extensive live performance experience, making her undoubtedly a national treasure. The master who taught Yunran to sing was the coach of the national team, who had long since retired and had not performed on stage for years. He highly recommended Jia to Yunran, saying, she will definitely not disappoint you. Yunran had listened to Jia's live performances several times in various settings, and he was well aware of her capabilities. Thus, after carefully selecting and reviewing for 3 days, Yunran ultimately submitted an application to his superiors requesting Jia to be transferred under his command to work for him. Be careful when you go out. If anything happens, just come back. Even if you run into trouble, we will always be here to support you, his friends said to Yunran. Yunran deliberately joked, you're not going to stop me this time. Ha ha. A group laughed and said, we know you can shine wherever you go, so why stop you? Other diplomats would take a month after leaving Earth to finally get their work at the embassy established abroad on track. During this time, however, Yunran had already stirred up a whirlwind across the entire universe, causing those on Earth watched the developments online every day, able to access information about Yunran anytime and anywhere, making it impossible not to worry. Although we still haven't fully understood what your continuous research into music is for, friends who had lived on Earth and had been completely cut off from entertainment culture since birth looked at Yunran and said with a smile, but I believe in you. You're not doing it for anything else but because you are Yunran, our friend. Yunran looked at the familiar faces on Earth, a gentle warmth rising in his eyes. It was for these people to ensure they could have a better future that Yunran was filled with endless motivation to strive hard on foreign lands far from home. If Yunran was a sharp spear forging ahead to carve out new territories for them, then they were the most reliable support behind him, allowing him to move forward without worrying about what lay behind. This is the gift list you asked me to prepare for you. Everything is ready. A young man dressed in a suit approached, handing Yunran a small and exquisite space hub, saying, additionally, I added a few more items that I thought you might need. They are all listed so you can handle it as you see fit. Yunran opened the space hub to take a look at the items inside, smiled at the young man, and acknowledged his kindness. No need to be polite, the young man replied casually. I don't have much else, just a lot of money. And this things that children would like. Toys, candies, clothes, animations. Everything is prepared, placed. A gentle-looking woman handed the hub to Yunran, saying, I hope this helps you. Yes, this is a big help. Yunran took the hub and smiled at the woman, saying, I'm sorry for not being able to visit my brother's home to see the kids and sister-in-law since my time here is too short. The woman referred to as sister-in-law covered her mouth and laughed, saying, what's the difference between you coming to see me and me coming to see you? You're being too formal. Didn't you say you liked the peppermint candies I made last time? A woman dressed casually in a lab coat tossed a hub to Yunran, saying, I took some time to make these for you this time, enough to last a long while. Yunran raised his hand to catch the third hub and said with a smile, you remember, thank you. To be immersed in scientific research while spending money by the second in a laboratory without any rest and still being able to find time to make peppermint candies with expensive experimental equipment, the cost of these candies was likely comparable to that of rare energy stones of the same size. The woman lowered her head, scratching her messy hair, and said nonchalantly, as long as you like it. In the back and forth of their conversation, time passed quickly without notice. Yunran glanced at the terminal on his wrist, and those around him perceptive understood the situation, and said, it's almost time, isn't it? Yunran nodded. It's all right, just go in. They said next time you have time to come back we'll gather again. Then I'll head in. Yunran replied with a smile, see you on the Star Network. Yes, take care on your way. Stepping into the special passage, Yunran took one last look at the group, still standing at the door, watching him smiling and waving goodbye, as he walked with Jia Fei toward the security checkpoint around the corner. Jia Fei, who considered herself well-versed and socially adept, was witnessing what it truly meant to be a social butterfly. Familiar faces that often appeared on the front pages of major websites, faces that ordinary people might never meet in their lifetime, gathered in groups outside the space station just to see Yunran off. This extraordinary level of social connections was almost frightening. Even if Yunran did not become a diplomat, he would likely do very well in this world. Is this your first time leaving Earth? Noticing Jia Fei's scrutinizing gaze, Yunran smiled and asked, are you nervous? A little. Jia Fei honestly replied, you know the country does not allow active-duty soldiers to leave the planet at will. Leaving requires submitting an application which must then go through layers of review. Especially during such critical times, the procedures are simply too cumbersome. Jia Fei unconsciously flattered Yunran, saying, of course, when you step in the outcome is entirely different. Just one word from you and the country will open all doors for you, arranging everything perfectly. From the moment she decided to leave with Yunran until all the necessary procedures were completed, it had only taken half a day. This efficiency left Jia Fei utterly astonished. Yunran did not respond to Jia Fei's subsequent comments, only smiling and saying the country treasures talent, afraid that once you leave, they will be unable to protect your safety. Hence, they set up various constraints which may seem a bit unfeeling. You're right, I understand, Jia Fei chuckled awkwardly. How could someone like Yunran possibly speak ill of the country? Yunran led Jia Fei to their seats, allowing her to sit first as a courtesy. Once she was seated, he sat down and said to her, this time you carry the honor of all humanity as you leave Earth to go fight abroad. I believe everyone on Earth will remember your name when you return. Given the personalities of the leaders, it's likely that the moment the music festival begins, all news media and live broadcasts on Earth will cover the entire event. Jia Fei's face will also be seen by billions of people. She will become a hero. Thus, the responsibility is exceptionally heavy. Unfortunately, Yunran's sweet encouragement did not have a significant motivating effect, and Jia Fei's expression still appeared somewhat strained. As an independent adult, her basic qualities prevented her from saying anything that might expose her fears. She perseveringly stood there, following behind Yunran, stepping towards the universe. Have you ever heard the classics of the universe? Yunran turned his head to look at Jia Fei, asking. I have. Jia Fei nodded. I can understand a little, but it's really too difficult. It's like a child who just learned basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division suddenly facing a mountain of advanced mathematics problems, utterly at a loss. Jia Fei also attempted to analyze and study, but the deeper she went, the more she realized the shallowness of her knowledge and the limitations of her abilities. The massive gap was simply despairing. They say outsiders see the excitement while insiders see the details. Jia Fei considered herself somewhat knowledgeable, so she lacked the confidence to claim she could compete with those extraordinary masterpieces. She was afraid. Especially thinking about how soon those remarkable musicians would criticize her, she began to feel panic. That feeling of being the target of everyone's criticism was too helpless. Not to mention that she had billions of eyes watching her. The reputation of all humanity rested on her shoulders. The pressure of fighting on behalf of the country felt like a suffocating mountain, making it hard for her to breathe. Are you afraid you can't measure up to them? Jaffe fell silent for a moment, her face pale, and nodded. She weakly curled her body, and her voice emerged from the arms hugging her head. I truly can't measure up to them. Yunran looked at Jaffe's demeanor, his expression somewhat indifferent. Jaffe, who do you think you are right now? Jaffe fell silent upon hearing this. Yunran said, perhaps you think you cannot compare to those musicians who have grown for many years throughout the universe. From a qualification standpoint, this is indeed true. But you cannot say that the music from Earth is inferior to the pieces they create. This statement does not only belittle you but also our country and humanity. Jaffe replied. Yunran continued, did you see how those people spoke about us online? Jaffe looked up at Yunran softly saying, I saw. What was your feeling? Jaffe's voice carried a hint of grievance, choking as she replied, I was very angry yet feeling powerless, hating herself for being unable to do anything for her country in the face of such formidable enemies, hating her own insignificance. That's right. Yunran said, now I have created an opportunity for you to confront those guys who look down on us directly in front of everyone. Don't you want to seize this chance to give them a heavy blow? I do. Jaffe rubbed her eyes, saying, I dream of making those absurd people apologize to us. Then do not be afraid, Yunran said earnestly. Humanity believes in me, and has entrusted me with the diplomatic work representing Earth. And I chose you because I believe you are absolutely the most suitable candidate. No one else can fulfill this role. You should feel confident about that. Jaffe nodded, her nervousness gradually easing with Yunran's calm and gentle voice. She said, there are 2 days until the music festival begins. I'll study the song list again and find ways to sing better to reach a level where no one can complain. That's right. Yunran smiled and said, don't worry, just focus on singing your song well. Everything else will be taken care of by me. I will clear all obstacles in your path for you and for humanity. Is this the embassy? Jaffe couldn't help but widen her eyes, pointing to the palace-like grandeur, significantly more luxurious than the surrounding buildings. She turned back to Healy, confirming embassy. That's right. Healy said proudly with a hint of honor, this is the embassy of Earth. Isn't it impressive? Jaffe couldn't help but nod in agreement. She considered herself quite knowledgeable, having visited and stayed in all sorts of luxurious places on Earth, yet the exotic and elegant atmosphere before her truly opened her eyes. For the next few days we'll be staying here. It wouldn't be appropriate to drag the family along, bringing someone from Earth to the Chi family castle. Moreover, she couldn't let Jaffe, a woman from afar, stay alone in an unfamiliar place. Thus, in the coming days, Healy and Yunran would remain at the embassy to take care of her. Although the butler sincerely assured Yunran that even if she brought her family to stay, the young master would certainly not mind, as their castle had plenty of rooms for guests. However, Healy strongly opposed this, urging Yunran to be the good person, and to ensure that there wouldn't be a second victim apart from himself, especially after 3 sleepless nights following his encounter with Chi Mou, especially at this crucial moment when Jaffe needed to maintain a good condition. Yunran expressed his speechlessness, but still followed the original plan, arranging for Jaffe to stay at the embassy. The work at the embassy was quite relaxed, mostly consisting of keeping themselves busy. Yunran had to socialize, build relationships, and establish friendships, so he didn't spend much time at the embassy. Most of the time, Healy accompanied Jaffe, helping her quickly adapt to life beyond Earth. The method of adaptation was casual conversation, easing Jaffe's psychological pressure, and helping her blend into this new environment. Ambassador, you must have gone out to visit those who are about to participate in the concert. I vaguely picked up on something from his words. Jaffe had received etiquette education on Earth, so her every gesture showed a hint of the same elegance found in Yunran, who was courteous, dignified, and graceful. Her tone always carried an air of elegance. Even during casual chats, her voice was melodious and pleasing. Wherever the ambassador goes, he remains exactly the same as when he was on Earth, without any change. The workaholic habit is something that can't be changed in a lifetime. Healy lounged in his chair, relaxed. He waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, I've known my brother for over 10 years, so I'm used to it. You are? Jaffe looked at Healy curiously and asked, I remember you are Ambassador Yu's assistant. Yes, but I was just appointed a month ago. Before that, I was the deputy master of a martial arts school, often dealing with the military. You know the Rongxing martial arts school, right? It still has some reputation on Earth. Jaffe nodded, her gaze towards Healy, revealing a sense of understanding. Of course I know, so it turns out that it's your family's. My brother and I met at 14. Yes, we met when we were 14. We are of the same age. Healy reminisced. Back then my brother came to our martial arts school to learn, and we became acquainted through conflict. I was young and impulsive and had a quarrel with my brother for some time, but gradually our relationship improved. I still remember the first time I saw Yunran, a teenager, in the martial arts school. At that time he had a fair and delicate face, cultured and refined like a little prince who was accustomed to luxury and fragile. He always wore a mask of a hypocritically pleasant smile, like a child trying to mimic adults but failing, maintaining a clear distance from everyone. At that time Yunran was there to complete a task assigned by the military, learning martial arts. So upon meeting, he respectfully stated his purpose of visiting to the head of the martial arts school, who was also Healy's father, expressing his intent to learn here and defeat all the individuals present in no time. Because this was his job. At that time the young and impulsive Healy immediately became furious, regardless of how polite and pleasant Yunran's tone was. He jumped out angrily to point at Yunran's nose and yelled that he wanted to challenge him. Faced with the helpless gazes of the adults, Healy without mercy beat the frail and untrained Yunran severely, while declaring that he would hit him every time he saw him, thus forming a long-standing grudge with Yunran. Though within 2 years, he was beaten down by the very person he once mocked, genuinely calling him brother. After Yunran left the martial arts school, Healy grew very interested in this mysterious friend with a unique job, and knowing he worked in the military, often took advantage of his family background to visit him at work, catching glimpses of Yunran's life. At the same time he learned how dull Yunran's life truly was. Perhaps out of the innate kindness that all children possess, Healy instinctively wanted to make Yunran's boring life a bit more interesting. Thus he constantly sought opportunities to play with Yunran, introducing him to various interesting things. Unbeknownst to them, Healy became the purest and most unselfish friend during Yunran's youth. It's not an exaggeration to say they were like brothers from different parents. Jia Fei chuckled lightly. I truly envy you for having such a good relationship. It's not just me. Basically everyone who knows my brother has a good relationship with him, Healy said. If you came to Earth on the spaceship with my brother, you must have seen his network of connections, right? Was the farewell party grand? Jia Fei nodded and sincerely admired. It was incredibly spectacular. It was practically a hall of fame. We only stayed on Lothier Star for a little over 10 days, and the gifts sent from Earth are nearly filling up an office. I have to go help my brother receive and sign for the packages every day. Healy peeled an orange, eating while complaining. What's even more puzzling is that I asked my parents to send me some things I need for my room, and after several reminders they still couldn't be bothered to send them. But as soon as they heard that my brother wanted to eat braised lion's head from Earth, they immediately sent everything over without a second thought. Don't we have the money to buy it ourselves here? The cost of interstellar express delivery could feed us for several meals. I really don't know who my parents' favorite child is with such blatant favoritism. Jia Fei giggled at this, accepting the mandarin orange that Healy handed her, smiling as she said, I've heard for a long time that Ambassador Yu has good relations, and it seems to be true. That's because my brother is good to everyone, so everyone is good to him, Healy shrugged. If you spend enough time with my brother, you will also become good friends with him. He gets along well with everyone. Jia Fei blinked her eyes and said cheerfully, that would be the best thing. You know the famous Qi Wen family, right? The rumored prince of the Qi Wen family treats my brother like a distinguished guest, even after just a couple of meetings. Healy was an absolute die-hard fan of Yunran, a perfectly qualified supporter, and as he became more excited, he began to embellish his various achievements. His sister clings to my brother all day long, refusing to let go once they meet. As soon as the name of the Qi Wen family came up, the effect was drastically different. It wasn't due to their family's high status, but because of their racial abilities. At this moment Jia Fei mentioned Yunran's name, her tone filled with disbelief and admiration. I can't believe even the Qi Wen family, who could see through people's souls, holds Yunran in such high regard. It seems he is truly more than just someone who knows how to behave and speak. I heard that the Qi Wen family has a tradition that one must find their ideal partner and marry before the age of 30. The prince's sister is always by Ambassador Yu's side. Does that mean she is? Jia Fei, full of curiosity, asked. This puzzled Healy. He truly didn't know that the Qi Wen family had such a regulation. He said, no way. How can a relationship that intimate between a man and a woman be purely platonic? From your words, it seems the ambassador is not resistant to being with his sister. They've even done things like putting a child to sleep? No. Healy said with disbelief. Miss Feishue is only 6 years old. 6 years old? Jia Fei felt a bit awkward after hearing this. She's still just a child. You should have made that clear. Of course. Healy said in astonishment, my brother is not the kind of person who disregards propriety. How could he be so disrespectful to an unmarried woman? If she's 6 years old, then that's impossible. There's still a long way to 30. Jia Fei said disappointedly. I thought I could learn some juicy gossip about the big families. What exactly does it mean to marry before 30? While discussing gossip, both Healy and Jia Fei forgot to use honorific, speaking much more casually. but that Lord Chi seems to be nearly 30. He seems to be around 27 or 28. Really? Jia Fei's curiosity reignited as she excitedly said. From what you just said, it seems this Lord Chi treats Ambassador Yu quite well, right? Well, it's pretty good. Since the topic was based on romantic feelings, He Li's tone was somewhat hesitant. He left my brother to stay at his house upon their first meeting, arranged such a luxurious embassy for my brother, had Xing Bo recommend my brother on the homepage, and brought all his companies to sign contracts with my brother, when no one else was willing to cooperate. Wait. The more He Li spoke, the more goosebumps he felt all over, incredulously saying, no way. It might be true. Jia Fei, reveling in the unfolding drama, said excitedly. How old is this Lord Chi? Is he nearly 30? Their family must marry by 30, don't you check? He Li felt a bit scared. How could he dare to compare Chiamo's cold face with his beloved brother? He instinctively resisted. No, I want check, I don't want to. Jia Fei, however, was full of action. If you won't check, I will. I want to see what Lord Chi looks like and if he is worthy of Ambassador Yu. Don't say that. He Li was anxious to the point of jumping. My brother wouldn't ever be with someone like that. That kind of. What kind? He Li found himself unable to finish his. Chiamo Yu is not a bad person. He can even be gentle. After knowing him for so long, apart from being quiet and somewhat intimidating, he has actually helped them quite a bit. Even this concert was also orchestrated by Chiamo Yu. He Li unknowingly fell silent, looking at the projection screen in front of Jia Fei, displaying Chiamo's aloof and indifferent face. For some reason he couldn't even utter a word of opposition. The greatest support in the whole text has thus awakened. Speaking of which, what type of person does Ambassador Yu like? Jia Fei said cheerfully. He's already in his 20s. He should start considering these things. I really haven't paid attention to my brother's preferences. He Li scratched his head and said he gives off the impression of being completely disconnected from those matters, dedicating his life entirely to Earth. If I had to say what type of person he likes. He Li racked his brain for a long time before suddenly having an epiphany and blurting out he likes Marshal Yen. Jia Fei rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed, and said, with over 2 billion people on Earth, can you find even one who doesn't like Marshal Yen? I also like Marshal Yen. When discussing love interests and asking who the other person likes, only for that person to mention a national idol. What kind of response is that? Of course I also like the Marshal. He Li conceded that he was out of options, shrugging his shoulders, and said helplessly, but that's just my brother's temperament. Aside from the universally recognized idol, the savior of Earth, he doesn't particularly care about anyone else. However, no matter what, Ambassador Yu probably wouldn't consider anyone from the Qi family. Jia Fei casually remarked, even if Lord Qi's status is high, at the end of the day, he's still from the monster clan. Living together would definitely be awkward. It's not as exaggerated as you say. He Li couldn't help but interject. He recalled not long ago when Yunran defended the Qi family, while listening to He Li's private complaints about the Qi siblings, and suddenly felt empathetic, saying the term monster is a bit excessive. They just have slightly more impressive abilities. Noticing He Li's resistance, Jia Fei's attitude shifted, and she readily said I know, just joking, sorry about that. At this point Jia Fei noticed the webpage she had opened had not loaded new content for a long time, and curiously pressed the refresh button, saying, is the internet not good? What era is this that the internet can still lag? He Li leaned over to take a look, puzzled, and said, really? Is the terminal malfunctioning? He Li said, I'll get you a new one, otherwise it would be terrible if you are in an unfamiliar place and can't even make a... He Li said, I'll get you a new one, otherwise it would be terrible if you are in an unfamiliar place and can't even make a call. That said, it's just me picking something from my brother's many gifts for you, is that alright? Jia Fei couldn't help but say, isn't that Ambassador Yu's stuff? It's fine, it's fine. He Li walked to Yunran's desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a handful of spatial nodes, saying to Jia Fei, my brother won't mind these. He's alone. Can he really use that many terminals? Look at these spatial nodes. They are quite valuable on Earth. Many people might not be able to afford one in their lifetime, but for my brother they are just like gift wrapping casually given away. He doesn't care about these things. He Li rummaged through and found several terminals, placing them on the table for Jia Fei to choose from. There are definitely no women's models, but these are fairly neutral. Just pick one to use. Okay. Jia Fei looked through a pile of valuable wristbands that resembled works of art, and picked a relatively understated one, saying, I'll just borrow it for a few days. There's no need to be so polite. Although He Li is just a little assistant to you, Yunran, he has an extraordinary background and his perspective and experience are somewhat more extravagant than ordinary people. He said these things were all given to my brother by his friends. He can't use them all, so rather than letting them gather dust in the nodes, it's better to put them to use. Jia Fei awkwardly smiled once again, deeply understanding the vast disparities between people. My brother is back. He Li noticed the changes in the embassy security system and said to Jia Fei, let's go. My brother said we're going out for a big dinner tonight. At the dining table, Yunran glanced at Jia Fei's wrist, then knowingly shot a look at Healy. Jia Fei felt somewhat awkward, her fingertips brushing over the new wristband. Just as she was about to explain, Healy spoke first. Jia Fei's wristband is broken, so I found a new one for her. Otherwise, if something comes up, and you can't contact her, wouldn't that be troublesome? Yunran smiled and nodded to Jia Fei, saying your wristband is broken. Fortunately, it was discovered early. Healy said to Jia Fei, if you don't like this, we can go to the store later and buy you a new one. Jia Fei waved her hand with a smile, saying no, this one is great. Before the dishes were served, Jia Fei left her seat to visit the restroom. Yunran glanced at Healy, who was carefully studying the menu, pondering how to suggest adding more dishes to taste, and asked her wristband is broken. Healy casually replied, the internet isn't working. That was me who blocked it. Healy paused, his gaze shifting from the menu to Yunran's expressionless face, and said, why? Yunran lifted his teacup, elegantly sipping a mouthful with eyes as calm. Yunran lifted his teacup, elegantly sipping a mouthful with eyes as calm as a still pond, calmly saying, in short, there's a strong wave of skepticism directed at us right now. Although anyone who has heard Earth music would unconsciously want to support it, not everyone in this world listens to music. More often, it's the ordinary bystanders outside the music circle. These bystanders repeatedly witnessed the music industry's superstars belittling Earth music, saw various individuals arguing over whether it was worthy, and the once harmonious artistic atmosphere became chaotic. Even watching a TV show online, people would incessantly say nothing is better than Earth music, and if only Earth music were used here, it would definitely be better. Being bombarded by the term Earth music all day, inevitably developing some aversion to the so-called Earth culture. Now, whenever Earth music is mentioned, regardless of the context, it invites a barrage of ridicule, accusing you of being overly sensitive, seeking attention, claiming to be the hope of the music industry, suggesting that if you're rising so fast, there must be some dark scheme behind it, and saying with so many influencers sharing it, you can't say it isn't marketing. Various forms of denigration and blame. The Earth music being caught in the crossfire is truly unfortunate. It's not their fault that people like them. Those who love Earth music often can't help but mention their favorite things to others, hoping to share their joy, but when this happens too frequently, it becomes particularly conspicuous, evolving into a stance of overly eager to seek attention, leading to external criticism and disdain. Yunran was well aware of this, and he also understood that even if he stepped in to resolve the situation, little improved. As long as Earth music succeeds at the concert, all the slander and denigration will no longer matter. Earth music being liked will become a legitimate thing. What remains to be done is to change the narrative and establish a good image for Earth music. Until then, Yunran would not allow any external attacks to affect Jia Fei's mood. Fighting with strength is Jia Fei's responsibility, while protecting Jia Fei is Yunran's duty. Healy appeared somewhat uneasy, instinctively lowering his voice to say, brother, I'm feeling quite anxious. The concert's evaluation system has turned into half online voting and half music association reviews. The combined scores will be the final result. However, their relationship with the Music Association remains awkward as ever, and with the ongoing online disputes over Earth music, there's the question of whether they will be intentionally avoided during the online voting. The situation seems to be heading in a worse direction. Honestly, I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself at the concert. Even if we end up last, it won't cause any real harm to Earth, but I'm worried about how this will affect you. Healy spoke, sincerely pouring out his heart to Yunran, saying, you initiated this, brother. If a good image is established, Earth will definitely recognize you. But if it goes wrong, brother, all the trouble will fall on you. Originally, as a diplomat coming to an entertainment planet for diplomacy, it's already a thankless task, and everything seems to be twice the effort for half the result. Now, with such a big mess, I can't even imagine what kind of situation you would face if this fails. Being punished, ignored, or denigrated would all be mild outcomes. Healy feared that the dream Yunran had worked a lifetime to achieve would be washed away because of this failure, dying before it could be realized. That would be the worst outcome. Healy knew how much Yunran wished for Earth's name to spread throughout the universe, for all alien races to appreciate humanity. But what if Earth doesn't support him or even obstructs him? Don't worry. Yunran noticed the deep worry in Healy's eyes, glancing at Jia Fei, who was walking over, and smiled, saying, trust me, this concert's top spot will definitely be ours. Healy also noticed Jia Fei's arrival and could only force a smile, nodding him. Jia Fei returned to her seat, smiling at the two seated across from her. She was beautiful and poised, just standing there made her a stunning picture. Healy glanced left at the elegant Jia Fei, right at the dignified Yunran, then looked down at his own disheveled appearance with the menu sprawled over the table, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. Embarrassed, he shut the menu and pretended to sit up straight. Jia Fei said with slight confusion, just now I tried to send a message to my family on Earth, to let them know I'm safe, but the message wouldn't go through. Healy fell silent upon hearing that, while Yunran said, could it be a network issue? Jia Fei said maybe the terminal on Earth can't connect to the network here. She had never been off Earth, so she didn't know about these matters and was finding reasons for herself. But the phone can still connect, so? Yunran nodded and said, well, find someone to help you fix it later. Jaffe smiled and replied but there's no rush to use it. Now she should focus on preparing for the concert in 2 days. As they spoke, the terminal on Yunran's wrist suddenly lit up, emitting a flashing silver light. Yunran looked down, raised his finger to answer, and smiled slightly, saying Mr. Chi. Nearby, Jaffe unconsciously perked up her ears, looking over. "Mou. Chi Mou," said in a faint tone, reminding him. Yunran was taken aback and said apologetically, "Sorry, I instinctively again." Upon seeing Chi Mou's imposing and dignified countenance, Yunran easily fell victim to appearances, unconsciously using honorifics. He collected himself and said again "Mou." Jaffe, sitting beside him, couldn't help but cover her mouth, which was silently screaming, desperately signaling Healy with her gaze, implying, "Look. Sure enough, there's an affair." Healy somewhat unwillingly faced the reality and collapsed, holding. "Chi Mou, you asked, aren't you coming back in the next 2 days? Yunran replied, "Yes, guests have come to Earth, so it's fine to stay together." Yunran smiled and said, "It's a bit inconvenient." Since Yunran said that Chi Mou, you had no choice but to give up. He seemed to remember the reason for his call, adjusting the camera to include Chi Feishua standing beside him, and said, "In 2 days it's Feishua's birthday." Yunran immediately said, "That's great news. Feishua, happy birthday. You've grown another year old." Chi Feishua tilted her little head, her eyes as crystal clear as ice, gazing at Yunran, her pink lips gently pursed, seemingly responding to his birthday wishes. "Chi Mou, you said I've prepared a birthday banquet. Are you free that evening?" Yunran blinked and said, "Of course, I'm honored." Healy, sitting in the corner, cautiously asked, "Excuse me, will there be others participating in the banquet?" Chi Mou, hearing Healy's voice from outside the screen, replied nonchalantly, "Only my family." Healy was instantly hit hard, feeling his inner strength deplete, and slumped over the table, unable to lift his head for a while. Yunran looked at him with a puzzled expression, saying, "Chi Mou, you calmly said then it's settled." Yunran smiled and nodded, saying, "I will definitely participate." With that, Yunran waved at Chi Feishua with a smile, and Chi Mou, you held this shot for several seconds before slowly closing the communication. Healy shakily raised his arm like a student raising his hand in class, saying to Yunran, "Brother, don't you think it's a bit strange that only Feishua's family, and you are participating in her birthday banquet?" Chi Mou's words clearly imply that Yunran is included in the family. Yunran leisurely sipped his tea and calmly said, "You don't remember what happened at Feishua's birthday banquet last year, when an outsider was kidnapped, causing her mental trauma? This year, it's naturally impossible to casually invite outsiders." Healy struggled, "But why?" Yunran looked at Healy curiously and said, "We've been living in their house for some time now. Unless something unexpected happens, I would have attended the banquet. Feishua likes me. If I'm there, she should be happy. In short, in the eyes of the Chi family, he is just a puppet to make the little birthday star happy. Although his status isn't that lowly, it shouldn't be much different." Healy was somewhat exasperated. "Then, why did he let you call him by his name?" Yunran looked even more puzzled. "Can't I call him that?" The online world was bustling and chaotic due to the influence of Earth's music. However, in the eye of the storm, where Yunran was located, everything was extraordinarily tranquil, akin to the calm center of a tornado. On this day in the morning at 10 o'clock, just before the concert was about to commence, Jaffe, having finished her makeup, appeared even more stunning than usual, sitting in the lounge and resting comfortably, looking exceptionally beautiful. Upon hearing that the judges from the Music Association had arrived, Yunran hurriedly left, entrusting the care of Jaffe to Healy. Healy cheerfully assured that he would do everything possible to protect Jaffe, ensuring she could participate in the competition safely. He followed her closely, attending to her every need, serving her tea, and making sure she was comfortable. The doorbell rang in the lounge, and Healy walked over to see a group of reporters who were there for the customary pre-competition interviews. "Can I let them in?" Healy turned to ask Jaffe. Jaffe smiled in response, her gaze steady and confident as she looked towards the door. Seeing her poised and graceful demeanor reassured Healy, and he opened the lounge door to invite the reporters. During the interview, Healy quietly stood behind Jaffe to ensure he could react promptly in case of any unexpected situations. Fortunately, Jaffe was not an inexperienced young girl. Having performed and navigated various social events on Earth for many years, she was far more capable than Healy had imagined. In a situation like this, Jaffe had already encountered countless times, so she handled it with ease, showing no signs of discomfort. "Please say a few words to your competitors and the audience outside. Everyone here is a very talented musician, and it is a great honor for me to perform alongside them on this. I also want to thank every friend who supports Earth music. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation." Her calm and collected speaking style, filled with charming confidence, easily won the admiration of others. Even the reporters couldn't help but praise her, saying, "You look very composed. Are there really so many confident people like you on Earth? Your courage in the face of difficulty shows that you must have considerable confidence in your own abilities. I hope that the rumors and gossip of the past few days haven't affected your mood." A hint of confusion flashed in Jia Fei's eyes, as she smiled and replied, "Yes, as humans we never choose to yield when facing challenges. I am proud to stand here and I thank every friend who supports us." The interview was nearing its end and Jia Fei watched as the reporters left. One of the reporters who was responsible for asking questions said to Jia Fei, as they were leaving, "The competition is about to begin. Before that, the interview content will be played, you might want to take a look." Jia Fei smiled and nodded, watching Healy close the door, while she controlled the smart system in the lounge, asking Healy, "Are we performing second to last?" "Yes, we still have about an hour before it's our turn. I feel that being later in the order is an advantage, as people will remember us better by the time the final votes are cast," Healy muttered. "But after listening to more than an hour of that hypnotic music, won't the audience be asleep? Would they still have the energy to listen to our songs?" As he spoke, he turned around and saw Jia Fei pointing at the table in the lounge. Suddenly a massive projection screen popped up in the air, and he nearly let out a strange scream. "Oh no." In a moment of distraction, Jia Fei went online. Just as Healy was about to rush over to divert Jia Fei's attention and turn off the screen, Jia Fei looked at the figure on the screen and exclaimed, "Ah, it's Master Carol." Healy took a closer look at the image and realized the background was the lounge. Recalling what the reporter had said earlier, he thought this must be the other contestants they had just interviewed. He felt a slight sense of relief and nervously walked over to Jia Fei, saying, "Is he very famous?" "Of course," Jia Fei exclaimed. "He is the musician who can perform the entire piece of Rosal's 74th melody. He's incredibly talented." "Are you talking about the one from the top 10 songs of the universe?" Since the song title had a number in it, Healy clearly remembered it. He scratched his head and said, "So being able to sing that is quite remarkable." Jia Fei emphasized her admiration by using the word incredible twice. "Of course." Jia Fei couldn't help but elaborate. "The vocal range of that piece completely exceeds the limits of the human throat. The techniques involved, even if I studied for another 10 or 8 years, I could only scratch the surface. Not to mention the exaggerated and terrifying precision required for the performance, even more than that of instruments." Healy felt a bit awkward at how seriously Jia Fei was speaking, saying, "Well, unlike our traditional music, cosmic music is complex and intricate yet exquisite and perfect. It is a very, very profound art." As Jia Fei spoke excitedly, she suddenly noticed the awkward look on Healy's face, and her own excitement turned to awareness. Her tone dropped softly as she said, "I'm sorry." "No, it's fine." Healy felt a tightness in his throat, sensing that something was amiss. Jia Fei seemed to be feeling defeated before even competing, already thinking she couldn't measure up to others. The atmosphere suddenly grew silent, with both Healy and Jia Fei looking down, unsure of how to resolve the tension. Then a phrase suddenly floated through the air like a venomous thorn, piercing deeply into Jia Fei's heart. The musician she deeply admired displayed a clear expression of disgust when hearing the reporter mention earth music, as if describing it with the disdainful tone reserved for rats in sewers, the words striking Jia Fei's ears verbatim. "That kind of catchy rhyme that even a 3-year-old could recite being called music. That is the worst joke I've heard this year. Performing on the same stage as such a person is the greatest insult to all musicians who love music. I hope she soon realizes her own limitations and leaves here to avoid further humiliation." Healy's expression suddenly tightened, and he strode to the control panel to press the off button, saying to Jia Fei, "Don't listen to this guy's nonsense." Jia Fei looked at him with a pale face, her lips moving as if trying to show Healy a confident smile, but she weakly sank onto the sofa, her lips devoid of color, as if she had received a severe blow. Of course she wanted to smile at Healy and say, "I won't listen to such words," and strongly refute the man's claims, standing up boldly with her abilities to counter such ridicule. Yet deep down she knew what the other said was the truth. Humanity's talent in music creation was indeed not as outstanding as his. Even as the ace brought forth by Yunran about to perform in front of the entire world, Jia Fei could only barely comprehend a small part of the cosmic masterpiece's score, let alone express the notes in song. It was precisely because Jia Fei understood that she felt more fear than the average person. This immense pressure, which outsiders could hardly comprehend, silently seeped into Jia Fei's heart, an indescribable fear stealing the air around her, making it difficult to breathe. Only when Jia Fei faced her competition did she realize the vast disparity. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a futile struggle against a stone. It felt too humiliating. She was bound to fail. How could she possibly compete? The other contestants surely shared the same view as Master Carol, considering earth music simple, childish, and unbearable. Among the 30-plus musicians, everyone except Jia Fei felt ashamed to share the stage with her, and the audience in front of the screen must have noticed. This time Earth truly embarrassed itself in front of the entire universe. If the competition outcome was disastrous, what kind of situation and criticism would Jia Fei face upon returning to Earth? The entire planet would blame her. The more she thought about it, the more disoriented Jia Fei became. Healy, observing closely, understood that he absolutely couldn't allow Jia Fei to keep spiraling deeper into despair. He firmly grasped Jia Fei's arm, looking into her panicked and helpless eyes, and loudly said, "Let's go." Where to?" Jia Fei asked, her face pale. "To find my brother." Although Healy didn't know how to help Jia Fei regain her composure and confidence, he believed that as long as they saw Yunran, all problems could be resolved. For some reason, Yunran's phone was unreachable. Healy searched for a long time in the vast concert hall, and finally found Yunran, who had just emerged from the judging room, and unsteady Jia Fei, unaware of it, keeping her head down, afraid to look at Yunran's expression. Yunran looked at their expressions and immediately understood. He said, "Why are you looking down? Did you do something wrong? So now you have to bow your head and admit your mistake to me." Jia Fei raised her head, her gaze meeting Yunran's, but her expression remained flustered and evasive. Yunran's expression was solemn, but his tone was very calm. He said, "Are you nervous?" Jia Fei nodded in shame, saying, "I'm sorry. It's perfectly normal to be nervous. Everyone gets nervous. Your nervousness shows that you value today's performance. It means you don't want to lose." Jia Fei replied, "Yes." She desperately wanted to win, but was afraid. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she could never defeat her opponent, leading to increasing despair. That is the case. Unlike you, I cannot say I like or dislike music. I simply sing the notes prescribed on the score. Yunran looked at Jia Fei earnestly and said, "But even as a mediocre singer like me, I can still make millions of listeners cheer for me, applaud for me, and shed tears during my concert. Do you know what that represents?" Jia Fei stared at Yunran, seemingly beginning to understand, but still gently shook her head. "It means that each of them loves music just like you do. Because of their love, they are moved by the music, and their emotions fluctuate because of my singing. Jia Fei, your song is not sung for the intangible music theory or technique, but for people. Those who share your thoughts and love music just like you. You who love music more than anyone else must understand that pure emotion, right? It doesn't matter how simple a song is, or how ordinary it may seem, as long as the song's emotions can reach the heart, it is enough for us to experience joy from it." With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Yunran extended his hand, tidying Jia Fei's messy bangs, and gently stroked her pale face, conveying warmth from his palm to her heart. "Look, just like a birthday blessing song, it doesn't need a magnificent melody or complex techniques. As long as there's a cake and a group of loved ones singing for you, this song will become the most beautiful music in your life. You must understand that humans are emotional beings. No matter how advanced technology becomes, we can still be moved by the clear blue sky above us in a fleeting moment on a sunny afternoon. Music is the same. It doesn't require complex techniques, just that the message is conveyed." Yunran slowly withdrew his hand and flashed a bright, relaxed smile, pure and flawless like an angel. "So don't worry about so-called techniques and difficulties. Just sing the song you love with your heart. I believe people will feel the voice of your soul, forgetting all trivial matters and immersing themselves in your singing. This is your stage, gather everyone's attention upon you. Let them remember today, forever remember this moment, and never forget it." Jia Fei stared intently at Yunran's face, a glimmer of tears flashing in her eyes. She hurriedly lowered her head to wipe away her tears, and nodded heavily, saying, Although Chi Moyu is the lord of Lofiel Star, and the organizer of the concert, not every matter requires him to make decisions, and his presence on site is even rarer. Therefore, halfway through the concert, when the staff suddenly learned of Chi Moyu's arrival, the major decision-makers became extremely alert, and hurried to the entrance to welcome him. Some even secretly speculated whether someone had done something wrong to attract such a great figure to inspect. A butler dressed in deep black butler's attire preemptively stopped the crowd, dispersing everyone under the pretext of a private visit, no need for extra courtesy, before they could meet Chi Moyu. This ensured that this group of people did not disturb Chi Moyu. In the spacious and empty corridor, the only sound was Chi Moyu's voice. "It's okay." Chi Moyu's voice was unprecedentedly gentle and soft, his brows and eyes relaxed, filled with warmth, just as when he looked at Chi Feishue. "I understand. I will take good care of Feishue." The woman on the other end of the communication had an undeniable apologetic look in her eyes. "Good child. Today is her daughter's birthday, but she and her husband cannot find the time to properly celebrate their child's birthday. This is the most regrettable thing for the Chi Wen family, who have always placed great importance on family feelings." The woman looked at Chi Moyu and saw Chi Feishue quietly sitting on her brother's arm in the camera. Noticing that the background behind them did not seem to be home, she asked, "Where are you?" How could Chi Feishue, who needed to rest at home and couldn't see outsiders, be taken out by her brother? Chi Moyu's eyes showed a hint of a smile. "I brought Feishue to listen to the concert." The woman blinked, puzzled. "Isn't it enough to just invite someone home? Why make a special trip?" After thinking for a moment, Chi Moyu finally said, "Actually, it's because I want to meet someone. After the concert, I want to bring him home to celebrate Feishue's birthday together." After hearing this, the woman was momentarily taken aback, maintaining her smile, while staring at Chi Moyu for a second. Afterward she carefully understood what Chi Moyu meant, her eyes widening, and her fair hand instinctively covering her lips, her elegant demeanor suddenly less casual and more composed. Leaning forward without thinking, she inched closer to the screen and asked earnestly, "Who?" Chi Moyu's gaze became slightly awkward, seemingly embarrassed, yet his expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "The person I mentioned to you and Dad a year ago." The woman naturally remembered this matter, for it was a rare occasion when her usually indifferent son took the initiative to mention someone. "Is it the diplomat from Earth you mentioned?" Chi Moyu nodded, a slight smile appearing on his lips, looking a bit happy. "He has come to Lofiel as an ambassador, and is currently living in our home." The woman exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" She was not surprised by the coincidence of Yunran coming to Lofiel Star, but was astonished that her son would let someone stay in their home, making his intentions abundantly clear. The woman excitedly said, "As long as you like, go ahead and pursue it. Dad and Mom support you. By the way, how is Feishue?" Chi Moyu chuckled. "Feishue is now even more attached to him than I am." The woman's face was filled with smiles as she nodded repeatedly, saying, "If your dad knew about this, he would definitely be very happy. What a pity." "I know you are busy. It's okay." Chi Moyu understood. "And I have some matters to attend to as well." Just as he finished speaking, Chi Moyu turned a corner, and before he could see what was in front of him, his attention was instantly captured by a flash of pure white. His steps involuntarily halted. Chi Moyu stood at a distance watching Yunran converse with Jia. "You must understand that humans are emotional beings. No matter how advanced technology becomes, we can still be moved by the clear blue sky above us in a fleeting moment on a sunny afternoon. Music is the same." Chi Moyu stared blankly at Yunran's seemingly increasingly radiant soul, not knowing how long he had been looking until the movement at his shoulder reminded him to come back to himself. He hurriedly cradled Chi Feishue, who was moving and wanting to come down, carefully placing her on the ground, then saw his mother smiling and peeking through the screen at him. His face felt a bit hot. His mother looked at Chi Moyu and teased, "Those who don't know would think you want to eat him." Chi Moyu said somewhat awkwardly, "You noticed. Logically speaking, my mother shouldn't have been able to see the situation on the other side. You're my son, who of course I can see it." The woman smiled and said, "But next time be careful when looking at people so as not to scare them away. After all, not everyone can easily accept the gaze of the Chi-Wen family." Chi Moyu nodded seriously, saying, "I will." Afterward, in a moment of mutual understanding between mother and son, Chi Moyu switched his personal screen to shared perspective. Through Chi Moyu's eyes he observed Yunran's appearance, and the woman on the other side of the camera couldn't help but lightly cover her lips in astonishment. "Ah, this is truly pure and flawless." The most pristine beauty lingered in the woman's eyes. She couldn't help but gaze intently for a long time, and only when Chi Moyu shifted his gaze away from Yunran did the woman reluctantly abandon her pursuit of the pure white soul and return her attention to her son. She paused for a while before completely withdrawing her attention from the earlier scene, a look of emotion appearing on her face as she told Chi Moyu, "He is wonderful." Chi Moyu nodded slightly, succinctly responding, as he wasn't quite accustomed to discussing such topics. "I know. There are many kinds of pure and beautiful souls. Some are indifferent to the trivial matters of life because they immerse themselves in something, their insides and outsides aligning. Others are fervent about a certain existence, thus singularly focused and exceptionally pure, their hearts transparent. There are also those whose experiences are few thoughts, simple, untouched by corruption, appearing uniform in hue and entirely undistorted. But Yunran is different. His soul does not possess that kind of superficiality, so its pure white feels thin. On the contrary, it is larger and more solid than most existences, exuding an immense strength. The unified pure white is not because he is immersed in something, allowing no other self to exist, but rather the opposite. Through Yunran's soul, Chi Moyu could clearly see the lively and fluctuating things within the pure white. Those things transformed into a new visage through Yunran's independent and awake judgment, all stored in his heart. In the world of his soul, the bright side is too dominant, so even if it is filled with many external influences, the light can easily overshadow all darkness, making everything exceptionally positive and sunny. It is easy for an innocent child unaware of the world's dangers to face everything with kindness. The real challenge lies in having eyes that have seen the vicissitudes of life, experiencing countless setbacks, yet still maintaining one's original intentions, responding to everything with a tolerant perspective. That is truly rare. Chi Moyu had never seen such a unique human. He had been immersed in the dark and filthy human world for too long. Once he caught a glimpse of the sunlight, he could not extricate himself from the embrace of the light. This was a desire that stemmed from a survival instinct, one that he could not resist nor wish to. He felt he had been tainted by profound darkness for too many years. He even sensed his character and soul gradually becoming distorted and changed. But if he could stay by Yunran's side for a long time, he felt he could slowly regain himself and return to who he originally was. When it came to the latest buzz on the Starnet, the first thing that sprang to everyone's mind was undoubtedly Earth music. Speaking of Earth music, there was no shortage of juicy gossip to discuss. Tales of unprecedented super concerts, revolutionary music defying cosmic norms, public censure by the Music Association and numerous renowned musicians, and even protracted fierce debates among netizens. Now with the formal PK arena of the concert inviting all netizens to vote for the best musician, it was a roller coaster of twists, and turns, each bite more tantalizing than the last. Even the concert, which had historically garnered little attention, had become the center of universal focus, transforming into an annual feast watched by the entire populace. Even if one couldn't understand the music, casting a vote for fun was still worthwhile. Before the competition began, interviews with the contestants were broadcast, and netizens debated while watching the live stream. If you ask me, this Earth music is interesting, but it's really not fit for the stage, is it? A netizen remarked, I feel like I could tap a few water cups together and come up with a song. It's too lowbrow. No wonder those musicians are upset. Right, the 10 songs from the concert are playing everywhere now, but I haven't seen any big-budget movies or TV shows using this kind of music. Clearly, in the eyes of professionals, Earth music is still beneath notice. Those songs you mentioned have many covers online, anyone can sing them. They're not on the same level as traditional music. Now, performing at a concert like this while others sing solemnly, Earth is bouncing and thumping away. It's completely out of place. Regardless of the comments from spectators, once the interviews of the top dozens of contestants concluded and the camera focused on the long-awaited restroom door representing Earth, the average number of comments per second on the web skyrocketed dozens of times. Ah! Here they come. My idol, look at me. Wait, who's that opening the door? Who's this woman? Isn't the male god singing? Oh my god. Alright, concert over. Earth concedes. Let's call it a day. The frantic cries of doom echoed across the network for a long while until Jaifi's elegant, poised, and composed demeanor gradually reached everyone's hearts, and different opinions slowly began to emerge in the comments. She seems quite reliable. Her voice is beautiful too. She looks so gentle. Earthlings are such confident and open people. I like them even more, since they let her sing. Her songs can't be worse than the one from the concert, right? It might be worth looking forward to. As Earth was scheduled to perform second to last after Jaifi's interview ended, only one contestant remained. This person's face was very familiar to the cosmic populace. Due to his immense fame, his name appeared in textbooks, and his figure was easily spotted at major events. The moment his figure appeared, the thinning barrage of comments saw another small surge. It's Maestro Carol. Does someone of his stature need to participate in this competition? Under the gaze of billions across the universe, Carol flashed a cold, mocking smile before the cameras and declared, arrogantly standing on the same stage, as that kind of person is the greatest disgrace to all of us musicians who love music. I hope she soon realizes her own limitations and leaves to avoid further humiliation. His words caused a brief silence in the online comments, followed by an even greater eruption. Wow, he has a terrible personality. I've been saying Earth music is a joke. Utterly unworthy of attention. The earlier musicians at least considered the impact and didn't speak so bluntly. I guess the big shot in the music world is different. He says what he thinks. The first place is already decided, no need to compete. With the last contestant's interview over, the concert entered its countdown. Every netizen sat before their screens quietly awaiting the start of the performance. At the moment the clock struck 10, the scenery around each person instantly transformed. Stretching out before them was the towering, seemingly endless concert hall. It was like a small world with no visible boundaries or ceiling. Above, a brilliant golden starry sky slowly showered down enchanting musical notes like stars. They fell from the highest point, nimble and graceful, gradually composing breathtaking scores, weaving into ribbons that danced lightly in the air. This was a world crafted for music. Elegant, reserved, and awe-inspiring. The long-awaited musical extravaganza had finally begun. Everyone sat upright, eyes wide with tension and anticipation fixed on the stage before them, awaiting the moment the music would strike. Then, complex, profound, and meaningful notes burrowed into their ears. It took a while before this droning hum was noticed by most, who blinked in surprise before a murmur of discussion arose in the audience. Has it started? I thought I had tinnitus hearing things. Indeed, music is still music. Even in a different venue, it remains just as hard to understand. I felt like sleeping after just 5 seconds. The overly predictable scene brought a strange sense of disappointment. The fervent discussions before the start had faded into disinterest with little fluctuation. Far away in the Milky Way, on the other side of the universe, Earthlings opened their wristbands to watch the live stream, nervously discussing on the Starnet. What does this mean? They say the performance has started, but I don't hear anything. Is that buzzing sound the music? Aliens have such strange tastes. But it seems they don't understand it either. What do we do? I'm so nervous. They all seem to be targeting us. Go Sister Jaffe. We 20 billion humans are here supporting you. Don't worry. But such discussions didn't last long before they gradually slowed down and the tone became increasingly uniform. So boring. I really don't get what this is about. I don't want to watch anymore. Just remind me when it's our turn. I'd rather write 2 practice papers than this. Has Teacher Jaffe come out yet? It wasn't just Earthlings who grew impatient. The reactions of audiences across the universe were much the same. But they were long accustomed to this kind of art. Their school music education was all like this, so they at least had a bit of patience watching while occasionally commenting. That last part was amazing. The transition was so smooth and skilled, truly stunning. Number 719 and the current one are all quite good. Number 19 has strong narrative ability. The musical background is well expressed. Even someone unfamiliar with history can roughly understand the story the song tells. Quietly saying number 7's vocal range isn't wide, but the style is distinctive, faintly reminiscent of Earth music. That's probably why most people remember number 7. I'm certainly not voting for Earth anyway. I'm tired of seeing those 2 words lately. Fine, don't vote. We like Earth music, so well follow our hearts and vote for Earth. Unlike some narrow-minded folks who take revenge in a fair election. Speaking of which, Earth music has such a bad relationship with the Music Association. Even if we all vote for Earth, if the association gives low scores, Earth will still lose. That would be disgusting. If they really rig the scores, I'll never listen to their songs again. I'll be their lifelong hater. Me too. Add me to the list. After over an hour of yawns, it was finally the turn of number 32. The previously stagnant comment count suddenly began to surge. Those who had nearly dozed off glanced at the screen and quickly perked up, sitting upright. Earth is number 33, right? Yes, 33. There are 34 contestants total. Earth is second to last. Honestly, I suspect the organizers were afraid we'd all leave after Earth's performance, so they deliberately placed Earth so late. Why isn't this guy done yet? I can't understand what he's singing at all. How is it different from chanting? But no matter how deep the netizens' complaints, they couldn't change the unyielding arrangement of the program. The only thing they could do was to make eager anticipatory sounds in this vast musical space. Like the Earth awakening from hibernation, stirring restlessly out of silence. The stark contrast affected even the musician on stage. After accidentally singing a wrong passage, he couldn't help but blush with a mix of anger and embarrassment. He was a seasoned performer with ample experience. When had he ever encountered such a thing as the audience suddenly making noise mid-performance? After a moment of surprise, he realized the reason, and his composure was shattered. With the audience uninterested in listening, and the performer lacking the heart to sing, the agonizing 3 minutes dragged on, until finally the long-awaited contestant number 33 Jaffe took the stage. She stood at the center of the stage, adorned in an exquisite purple gown exuding elegance and noble bearing. Her eyes sparkled with a radiant joy different from the other musicians, and a smile graced her lips as if she were savoring every moment on this stage in this moment. A moment that belonged solely to her. Here no one could steal her radiance. All eyes would converge upon her. Hello everyone. A greeting that none of the previous 32 contestants had offered echoed across. Jaffe beamed brightly, raising her arms to greet the audience from all directions, then gracefully lowered her hands, and declared in a clear voice, I am Jaffe representing Earth in this competition. I hope you will all listen carefully to this song. A song from our Earth. Yes, we've been waiting for you. Go sister. Jaffe's eyes sparkled with mirth as she gazed at her surroundings. From her vantage point, she couldn't see the thousands upon thousands of people, but every star and glimmer beyond the stage represented the gazes fixed upon her. Among those gazes there must be her family, the humans on Earth, silently giving her courage and strength. As long as those gazes existed, she could sing forever. Jaffe closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her initially restless heart gradually calming. When she opened her eyes again, the surroundings had returned to silence. Golden light cascaded down from all around, creating a dreamlike scene. Jaffe slowly parted her lips, singing in a lyrical chanted tone. The sound, like a celestial melody, descended from the heavens, piercing straight into the heart. When I was young, I'd listen to the radio waiting for my favorite songs. When they played, I'd sing along. It made me smile. Ah, those were such happy times. The moment her voice rang out, everyone immediately sensed something different. Unlike all the previous songs, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The pure emotion-laden voice gripped every heart, making them prick up their ears and hold their breath. Heavens! What was this? Was this music? It was like magic. Heli was stunned the instant he heard the first note, anxiously glancing at Yunran, and hurriedly saying, brother, this isn't the song she practiced. Yunran watched Jaffe, whom he had pushed onto the stage, now radiating brilliance. Her expression was so peaceful and beautiful. She was savoring this moment. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he said to the frantic Heli, don't worry. This song will only be better than the previous one. He recalled that during his days on Earth, it wasn't just about catching up with old friends. He had auditioned hundreds of singers, yet in the end, he chose only Jaffe without even a backup plan. The reason was simple: for this concert, only Jaffe could do it. Her precise mastery of complex melodies, exceptional stability in live performances, textbook-like pronunciation, and peak technical and vocal artistry for a human. None of these were the ultimate reasons Yunran had chosen Jaffe. What set Jaffe apart was her unparalleled ability to convey emotion, something no one else could achieve. She possessed a supreme talent for emotional interpretation. Her perfect voice held boundless possibilities. Even a soft murmur could evoke strong resonance, wielding a magical power to move hearts. Her storytelling was poignant without being excessive, capable of drawing the listener into her spiritual world, in the briefest moment captivating them before they even realized it. The entranced audience in this concert hall was the best testament to that. I sing love songs to the world, sharing every word in my heart. Those old melodies sound so wonderful to me, as if melting away the years, making the world so melodious. Her low notes were rich, her high notes smooth. Jaffe was truly worthy of being called the embodiment of a celestial voice, a monster in the earth music scene. Her mellow timbre possessed powerful penetration, effortlessly traversing a vast vocal range with perfect control, handling every detail flawlessly. By human standards, Jaffe's technical singing prowess was undeniably perfect. But what made Jaffe truly extraordinary was her ability to draw people into her spiritual world in the shortest time, purely led and enchanted by her voice, forgetting they were even listening to a song, moved solely by the emotion in the music. Following Jaffe's voice through the spiritual realm, they were moved, awed, and brought to tears by the music's ebb and flow. Involuntarily and unwilling to resist, all my best memories come back clearly to me. Some can even make me cry, just like before, as if yesterday once more. Before the competition, Yunran had asked Jaffe, "Do you love music?" Distracted by pressure, Jaffe was stunned into recalling after many years why she had come this far. It wasn't because of the formidable competitors around her, the strictness of her teacher's guidance, or the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. It was pure, utterly pure. She loved music. Because she loved music, she had come this far. At the age of 3, when she was still babbling, she had pointed at a national gala on the screen, and declared she would sing there. Now, standing on this even more dazzling stage, why should she be afraid? She loved music. She wanted more and more people to hear her voice. That alone was enough. She didn't need to consider anything else. Simply because she wanted to sing, she sang. For everyone to hear, with her deepest, most intense love. The deepest love paired with the most suitable song. Jaffe's passion for music reached every listener's ear. The audience, who had been complaining about the music's boredom just moments ago, now finally understood the beauty of music in this world, deeply moved by this unprecedented experience. So this was music. All along they had misunderstood. Music was truly a beautiful, pure. Why had there been constant disputes over qualifications? After many years, I found my original dream. May my dream tell you. The voice of music from the world's heart. The final notes echoed through the hall. Everyone was immersed in their spiritual world, their stirred emotions lingering long. Their gazes were locked on the figure on stage. The overwhelming, soul-shaking impact left them momentarily speechless, even forgetting where they were. As the song ended, Jaffe looked up at the sky above, exhilarated. It had been a long time since she had sung so freely. Her chest heaved slightly as she lowered her head, her excitement bringing tears to her eyes. Covering her mouth with her hand, she noticed a brilliant smile on her lips, one that had lingered for some time, and she had no desire to suppress. Music. How wonderful. To be able to sing. How wonderful. To savor this moment. How wonderful. Noticing the song had ended, reluctant sobs arose from the audience. They had lived for so many years, yet this was the first time they had heard such beautiful music. How could it end after just a few minutes? Many couldn't contain their emotions and stood up, raising their arms to shout encore. The vast concert hall echoed with cheers and applause from all directions, pleas rising and falling. For a musician who loved music, this was more precious than any praise. An unparalleled encouragement, the highest honor. Tears glistened at the corners of Jaffe's eyes. She wept for joy as she wiped away the teardrops, murmuring to herself, "Thank you, thank you." She bowed deeply, offering her sincerest gratitude to everyone around the world who had listened earnestly. "Thank you." Applause rose and fell, the atmosphere electrifying and enduring. This was Earth's, humanity's shining moment. We were worthy. In the splendid and magnificent concert hall, the competition was caught in an awkward situation due to the audience's overwhelming enthusiasm. The last contestant, the world-renowned and celebrated famous music master Carol, stood at the bottom of the stage, glaring with anger at this unwelcome situation. For him to go up at this moment would be akin to awaiting ridicule and boos from the audience. Yet if he didn't go up and missed the performance time, he would be left with the words, "If you don't want to lose face, just leave," hanging over him. Healy rushed forward to congratulate Jia Fei on her successful performance, completely disregarding Carol's murderous glare, loudly expressing his admiration and emotion for Jia Fei. Shaking Jia Fei's hand up and down, he declared that from now on he would be her loyal fan. The feeling of listening live is 100 times more powerful than using headphones. I originally thought listening to Earth music on the terminal was already enjoyable, but it turns out that this is just the most ordinary experience. You have no idea the moment your voice resonated on stage, I got goosebumps all over. Really, it felt as if your voice directly penetrated deep into my soul in places I wasn't even aware of. Under the malicious urging of the official operations team, Carol reluctantly left the backstage. As for what kind of scene he would face next, one could glean a glimpse from Healy's smug expression of schadenfreude. Deserved. Though it was Jia Fei's glory and achievement, Healy felt as if he had received recognition himself and was immensely proud, saying letting him be so self-important just now he's shooting himself in the foot serves him right. Jia Fei's cheeks flushed, slightly unsure whether from excitement or shyness, as she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and approached Yunran, thanking him. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. She was thrilled that she could reach this point and gain the recognition of so many people. She had never been so grateful for her strength, which allowed her to step onto this stage and voice support for Earth. Was my performance okay? Can it allow Earth and humanity to have a brighter future? As Jia Fei spoke, she couldn't help but choke up again, but this time it was from overwhelming joy filled with the stubborn hope of gaining acknowledgement after her hard work. I never want anyone on Earth to face a situation like I just did. Never want to be looked down upon by outsiders again. Yunran looked at this person who shared the same goal and smiled, patting her shoulder, encouraging her. You've already done your best. That's enough. Next it's my turn to take action. Don't worry, I will show you the most beautiful future. Today is just the beginning, and it will only get better from here. I can tell you that in the future, when humanity steps out of the galaxy, they will be able to announce their origins with the loudest voices, and I will make them proud of their identity. Upon hearing this, Jia Fei couldn't help but blush, overwhelmed with joy. She covered her lips, letting out soft sobs, constantly nodding and cheering. It will, it definitely will. Yunran felt gratified seeing Jia Fei so dedicated to the future of her homeland. He smiled, reaching out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, comforting her. Your battle has ended. You did very well. Go rest now and patiently wait for the competition to finish. Letting Healy escort the excited Jia Fei back to the backstage rest area, Yunran watched the two leave, his inspiring aura gradually subsiding, returning to his usual calm demeanor. The competition was Jia Fei's concern, while stabilizing the competition and subtly guiding it in the direction he desired was what Yunran needed to focus on. He lowered his head to glance at the live video terminal from Earth, where the barrage of comments was wildly bouncing around, each line a reflection of his homeland behind him. Each comment was fuel for the flame igniting within him. Watching his compatriots express their emotions with tears in their eyes, seeing them proudly revel in the glory belonging to Earth, Yunran felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment filled with responsibility. This is Lofiel Star. At this moment, aside from Yunran, no one else could fight for the future of Earth. He represented over 2 billion people, and he had to give it his all. Yunran straightened his already upright back, a confident smile curving at the corners of his mouth, as he strode toward the judging area he had already visited for the third time today. Inside, the judges were just as Yunran had anticipated, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive, with barely a smile visible on anyone's face, even lacking the inclination to watch the final performance. Unlike the audience outside, who were still excitedly cheering, no one was willing to spare a glance at the famous musician on stage, remaining engrossed in the earlier performance by Jia Fei. Upon seeing Yunran's arrival, the members of the Music Association no longer maintained their earlier facade of ease. They silently watched as Yunran appeared with a beaming smile, their expressions awkward and defeated. If exquisite performance skills and clever musical compositions were their prideful specialties, then accepting the audience's love, leading the public to appreciate the beauty of music, and allowing everyone to enjoy the various emotions brought by the melodies were equally the duties of a musician. They existed as two distinct directions of development in the professional field, each with its own merits and drawbacks. As Yunran had initially said to Chi Moyu, popcorn movies may lack deep connotations, but they can bring joy to people. Art films may be dull and difficult to earn applause, but they possess sufficient style enough to engage those in deeper fields to watch patiently. Scholars in the field of arts may not favor the light-hearted popular themes, which is quite normal, but once the facts are laid before them, and they are told that the market prefers popcorn entertainment, they will eventually face a choice: accept or not accept. They had already fallen into a deadlock with Yunran, and now that things had progressed to this point, it was time for them to make a Facing Yunran's friendly and intimate smile, the group felt bitterness in their mouths, as a tinge of helplessness arose in their hearts. What else could they do now? In the face of the overwhelming cheers from the audience outside, the options left before them were nearly negligible. If they really threw caution to the wind and shamelessly gave Earth music a 0 score, they would face trouble that was entirely predictable. They would be scrutinized by the usually just and strict Chi Moyu, and they would be criticized by netizens forever labeled as petty and seeking revenge, despised and ridiculed by everyone. Moreover, Yunran's low-score judgment would naturally carry no weight. Initially it seemed that Yunran was very considerate in relinquishing half of the final decision-making power, but in reality that was not the case. He didn't bow to the Music Association by giving up half of the judging power, nor did he concede. He was offering a way out for the upper echelons of the music industry in this universe. At the same time, he was giving them an opportunity to reconcile with Yunran in front of everyone in a dignified. From the beginning, Yunran's ultimate goal was not to defeat the Music Association but to gain their acknowledgement. He hoped that once Earth music formally entered the universe in the future, it would be more legitimate and would face no obstacles or criticisms. If Yunran followed the competition rules set by Chi Moyu back then, and smoothly achieved a good ranking due to the popularity across the internet, the outcome would be no different from before the music festival. He would only gain public recognition but remain in a deadlock with the Music Association ultimately losing. The Music Association would still be unwilling to accept it still have something to say. Even if Yunran earned a high-status title at a Universal Music Festival, if the Music Association didn't recognize it, it would still be unrecognized, blocked by the phrase not mainstream. But giving half of the judging power to the Music Association would yield a different outcome. They wouldn't dare to maliciously give low scores. Furthermore, to preserve the power in their hands from being reclaimed by Chi Moyu, they would have to carefully consider the reactions of netizens and take everyone's feelings into account. Once they calmed down to think clearly, they would understand that having boarded the ship of collaboration with Chi Moyu, and with Earth music being warmly cherished by the entire internet populace, its advance into the universe was already unstoppable. In a heated confrontation, the association would also find it hard to gain an advantage. Thus, they would seek a better path for themselves before incurring losses. Smart individuals would choose this way, let alone the Music Association, which had long been manipulating music festival rankings for profit and had no integrity. This is a win-win opportunity. Granting the association sufficient respect allows them to welcome and acknowledge the existence of Earth music in the capacity of judges in such a grand occasion. This not only resolves the current conflicts between both sides, but also gives the Music Association enough face, while the excited public will also be pleased, achieving Yunran's ultimate goal. This might be the most legitimate, simplest, and most effective way for Yunran and the Music Association to reach The Music Association, both in reason and emotion, would not refuse, firstly for their authority in evaluating the music of the universe, and secondly because they dared not offend the Chi Moyu backing Yunran and the vast public. Facing Yunran's friendly gaze, the stubborn and proud white-haired president of the Music Association let out a bitter smile within, standing up to extend his right hand to Yunran in an inviting gesture of acknowledgement. Welcome to join us. Yunran's smile became even brighter as he sincerely extended his hand, grasping the other's palm firm. Thank you. The ending was neither unexpected nor tumultuous. Earth's music surged to the top position with an undeniable and unstoppable momentum, leaving the second place trailing far behind a clear and striking standout dominating 90% of all votes. The remaining few percent of votes were split among 33 competitors, all of whom, despite their considerable efforts, merely served to highlight the debut of Earth's music. After millions of years of accumulated effort, they found themselves mere supporting characters in the story of Earth's people in a tragic and pitiable situation. Except for a few exceptionally steadfast musicians, all the audience warmly welcomed this moment, eagerly anticipating Earth's victory. At this moment of universal attention, the professional music judges finally appeared. They stepped onto the stage facing billions of citizens from across the universe, their faces as stern and serious as ever, commenting on each contestant. As if aware of the public sentiments, they swiftly passed over the 30-some similar musicians and focused their remarks on Jia Fei. Her passion for music moves us deeply. The first words instantly brought smiles of relief to many anxious netizens who had feared the Music Association would continue to target Earth's music, leaving their comments of anticipation. This is how it should be. You are right. The president, not hearing the voices of the netizens, continued in a steady tone. Music is pure, and it needs love to sustain it. In Ms. Jia Fei's voice, I found the purest sound of music. This is undoubtedly a rare and precious treasure. I felt her love for music. Without a doubt, I was deeply moved. Perhaps her singing lacks some technical embellishment, but that requires just a bit of time and experience. She will become even more perfect. In our association, technique and experience are the most common foundational skills, but the expression and transmission of emotion are the truly rare treasures. In honor of her love and faith in music, all of us judges unanimously decided to extend the most fitting blessing for her appearance. She is today's champion. She rightfully deserves this honor. No sooner had the words been spoken than a thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Many who genuinely loved Earth's music, captivated by Jia Fei's voice, shed tears of joy for the existence of this moment. They succeeded. The camera fittingly focused on Jia Fei, the dazzling woman on stage, whose tears flowed uncontrollably. With reddened eyes she faced everything, joyfully trembling slightly, and then impulsively reached out to embrace the man familiar to everyone beside her. Yunran wore a comforting smile, gently patting the back of Jiafei's head, softly saying something to her. Then he raised his gaze to the camera directed at him, presenting a bright and sunny smile. This smile instantly sparked even more frenzied cheers from the crowd, with everyone shouting the name of Earth. They were the brightest new stars today. The people of Earth sitting before their screens shed tears, as they watched the familiar faces of their compatriots, feeling excited and immensely proud. Earth had just completed its evaluations, officially qualifying to enter the Great Cosmic Era just a year prior. Their hearts were undoubtedly filled with fear of the unknown, as well as the inevitable inferiority and reticence faced by newcomers confronting a vast and powerful external world. To them, the universe was unfamiliar, requiring 200% vigilance and effort as they cautiously approached this new existence. They could hardly imagine that the aliens beyond the Milky Way would welcome the emergence of Earth's people with such enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating humanity's arrival. The thunderous applause and cheers left humanity in awe as the citizens of the universe continuously shouted the name of Earth, celebrating this newly rising star. Intense emotions penetrated through billions of light years, warming the hearts of every Earthling, making them feel secure. They realized they were not alone in this universe. Not long ago, humanity on Earth learned from official news that compatriots would represent Earth in an interstellar-level music competition. Many eagerly and anxiously conducted pre-competition investigations, wanting to understand the specifications of this music competition and how Earth was selected to participate. When they logged onto the StarNet and searched for information related to Earth, they were stunned to find themselves caught in a raging debate between two opposing groups of netizens. Unbeknownst to them, how could the outside world have stirred up such a fuss because of them? Why was everyone attacking them? What had they done wrong? They felt fearful, anxious, and angry, always feeling unjustly caught in the crossfire. They did not understand the so-called old and new music, nor did they comprehend that this entertainment abandoned by humanity for nearly a century could lead to disputes with the outside world. So as they followed the comments and traced back to that unfamiliar Earthling, they felt quite irked. It was because of this guy. Earth's successful entry onto the interstellar platform was already no small feat, with billions of people's efforts over centuries. Would they be able to bear the blame if one person's appearance tarnished their reputation? The situation had evolved into such a serious matter that this music competition could even jeopardize Earth. If they were to fail in such a venue, the entire universe would mock Earth's audacity, and the critical voices would descend mercilessly upon every Earthling leaving Earth, which had just struggled to enter the Great Cosmic Era, carrying the label of ridicule for a long time in this vast society. It was all because of a so-called music that Earthlings had never paid attention to before. This was simply too frustrating. Though they were angry, they could not reach across millions of light years to shake Yunran awake. Many utilized the widely circulated photos of Yunran on the StarNet, logging onto Earth's official website to query his identity. The words "former chief diplomat" along with a dazzlingly impressive resume instantly silenced the majority. Some even directly found out that Yunran was the director of Earth's Cultural Promotion Bureau, leading to a sense of awe and respect, making them too intimidated to even utter a basic comment. In a militarized atmosphere, Earthlings instinctively obeyed the commands of their superiors, and the drive to unite toward a single goal had long since been ingrained in everyone's hearts. If this person named Yunran was not just some troublemaker emerging from that corner of the world, but rather a diplomat who had always protected Earth's honor and fought for every Earthling, then they seemed to have a reason to believe in him. Humanity had never feared challenges. They only despised unnecessary risks and disputes. If this music battle was indeed instigated by the higher-ups, then regardless, their first action should not be to trouble the upper echelons, but to support Yunran, allowing him to fight without reservations. The dissent regarding the music competition on Earth appeared as quickly as it disappeared, with many leaving messages on the official website to express their support for Yunran and Jiafei. They picked up the music they had long neglected, striving to understand its related knowledge, and engaged in ongoing discussions comparing it to the so-called cosmic hits. They quickly clarified the current disputes online and understood why they were happening. Earth's music was indeed too special for all the beings of the universe. They discussed rejected and pressured Earthlings would absolutely not be humble, obsequious, or concede. Even if the entire universe criticized humanity, pointing fingers at them, they would never surrender. Support director, you support every warrior fighting for humanity. They stood in front of their screens on time, silently supporting the heroes battling outside, watching Jiafei's appearance, and sending their sincerest blessings for this lady from their hometown. This perfect music was enough to silence all those who held grievances. They witnessed the performance's conclusion, as the people of the universe fervently applauded Jiafei with unparalleled cheers. Every Earthling's face lit up with radiant, relieved, and surprised smiles. It was the joy of victory in battle, the comfort of being recognized, and the pride of bringing glory to their homeland. They rejoiced on Earth, yet feigned calmness as they faced the universe's warm welcome. They saw how excited the aliens were after hearing just one song. They felt both proud and somewhat speechless, jokingly saying how could the aliens be so inexperienced, thinking they had seen the ocean just because they found a shell. On Earth, there were clearly so many more beautiful things waiting for them to discover. In this moment, a deep sense of national pride welled up within humanity. They no longer felt the trepidation and fear they once did, for they realized that the universe was not distant, and that aliens were not as cold and terrifying as they had imagined. It was merely due to a music competition, a little situation guided by diplomats. The stone cast by Yunran did not sink silently to the bottom, but instead stirred waves across the entire area, drawing attention to humanity's existence. In light of the current situation, humanity won, and Yunran also won. He looked at the congratulatory emails from his family. On the terminal, his gaze wavering, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a smile as he laughed with contentment. When you found Yunran, he saw the soul of Yunran radiating an unprecedented joy. This joy was not due to the reporters surrounding him constantly interviewing him, nor was it because various parties were eagerly extending olive branches to Yunran hoping to gain cooperation invitations, but rather because of something far more significant. What do you have to say to everyone regarding the victory in this competition? The camera focused on the profile of Yunran, as a female reporter standing in the center of the crowd blushed and excitedly inquired, "Is this woman beside you your partner or your music mentor?" Yunran smiled and said, "Allow me to formally introduce this lady standing next to me. Her name is Jia, a singer from our Earth. Our relationship is that of companions, siblings, and colleagues. I am honored to have her participate in this competition today, and take this opportunity to officially introduce to the vast online community the songs from my homeland. Regarding the victory in this competition, I would like to say that I feel extremely honored. This is all thanks to Ms. Jia singing and the cultural accumulation of our Earth over the years. For Jia, a swarm of people rushing forward to interview her might leave her feeling flustered and somewhat embarrassed. But Yunran was quite different. This was his bread and butter. His job was to make speeches in various public settings in front of cameras, occasionally engaging in polite yet direct verbal sparring. Faced with all sorts of questions and diverse interviews, Yunran felt as relaxed as if he were at home. He cheerfully responded to everyone's inquiries, casually yet directly, not avoiding any questions. Even when confronted with the rare few questions filled with tricky hostility and provocation, he could effortlessly leave his opponents speechless, suffering a silent defeat while feeling utterly embarrassed. Regarding Master Carol's baseless accusations, I find it extremely ludicrous. Music is something everyone can enjoy, and concerts are spaces shared by every citizen. Hearing him say, "Don't humiliate yourself, get out of here quickly," I can only say this is a very ignorant, rude, and self-aggrandizing behavior. The achievements brought by Earth's music are there for all to see. Shall we leave? Wishful thinking. He is somewhat overestimating himself. I hope he values his own identity, and stops provoking trouble, embarrassing himself, and making everyone laugh. Yunran's answer, which even made him chuckle halfway through, did not surprise the interviewers. Except for a few netizens who were astonished by Yunran's seemingly clear eyes and handsome appearance, and wondered how he could face insults so directly, everyone else listened with smiles to Yunran's declaration, sending him their supportive applause. The humans on Earth naturally expressed great delight at his remarks, constantly sending messages and comments like, "handsome," "support," and "the king's disdain," occasionally feeling amazed. So diplomats speak so down to earth. Their attitude is so resolute, leaving no room for sentiment. They directly say what needs to be said, and are unambiguous in their rebuttals. I reviewed the recorded statement of our diplomats, and it turns out they really do feel this way in their daily lives. Indeed, after watching it, I feel incredibly relaxed. It's immensely satisfying to confront people. Ambassador I'm a pro at verbal sparring. After just a few minutes of interviewing Yunran, the Earthlings who initially feared he might feel guilty or embarrassed and lose face in front of outsiders felt reassured. They watched this compatriot so confident and calm, facing all external comments with poise, perfectly and satisfactorily resolving each issue, and aside from admiration they felt more admiration. If it were them, they certainly could not manage such a smooth and fluid exchange, nor could they understand every question posed by the aliens that were very familiar to them, and even naturally earn the aliens' favor through words inciting such strong curiosity and expectation towards the newly emerged human race. When reporters from the entertainment field approached to ask Yunran if there were plans for deeper cooperation with the entertainment industry, and whether Earthlings intended to continue developing in the music sector, Yunran smiled, and said, "I see many inquiries asking if I am interested in becoming a singer. I want to clarify that I am not a professional singer. I am just an ordinary Earthling with some understanding of music. I believe that there are many more humans on Earth who love music and are exceptionally talented, and they will gradually come forward to bring everyone more wonderful and beautiful music performances. So please continue to pay attention to us and to the singers from Earth, and not just limit it to me." As for my subsequent plans, of course, I will continue to do many things to help everyone understand Earth's culture, always standing in places where everyone can see me. But I personally will not sign contracts with any entertainment company to become a star singer or anything else. As he said this, a long sigh of deep regret escaped from the group of reporters, a strong emotional sigh. Upon hearing it, Yunran couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was exceptionally good-looking, and every time he smiled, he could easily win others' favor and capture the adoration of the majority. Yunran said, perhaps many netizens do not know that although I first became famous on Xinhua, the account I use is that of our official studio, the Earth Culture Promotion Bureau. Moreover, I am also the ambassador diplomat of Earth stationed on Luofei Airstar, specifically executing diplomatic work between the two countries. Facing the astonished expressions of everyone around, Yunran smiled and said, yes, I am a diplomat. There's no need to show such a shocked expression, nor do you need to apologize. The fact that you hope for me to become a star shows that I am good-looking and sing well. I am very happy. Among the reporters, a female reporter with a rosy face, as excited as if interviewing an idol, looked at Yunran, speaking to her, feeling both exhilarated and shy. Previously it was she who let out an uncontrollable wail of regret after hearing Yunran say, I will not sign to become a star. Now hearing Yunran's teasing, her cheeks flushed, covering her face. Afterwards Yunran continued to share many statements promoting Earth's music and voicing for Earth's humanity, hoping to leave a deep impression of Earth in the public's hearts, ensuring that there will definitely be more actions to meet everyone's expectations. Then Yunran ended the interview with laughter alongside the reporters, and left the backstage interview area, standing quietly and obediently by the side. Healy finally had the chance to speak, saying to Yunran, bro, what shall we do next? Yunran had been thinking about the congratulatory letter from his family, and felt very cheerful at this moment. He knew that Earth had preliminarily accepted his actions, and his movements began to touch the emotions of the higher-ups, making them willing to cooperate further with his actions. Thus Yunran was very confident about the upcoming plans, and cheerfully said, what needs to be done? As he spoke, the terminal on his wrist began to emit a series of notification sounds. Those watching the live broadcast sent their greetings to him after Yunran finished the interview. He smiled warmly and patiently replied to each one. Healy had known Yunran for many years, and was used to seeing him being the center of attention, wherever he went, frequently receiving greetings from friends. Thus he naturally shifted his gaze down to his own terminal, which was also buzzing, prioritizing finding messages from his parents and relatives, then replied, yes, that's right, and my brother is doing well, and is very popular here. Oh no one is bullying him. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. Come on, I'm your real son, okay? Why aren't you concerned about me? Didn't I appear on screen too? My brother hasn't lost any weight. His weight is very stable. Instead, I've lost 2 pounds. What do you mean, you don't care? Indeed, only my brother cares about me the most in the world. While Healy was gritting his teeth and bantering with his family, Jaffe sat in the lounge, looking down at her terminal, which suddenly had a smooth connection after the performance ended, conversing with friends and family back on Earth. She saw her friends' warm greetings, and heard them jokingly ask her, who is that handsome guy you hugged? Instinctively, she glanced at Yunran sitting beside her, her face flushed, and replied, he is a friend. She hoped that Yunran could treat her as a friend. She also wished to have such a witty, humorous, charismatic, reliable, and trustworthy friend. In her eyes, Yunran always had a good attitude, forever confident. Not only was he emotionally stable himself, but he could also uplift those around him, making him an excellent leader. At that moment, the door to the lounge was suddenly knocked on from the outside. Yunran and Jaffe both looked up, and Healy quickly jumped up from his chair, taking a few steps to the door, and opened it, upon receiving a nod of approval from Yunran. Upon seeing the figures standing outside the door, Healy instinctively took a few steps back, looking somewhat surprised and reserved, glancing at the trustworthy Yunran beside him, and then felt his emotions stabilize. Yunran quickly put away his terminal and stood up to greet them. Mo, what brings you here? Upon seeing the flying snow in Mo, embrace, Yunran was even more surprised. Fei Shui. Mo held Fei Shui in her arms, protecting her little head against her shoulder, blocking her line of sight from looking at others. She said to Yunran, I came to see how things are going. In some ears, the statement meant what Mo intended to express, I came to see you. But in the ears of the emotionally oblivious Yunran, this sounded very much like a formal, I came to see how the concert is proceeding, and whether the contract we have can be fulfilled. Yunran smiled and said, did you hear Ms. Jaffe's music? It was truly amazing. Mo glanced at the woman that Yunran had mentioned with a hint of introduction, nodded, and said flatly, I heard it, it's quite good. You definitely earned this championship. Yunran smiled brightly, nodded, and looked to the side at Jaffe. He intended to take this opportunity to help Jaffe gain a better impression in front of Mo, but upon seeing Jaffe under Mo's gaze first stiffen, then get nervous, and ultimately reveal a look of fear, he could only regretfully lower his eyelids. He then smiled again and said to Mo, yes, She is the biggest contributor today. Sensing Yunran's thoughtfulness, Yes, once cold and numb heart softened involuntarily, her deep sapphire blue eyes gazing at Yunran like an iceberg melting into a lake appearing so gentle. She graciously listened to Yunran's introduction and nodded gracefully at Jaffe without showing any arrogance, saying to Yunran, "Is there anything planned next?" Yunran replied, "Nothing planned." Yu nodded and said, "Let's go home together." Healy's heart raced with excitement upon hearing this, feeling a sense of panic. He nervously looked at Yunran, who was focused on Chi Fei Shue's outstretched hand, wanting to hug him, stepping forward to take over Yu's responsibilities, replacing her to hold Chi Fei Shue in his arms, gently smiling as he stroked Chi Fei Shue's head, praising her for being very brave today. Healy couldn't help but anxiously dart his eyes between Yu and Yunran, feeling a tense fear that Yunran might be walking into a tiger's den. He even thought of shouting, "Bro, I want to go with you," but suddenly remembered the competition had just ended, and he still needed to accompany and take care of Jaffe, feeling very conflicted and stifled. Meanwhile, Yunran had no awareness of this. He looked very happy holding Chi Fei Shue, cheerfully taking out candies from the space hub to play with the little girl, resembling the biggest neighborly brother for the little birthday star. Healy closed his lips in resignation after repeatedly opening them. Perhaps due to Yes' prior arrangements, as Yunran left the lounge with Chi Fei Shue, they didn't encounter any passersby. They smoothly arrived at the parking lot outside the concert hall, where the driver was waiting at all times. After getting into the car, Yunran placed Chi Fei Shue between himself and Yu, affectionately smoothing her messy bangs, then opened an educational animation program that little girls like to watch for her. Perhaps it was because he had been on Luofei Airstar for a while, living with Yu for so long and seeing her often, and Yu always displayed a very tolerant, friendly, and easygoing attitude, as if they were longtime friends. When Yunran offered Chi Fei Shue a second fruit-flavored milk candy, he unconsciously fed himself a strawberry-flavored candy, as well, enjoying it with delight. After chewing on the candy for several seconds, he suddenly realized, looking surprised at Yu, who was silently watching him, his delicate face slightly flushed with one candy in his mouth, that he couldn't swallow or spit out, feeling quite embarrassed. How did he suddenly start eating candy in front of others, and in someone else's car? This habit was too. Just as Yunran felt ashamed of his casual and rude behavior, Yu, sensing his emotions, spoke up to alleviate the situation, "I want to try some too." Upon hearing this, Yunran was slightly taken aback, then smiled broadly at Yu, laughing heartily as he pulled out a metallic candy box from the hub. "What flavor would you like?" Yu thought for a moment and said, "The same as yours." He wanted to know everything about Yunran, even the flavor of a candy that Yunran had tasted. Yunran poured a light pink fruit candy into Yu's hand, watching with curiosity as she took the strawberry candy, usually so expressionless and serious about everything around her, and began to chew on it, a smile unintentionally creeping onto his lips, as if he had discovered something interesting. "Is it good?" he inquired. Although Yu's demeanor while eating children's candy was akin to that of someone savoring delicacies at a Michelin-starred restaurant, but thinking about what she was currently eating, Yunran couldn't help but smile, finding this man in front of him exceptionally adorable. Yu nodded and replied, "Not bad." Yunran eagerly added, "This was given to me by a friend who said that children love to eat them. I brought 2 boxes with me, thinking that one day I could feed it to Fei Shue. I see Fei Shue seems to like it. Would you like me to share some with you? If Fei Shue wants some next time, you can give her." Yunran was always like this. As long as he was around anyone by his side, could feel the care. This care came from his instinct, as natural as breathing, often addressing others' needs even before they realized them, and that meticulous concern easily captured a piece of affection in an unguarded moment. Moved. This is why Yunran's popularity is always so high, as it is the accumulation of his actions bit by. Yu reached out to take the gift from Yunran, lightly exploring the smooth surface of the metal box with her fingertips, and asked him, "What about yours?" Yunran, puzzled, replied, "Mine." "What do you mean?" Yu elaborated. "You carry the candy that Fei Shue likes with you, so what about the things you like?" Yunran understood Yu's meaning, smiled, and said, "Of course I have some too." He gently brushed his fingertips over the golden badge given by a friend on his chest, producing a bottle of mint-flavored candy, inviting her. "Would you like to try it?" Seeing Yu nod in agreement, Yunran poured a light blue hard candy into her hand, and then happily fed one to himself. Crunching happily, the cool and slightly sweet taste brought him genuine joy. He observed Yu's expression and asked, "Is it good?" Yunran listened cheerfully. "That way I can give you your favorite things anytime." Yunran's smile slightly paused, staring blank. Yunran generously handed the glass bottle to Yu, smiling as he did so. Yu took the bottle and said softly, "I want to put it with the fruit candies." Yunran listened cheerfully. "That way I can give you your favorite things anytime." Yunran's smile slightly paused, staring blankly at the man in front of him. "What does this mean?" Chi Moyu revealed a subtle reserved smile and said, "If you want candy, just come find me anytime. I will always be here." Yunran's face unknowingly turned red. "Alright, let's start the animation." He thought he almost misunderstood that moment. He awkwardly lowered his head, took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his mindset, and raised his head, smiling confidently at Chi Moyu, saying, "Okay." Seeing Chi Moyu indeed nodding calmly in response, his demeanor remained as composed as usual. Yunran's heart, which had jumped nervously, calmed down again. "What am I overthinking?" Yunran scolded himself a couple of times and ended the topic about candy. The hover car quickly brought the three of them back to the castle on the mountaintop, where petals fluttered like snow in a dreamy flower sea. Yunran got off the car, holding Chi Feishue. As they walked into the castle, they hadn't visited for several days. He discovered that the entire castle's decorations and structure had changed dramatically in just a few days. Perhaps it was to celebrate the little master's birthday today, as the castle was adorned with charming and vibrant flowers and various cartoon decorations. A lion with a light golden silk ribbon tied around its neck for wrapping gifts emerged from inside. Its body was covered in soft, fluffy snow-white fur. This lion was about as tall as Yunran's chest, and when it lay down it was barely level with the standing Chi Feishu. It had beautiful gem-like golden vertical pupils, and a hint of lazy warmth flowed in its gaze, exuding an extraordinarily noble and elegant friendly aura. From its presence it was hard to sense a chilling threat, yet it certainly would not allow outsiders to underestimate it. Yunran saw Chi Feishue in his arms, casting a curious glance at the lion before him, thinking that this lion spirit would not make the little girl feel uncomfortable. He suddenly realized that the lion's appearance, including the color of its pupils, was exactly like the protagonist of a cartoon that Chi Feishue had recently been watching, and he nodded in realization, understanding that this was most likely her brother's birthday gift for Feishue. Finding an animal that could be accepted by Chi Feishue, and also resembled her favorite cartoon character, was no easy task. It required someone with eyes identical to Chi Feishue's to personally search and select it. Who knows how much effort this warm-hearted brother put in behind the scenes. Yunran walked over to the lion, while holding Chi Feishue, as she reached out her hand to explore the lion. Seeing the soft and fluffy fur slightly indent under Feishue's touch, the visibly comfortable sensation made Yunran unavoidably feel the urge to pet a cat. He placed Feishue on the lion's back, confirming that the gentle animal did not resist this action. In fact, it obediently leaned its head and gently rubbed against the little girl's palm. Yunran's gaze revealed a hint of envy. He asked Chi Moyu, "What is its name?" Chi Moyu replied, "Cream." Yunran chuckled in surprise. "Cream? That's quite a delicious name." He saw the light of wisdom unique to sentient beings in Cream's eyes, and it casually followed the two as it carried the little princess on its back, chatting leisurely with Chi Moyu. "I've always wanted to raise a creature like this." Chi Moyu asked, "Why not?" Yunran explained, "I live in a dormitory. Pets are not allowed in the army. Moreover, I often travel for work and cannot take care of them well. However, many of my friends have such pets at home, so if I feel like it, I'll go play with them. It's called cloud-raising pets." Chi Moyu said, "You can raise one now." Yunran thought for a moment and replied, "Well, he was just temporarily staying at Chi Moyu's home. He couldn't bear to adopt a pet in someone else's house." Chi Moyu asked, "What kind do you like?" Yunran hesitated and said, "I prefer cat." Chi Moyu nodded in understanding and continued to ask, "What kind of cat?" Yunran chuckled, "I don't mind." What he meant to say was that it didn't matter to him whether he had a pet or not, but Chi Moyu, having seen through his soul, pretended not to understand and replied, "Then let me help you find one. If you don't mind the appearance of the cat, I'll help you find one." Yunran was slightly taken aback and then smiled brightly. This Prince Chi. Sometimes Yunran couldn't help but think that if it weren't for Chi Moyu's rarely seen expressions always appearing indifferent, making it hard to gauge his emotions, he would really consider him a very easygoing friend. "No need. I should be quite busy for a while. Let's talk about it later." Moreover, now that Chi Feishue has this gentle big white cat as a pet, Yunran could easily take the chance to pet a cat while taking care of her. Such a big lion, if I could hug it, it would be absolutely wonderful. Yunran unconsciously squeezed his hand, resting on his lap, suppressing the urge to pet a cat, as he accompanied the Chi siblings to sit in the grand living room. In the culture of the Chi-Wen Empire, there is no habit of waiting until the birthday banquet starts to give birthday gifts. Yunran presented the gift he had prepared to Chi Feishue's silver-white bracelet terminal, smilingly saying to her, "This is my gift. Would you like to open it and take a look?" Chi Feishue's fair petite nose twitched slightly. Observant as always, Yunran immediately understood her meaning, smiling, as he rubbed her little head and pressed play. Chi Moyu sat quietly beside them, subtly raising his chin to express his interest and anticipation. A vast, verdant, dense forest. Sunlight poured down, bringing life to all things. Atop a towering mountain, a massive rock crumbled, releasing fine dust and gravel. As the stones trickled down, the true form of the rock was revealed. It was a giant stone creature. The stone creature had no idea how long it had been asleep. It gazed at the desolate view atop the mountain, its eyes revealing a sense of regret and melancholy. Suddenly a small and gentle voice rang out from afar. The stone creature sensed this rare sound and slowly crawled away from its slumbering spot, heading towards the edge of the cliff. It walked for a long time and finally emerged at the cliff's summit, gazing down at the world below. Looking into the distance, the lush green grasslands and the vast forests appeared where all things thrived. It was a place where life converged. A glimmer of longing shone in the stone creature's slow and numb face. It saw a light and lively wood sprite coming out from the forest. She approached a piece of green stone and encountered a small flower bud struggling to survive, growing in the crevice of the stone wall. With a gentle touch, she caressed the soil beneath the flower bud, extended her hands, gently cradling the flower's surroundings. As she moved, the flower instantly gained boundless strength and bloomed into golden, beautiful petals in the blink of an eye. The stone creature witnessed all of this. It excitedly peered over, leaning against the rough, cold cliff, mesmerized by the sight. At that moment, a sharp, piercing clang echoed from afar, reaching the stone creature's ears. The stone creature sensed danger and cast its gaze far into the forest. A dark, tall figure wielding a cold and terrifying scythe was sweeping through the forest, cutting off all life around which countless trees and flowers lay in ruins. And right in its path, the wood sprite stood there, oblivious, gazing at the delicate flower in her hands. No, the stone creature revealed an alarmed expression. It instinctively lunged forward, its body plunging from the home it had known for countless years. It fell from the towering cliff, tumbling and rolling down the rocky surface, finally sliding down the steep slope and soaring through the air for hundreds of meters, clumsily landing in the heart of the forest. The stone creature opened its eyes in a daze, lying on a soft patch of grass, surrounded by the delightful scent. The wood sprite curiously gazed at this large creature that had fallen from the sky, bending down to observe this unexpected guest. Meanwhile, in the distance, a swiftly approaching dark figure cut through the dense forest, revealing a cold visage. It raised its head, casting a cruel gaze at the wood sprite. The stone creature hurriedly got up from the ground, watching the still dazed wood sprite before it, nervously reaching out its hand, wanting to embrace and protect her. The frail wood sprite instinctively dodged the heavy stone creature's charge, looking at the stone creature's frantic, outstretched right hand with confusion, hesitating to act. The stone creature was unable to speak. Its terrified gaze was fixed on the ever-approaching dark figure. It quickly reached out its right hand, grasping the wood sprite's slender arm, trying to pull her away. But unexpectedly, a massive palm swept away the dust, causing the stone creature to release its grip in shock, staring at the spot where it touched the wood sprite, its rocky body disintegrating into fine ash. How could this happen? The stone creature's frantic gaze looked at what should have been a strong arm, remembering the identity and abilities of the sprite. Shock transformed into understanding as it faced the equally astonished wood sprite. The wood sprite instinctively took a step back, glancing at her own arm, no longer approaching the stone creature that could harm her. Then the sounds of trees being chopped down and collapsing reached their ears. The sound was close at hand. The wood sprite turned to glance at the stone creature, which waved its hand, leading her to escape backwards. Emerging from the fallen trees and grass, the dark figure revealed a carefree, reckless smile, reaching out to cut a pure, beautiful flower. Its cold gaze fixated on the wood sprite not far away. It chased after them, effortlessly hacking through countless plants along the way, driving the stone creature and would sprite to the edge of the forest, cornering them against the wall of the barren land with nowhere left to retreat. With greedy, covetous eyes it eyed the wood sprite, wiping its sharp, cold, long knife while trampling the grass and flowers that struggled to survive in the barren land. Stepping closer to the sprite, the wood sprite initially felt panic, but as she saw the dark figure harming the surrounding plants, her expression grew resolute. She did not cower. Instead, she bravely charged at the dark figure with her light yet fragile little body. Then she was mercilessly struck by the dark figure's knife, falling to the ground and lying motionless. The clumsy stone creature watched as the wood sprite swiftly departed from his side. It was shocked, furious, and silently let out a roar to the sky, desperately rushing towards the injured sprite lying on the ground. A clang echoed from behind him as he saw the dark figure swinging its large knife at him, yet it couldn't even leave. Enraged, he swung his strong and powerful arms, striking fiercely at the dark figure. The dark figure was agile, fierce, cold-blooded, and ruthless. It fought desperately with the stone creature for a long time, yet it did not anticipate how terrifying this gentle race would become when infuriated. It watched as the stone creature slammed into the earth with unparalleled force, easily swatting away the sharp knife from its hand and crushing down like a mountain, stirring up countless dust and mercilessly pressing down on him. Crack, thud. The stone creature panted heavily, standing in the fading sunlight, its dazed gaze fixed on the shattered fragments beneath. It turned to look at the fallen wood sprite, dragging its massive body towards her. The wood sprite lay on the ground, unresponsive. Her charming long hair began to fall apart, and her beautiful fluffy dress crumbled like withered branches. The stone creature looked on in terror, instinctively reaching out its hand, wanting to stop the wood sprite's body from disintegrating, But as soon as its palm touched her, its body began to crack, unable to make contact. The stone creature's face revealed an unmistakable sorrow and loss as it looked at its palm and at the weak wood sprite lying on the side. In the end, it clenched its fist, lowered its gaze, and once more reached out its hand towards the delicate little body before it. It embraced the wood sprite, its arms helplessly dropping, then it roared as it held her tightly. It carried this embodiment of life and hope, embracing her quickly, leaving the barren and desolate mountain land behind, running towards the vibrant forest filled with life. The twilight sky silently watched the unfolding of this story. Yet another dawn broke, and on the lush grassland flowers bloomed abundantly. On the forest floor a large stone appeared. Following the stone forward, another stone was discovered. The stones wound their way into the forest, into the place teeming with green life. Amidst the sunlight a wood sprite lay quietly, her face serene, in a place surrounded by gentle stones. All around her pure white flowers gently bloomed. In the warmest moment of sunlight, she slowly opened her eyes. She recalled everything and hurriedly climbed up from the stone, her anxious gaze scanning her surroundings. She looked around, confused by the peaceful green world, until she saw the stones stretching out in a straight line. At the end of the stones beside her, one piece of rubble bore a familiar face wearing a contented smile facing her direction. The eyes that had lost their light still gazed gently at the lush fields before them, yet there was no more response. The wood sprite stared blankly at the stone creature's face, stretching out her hand, gathering every ounce of strength to embrace the hero who had saved her. Yunran sat on the sofa, silently accompanying the Chicheng siblings. As they finished watching the entire, he knew that the Chi family lacked nothing in terms of reputation, status, wealth, and power. Giving material gifts felt too trivial. Since Chi Feishue enjoyed watching animations and the foreign animated content was filled with complex and tedious educational meanings, making it quite dull, it would be better to gift her an animation she liked, combining education with enjoyment, which would make for a nice gift. Prior to this, Yunran had watched numerous stories to select suitable gifts. Now watching it again, he felt little response inside. Thus, when he glanced at the Chicheng siblings, Yunran's mood was relatively calm. He believed their reactions would be mild and favorable, but not overly exaggerated, likely to be quite restrained. However, unexpectedly, Chi Feishue, whose face was as still as a doll, showed obvious emotional fluctuations. Her clear blue eyes reflected a tumult of feelings. Her delicate pink lips were tightly pressed together, staring unblinkingly at the fading credits of the staff. It seemed she was still immersed in the story, unable to extricate herself. Meanwhile, Chi Moyu, who always appeared indifferent, surprisingly parted her thin lips in astonishment, fixating on the screen before Chi Feishue with a similarly shocked expression, her finger slightly raised, as if wanting to hit the replay button. Yunran was momentarily stunned by the overly appreciative reactions of the two beside him, then chuckled helplessly. It seemed he had underestimated the power of Earth animations. No, it was the power of stories, the power of emotions. The Chi family was indeed a very sentimental race. Yunran smiled and asked, "Do you want to watch it again?" Chi Moyu nodded slightly, no longer restrained by the so-called politeness and desires, instinctively clicking the replay button. Yunran watched all of this with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed his second step of the plan could be put into action. After the concert concluded, Yunran returned to Earth with Jiafei, who had won the championship and was adorned with glory. This time they received an exceptionally grand welcome from their homeland. Looking outside the space station at the throngs of people, leaders, and cameras, Yunran wore a composed smile as he accepted the condolences and congratulations from his superiors. Amidst the fervent gaze of countless Earth compatriots, he once again resumed the position of chief diplomat. At the same time, he also bore heavier responsibilities and expectations. After seeing Jiafei off, he did not take off his burden or stop working to rest. Instead, he took out the plan he had prepared for a long time and promptly knocked on the office door of his superior. After a detailed discussion lasting over half an hour, Yunran gained several powers and tasks. He wore a joyful smile filled with vigor and immediately drove to the relevant department to commence intense and intricate preparations. During this process, he received the full cooperation of everyone, wielding access to resources that ordinary people could hardly imagine, enjoying top priority in many matters. Through his connections, he assembled a team that could fully meet his requirements in the shortest time possible. He no longer needed to fight alone like he did months ago, enduring unfair and harsh treatment. The feeling of being recognized by his homeland was more gratifying than anything else. He took away most of the manpower from the Cultural Promotion Bureau, which had initially not been valued by his superiors, and integrated new employees to form a studio. This studio was organized according to Yunran's plan into several clearly defined departments, each staffed with employees he had carefully selected from a large pool of candidates. Most of them came from the military, possessing the dedication and rigor of soldiers working diligently with a proper attitude, capable of perfectly accomplishing all tasks assigned by superiors, becoming Yunran's reliable right-hand men. The entire studio was divided into two main aspects. One was external, accompanying Yunran to Lofield to handle external affairs. The other was internal, remaining on Earth as a base to handle tasks on Earth for Yunran, so he wouldn't have to fly back personally for every matter. Before taking the employees away from Earth, he spent a week prioritizing the issues on Earth. He instructed the Cultural Promotion Bureau to broadly search for talents worldwide. This talent search targeted music professionals, holding a global audition to find all individuals with musical talent, filled with love for music, and intending to pursue this industry. This selection process, led by the government, rapidly spread to every city in the world after Yunran issued his order. Various official organizations in each city actively responded to the superior's call, widely and frequently promoting the requirement to find music-related talents, ensuring that within a single day it flooded every corner of reality, and the internet, aiming to attract the attention of over 2 billion humans. By the 6th day, after multiple rounds of auditions, out of 100,000 candidates, 5,000 remained. These 5,000 people traveled to the capital from all over the world, and under the careful selection of a few renowned music masters on Earth, 483 music volunteers were accepted, and they met the chief diplomat Yunran, who was only spoken of in rumors. Yunran was very busy with work. He hurried into a large conference room, and instead of greeting them, issued a strict order that in 3 months only the 10 best singers and 30 lyricists and composers among the hundreds present would remain to be nurtured as official talents for the stars. That was undoubtedly the road to stardom, the strongest backing, more reliable than any organization. Yunran never showed mercy or complacency when it came to formal work. In just a few moments of speaking, his handsome face became a representation of authority, imprinted in everyone's hearts, commanding respect and fear. He laid out strict requirements and promised numerous generous conditions. A passionate and motivating promotion stirred patriotic feelings in every attendee's heart, painting a picture of a hopeful future. He required everyone present to take the upcoming training and tests, seriously exerting their utmost efforts to evolve into beings who could represent their homeland in battle with their songs. And he would take them across the universe once they grew to sufficient heights, introducing them to the entire starry expanse in the most perfect and eye-catching manner, allowing them to leave a resounding name as Earthlings in this endless sea of stars. Observing the faces of all the music lovers present, reflecting yearning and anticipation under Yunran's encouraging voice, he gave a sweet promise before waving a stern warning, saying solemnly to them, of course, if anyone makes a mistake during work, and the blame is unjustly placed on Earth. He coldly locked his gaze on everyone present, his expression impassive, and spoke in a calm and solemn tone. You definitely wouldn't want to know what kind of punishment awaits. A group of ordinary citizens had never encountered such a serious command and threat. After hearing it, they unconsciously displayed nervous and fearful expressions, quickly nodding in agreement to indicate they would remember it well. After briefing everyone, Yunran left the conference room. His work was very busy, and he usually wouldn't take on every task personally or follow up throughout. He only needed to convey his attitude and requirements to those beneath him, and there would naturally be people who would follow his orders, adhering to the rules he had laid out, meticulously handling all matters for him. He arrived at the building of the Cultural Promotion Bureau, where numerous employees had been waiting for him. They presented him with a report filled with the results of their recent work, their faces glowing with excitement as they looked at it. After carefully reading the documents, Yunran smiled with satisfaction, generously praising several of them, patting the shoulders of a few male employees while laughing heartily. Shortly after the concert ended, Yunran did not rest for a moment. Instead, he seized the momentum to instruct everyone in the promotion bureau to quickly compile a list of many widely recognized famous songs on Earth, selecting 10 to upload to a music website visible to all interstellar netizens, promoting it through the Xinguo account. With the halo of the concert championship and Yunran's sustained popularity, these songs undoubtedly received extraordinarily strong attention the moment they were released. The download, playback, and repost numbers skyrocketed to over 10,000 in the blink of an eye. Within just an hour, they topped the real-time charts of interstellar music, with the 10 songs occupying the majority of the homepage, the prominent words Earth culture firmly imprinted in the eyes of every netizen browsing the music site. Such grandeur! Yunran smiled as he looked at the enthusiastic discussions of netizens below the website, feeling exceptionally satisfied. He turned to his subordinate beside him and instructed, from now on, when uploading music, ensure the names and formats are uniform, giving netizens a sense of familiarity. This way, when humans upload new works in the future, they will immediately know it's produced by Earth. Even if it's a newcomer's work, it can naturally gain a certain level of attention. Having heard this, Yunran thought for a moment and added, in that case, find a few professionals who excel in this area. Yes, contact the top few known website operators in the country, stating the specific requirements, and ask them to send 2 excellent employees to help. Upon hearing this, his subordinates did not foolishly ask will they agree, because for Yunran, who stood behind an entire country, it was unnecessary to mention such trivialities. Would Yunran struggle to get a few people from Earth? He instructed his subordinates to always keep an eye on the heat of Earth's music, closely monitoring the developments in this area. One employee in a neat uniform said to him, Director, many companies have contacted us inquiring about potential cooperation and have submitted many proposals with specific terms. Most were for film and television soundtracks, along with a few sound effects for entertainment programs. Yunran took the specific documents, flipped through 2 pages, and nodded, saying that's fine as long as the conditions are appropriate, everything is negotiable. But remember, the style must not be too low. Be sure to select carefully. Prioritize collaborations with well-known directors and producers, as this will benefit the promotion of our music. If there are good collaborations, even if they haven't approached us actively, we can also reach out to them. Don't be afraid of trouble. His subordinates carefully noted this, nodding in agreement. And then there's Carol, the renowned music master of the stars, who was 3rd place in the last concert. Hearing this familiar name, Yunran's steps slightly paused as he walked and worked. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the speaker, who continued, he has been relentlessly insulting us at various events lately, speaking harshly and causing some negative impacts. Yunran chuckled coldly upon hearing this, and instructed his subordinates to bring him Carol's information and recent developments. This kind of intelligence gathering was the simplest and most basic skill for his subordinates from the military. They promptly submitted a very detailed and complete file to Yunran. Yunran received it and examined it closely, ultimately fixing his gaze on the bottom section, regarding Carol's recent work, staring intently for a moment before breaking into a meaningful smile. Interesting. Yunran closed the folder and turned to his subordinates, asking, how is the work in the animation department progressing? The promotional bureau Yunran managed was divided into several departments, including music and animation. The employees who had been speaking were from the music department, while the animation department stood quietly by, not having. Upon hearing Yunran's inquiry, the few individuals at the back hurried over and said to Yunran, things are going well. We have collected and restored thousands of animated resources, with many more yet to be organized. We have invited masters related to the arts, and they are currently in the screening room watching animations day and night, selecting and searching for excellent content. We are prioritizing nearly 100 award-winning animations and those that have led in sales. According to your requirements, many animations involving sensitive content or resembling the appearances of cosmic intelligent races have been excluded to avoid unnecessary disputes. At the same time, we have invited 300 ordinary people of various ages to preview the films to gauge the most authentic reactions. Here are the 28 works we have ultimately selected to you. Yunran nodded and said, send them all over. I'll watch them all later. His subordinates seemed unsurprised, as if they had already anticipated that Yunran would painstakingly spend a lot of time personally reviewing such matters, and one asked, once the animation screening is ready, how should we distribute them? There should be an opportunity, a sequence, and a preliminary hype to achieve a more perfect effect. Simply releasing them all at once would likely yield dismal results. Now that Earth had been distant from entertainment for over a century, the older generation of old humans had largely passed away, and the newer generation with good genes had little understanding of these historical remnants, making it challenging to devise a well-functioning operational system from scratch. Yunran asked, do the scholars studying history have any suggestions? They said there are no specific records regarding these in books. Yunran pondered, then, would it be feasible to handle it like promotional films and television series? His subordinate thought for a moment and responded, are you suggesting creating a teaser releasing the main character's promotional photos and the story's background to attract netizens' attention? Yunran nodded, saying, yes, that's a good approach. Receiving Yunran's affirmation, the graduate of a prestigious university instantly displayed an excited expression, restraining his enthusiasm. As he continued, I remember that the animations we collected often include a PV. Initially we didn't understand its purpose, but now it seems it should be the teaser for films specifically shown to the audience before the animation starts. Yunran said, alright, once I finish watching these 28 animations, I will select a few suitable ones to send to you, and you can produce the corresponding PVs for me to release. His subordinates immediately nodded, indicating they understood. As they spoke, everyone arrived at they found their respective seats and sat down. Yunran instructed them to report any issues directly, and one clerk inquired, why is animation following music so closely? We actually have many options: novels, games, films, television series. In many people's eyes, animations are considered a relatively niche branch of story carriers, interesting enough, but not mainstream, so some didn't understand why Yunran arranged it this way. The clerk thought the same in her heart, thus nervously and weakly inquired. Her current behavior could already be seen as a fundamental questioning of her superior's policy. Yunran had no emotional reaction upon hearing this and seriously analyzed. Initially, I used music as a stepping stone because it is the simplest medium. Music alone is not enough. After listening to a song 10 or 8 times, one will inevitably grow tired of it. At such times, we need stories to keep people engaged. As long as a story is interesting enough to leave a deep impression in people's hearts, no matter how much time passes, they will reminisce and remember the plot and characters within the story. The reason I choose animation is simple, because it is fantastical. No one present is foolish. They can associate many things with just those 2 words. Yunran continued to explain, movies and TV shows on Earth are mostly shot based on Earth's culture, which is easy for us to understand and accept. However, for aliens, they need to start from scratch to comprehend Earth's culture and become familiar with its nuanced human emotions, which is not a simple task. Having a profound understanding of the cultural differences between Earth and various interstellar nations, Yunran was aware of what Earth's movies and TV shows represented to aliens. Therefore, he did not rush to put these matters on the agenda, but instead turned his attention to the more niche realm of animation. Animation is fantastical, vivid, rich in imagination, and often depicts things that do not exist on Earth. Yet when we watch it, we encounter no obstacles and find it easy to accept. Yunran analyzed clearly, as for stories aside from cultural differences, many elements are universal among intelligent beings. Passion, emotion, laughter, suspense, horror, warmth. Yunran raised his head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and said excitedly, when it comes to imagination, we humans will not lose to any race. I can use animation to show all aliens the wondrous world within human minds, allowing them to feel the charm that stories possess. In this way, they can learn about our existence through stories, actively familiarize themselves with our culture, and even come to respect and love Earth. Yunran's vision of the future ignited the flames of hope within everyone present. Their eyes radiated with hope as they fidgeted in their seats, seemingly eager to start working immediately to realize that beautiful vision. Yunran finished this segment with a smile and continued, "All right, if there are no objections to this topic, let's move on to the next one." One of his subordinates, busy arranging documents, stood up and said, "Regarding animation, I heard that a professional award platform similar to the Oscars on Earth will be established soon." Yes, the Oscars are like this back then. When Yunran returned to Lofir Star with dozens of employees, he found it both amusing and infuriating to see Healy sprawled on the sofa in the embassy office listening to music and playing games, and he kicked Healy's knee lightly. Healy exclaimed, "Ouch," and bounced up from the sofa clutching his terminal and said to Yunran, "Bro, wait a second, I'm fighting a boss right now. It's an online game, I can't stop now." Yunran shot him an annoyed glare and asked, "Have you completed the tasks I assigned you?" I did. How could I not? I finished it long ago, otherwise I wouldn't be lying here playing games. I did. How could I not? I finished it long ago, otherwise I wouldn't be lying here playing games. Healy's eyes were glued to the screen above his fingers, a blur, as he swiftly manipulated the virtual keyboard, his expression excited as he swung a long sword, striking the dragon countless times until he finally defeated the monster in a critical state, letting out a sigh of relief and wiping the sweat from his forehead, saying, "Phew, that scared me. I almost had to restart." Seeing Healy's cheeky, carefree demeanor, Yunran couldn't help but want to kick him again. In front of over 20 employees, he held back and said to Healy, "Take us to the office building you prepared. This is the embassy. Although I, Yunran, am the leader, the functions absolutely cannot overlap, or otherwise we would lose face for Earth and others would laugh, saying, can Earth not even prepare an extra building? It's absurd that the embassy has to share a building with other office structures. Therefore the luxury must still be upheld." Healy grinned and said, "Bro, the building I've prepared for you is absolutely magnificent. And it's very close." Yunran eyed him suspiciously and asked, "Very close? What place is this?" "I know better than anyone. It is located at the very center of the planet, adjacent to Lord Chi Moya's office area, where every inch is worth its weight in gold, and there is absolutely no room for exploitation. Most of the time, even if one has money, they cannot obtain a small working area, let alone enjoy an entire." Healy proudly lifted his chin, seemingly waiting for Yunran's praise. However, Yunran knew his younger brother, who was just 2 months younger than him, all too well. After glancing at him twice, he asked, "Who did you ask for help?" Upon hearing this, Healy's expression became awkward, and he looked at Yunran sheepishly, saying, Is it Moyu?" Healy laughed, scratching the back of his head, nodding and saying yes. Yunran frowned slightly. Healy quickly explained, "I didn't go to him asking for help. I know there's no need to ask someone like him for this kind of thing. Lord Chi knew about it himself. He saw that I was looking for a place for 2 days, so he had the butler ask me if I needed anything. I thought many hands make light work, so I told him, and who knew, the next day Lord Chi told me he had found a building nearby for us, saying we could move in any time." Yunran slightly parted his lips, lowering his head gently as if pondering this matter. He said, "Being close is a good thing. At least he won't have to run back and forth between 2 workplaces for a long time." However, he did not expect Lord Chi Moyu to care about their matters to such an extent. That meticulous care always appears when you need it without making you feel burdened in daily life. It is truly too comfortable. Thus Yunran smiled, accepting Lord Chi Moya's favor, and led his fellow countrymen toward their upcoming. At 5 in the afternoon, Chi Moyu sent a text message to Yunran asking if he needed a ride back. Yunran replied with a yes, lowered his head to organize the many local specialties he brought from Earth, and said to Healy, "Today I will be the one cooking." Healy exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? What good thing happened?" Yunran chuckled, "I just want to He stepped out of the embassy and stood at the door for a while. A sleek silver hovering car descended from the Yunran thought about how many new cars he had seen Chi Moyu acquire since arriving at Lofir Star. The frequency with which he changed cars was like changing clothes, and he boarded the vehicle with Healy. He looked at Chi Moyu, whom he had not seen for several days. Chi Moyu was wearing a long black robe with golden edges, tightly cinched at the waist, showcasing his tall and slender figure, leaving a stunning impression. His soft platinum blonde hair casually draped over his shoulders, adorned with exquisite accessories made of metal and embedded with yellow gemstones, further enhancing his godlike handsome face. He was slightly bowing his head, reviewing documents, sitting upright like a medieval noble, polite and gentlemanly, naturally exuding an air of distant aloofness. He lifted his head, his sapphire eyes clear, as if reflecting a lake, gazing at Yunran, and in an instant the iceberg melted and the spring breeze blew softly as he said to Yunran, "Long time no see, you're back." Yunran smiled and nodded, handing his work bag to a nearby servant before finding a soft chair to sit down. Upon Yunran's arrival, Chi Moyu ceased his work, closed the files hovering in the air, gently placed his hands on his knees, and looked up at Yunran, whom he had not seen for several days. Yunran smiled and said, "During my time on Earth, I learned to make a few dishes that taste quite good." Chi Moyu slightly raised his head, attentively listening to Yunran's words. "They are all vegetarian dishes, and I brought all the ingredients. Later I will cook for you all." Chi Moyu's emotions subtly shifted as he asked, "All vegetarian?" "Yes, I know you like vegetarian food, so today I will prepare a full vegetarian meal to let you try the flavors of our Earth cuisine." Yunran smiled and added, "I want you to experience the taste of our dishes." In the end, it seemed that he couldn't hold back anymore, and he restrainedly said, "I only had a bowl of lotus root soup made by my mother when I was 6. Since then, I have never had the chance to taste food made specifically for me by someone not doing it for work." Yunran chuckled and said, "Usually it's the chef who prepares the meals at home, right? I did the same. Until I was 20, I always ate at the cafeteria. Later, I became a diplomat and was assigned a separate residence with a kitchen where I occasionally experimented with cooking. However, I cooked only a few times, and it was even rarer to eat what I made with others. But the taste is really delicious. Bro, you have a talent for being a chef." Yunran humbly replied, "It's just following the recipe. Anyone could do it. It's not the same. The dishes you make feel completely different. You are very suited to cooking." Yunran was someone who always put a lot of effort into whatever he did, from selecting ingredients to chopping vegetables, ensuring that every detail was taken care of. A dish, if prepared with uniform sizes, perfect proportions, excellent control of heat, and a beautiful presentation like a work of art, is no longer just home cooking but reaches the level of a Michelin chef. Or rather, Yunran holds himself to very high standards and is extremely strict with himself. He believes that anything he deems presentable and worth serving to others cannot be mediocre, even if he himself feels it is average. After returning to the castle, Yunran greeted Chi Feishue, played with lion cream for a while, and then headed to the kitchen. This castle is vast, with numerous rooms and complete facilities. There are 2 storage areas for wine, and a special underground cellar for wine is built outside the castle. There are also a ranch farm and racetrack, which are not frequently used and might not be used even once a year. But once the owner needs them, they can be brought out immediately to satisfy the owner's needs. Thus, rather than a castle, it feels more like an estate. Yunran, guided by the butler, arrived at the kitchen, where he encountered many servants and chefs rarely seen in the. There are 5 head chefs, 8 assistants, and various other professions that Yunran had never even heard of, all working together. Healy followed Yunran, initially eager to help, but as soon as he entered the high-tech kitchen, which was particularly luxurious and spacious, he was left dumbfounded by the large group of chefs. Getting fired on the first day describes his situation perfectly. Healy awkwardly expressed that he would just observe and cheer from the sidelines, watching as Yunran, introduced by the butler, got to know each chef's role, and ultimately left 6 of them to assist. Healy couldn't help but ask, "Do you really need that many people?" "Yes, the head chef helps me understand how to use the kitchenware, the assistants help prepare ingredients and set the table, and there are also professional sommeliers who find suitable wines based on the dishes, and pastry chefs to assist." Healy helplessly face-bombed, interrupting, "It sounds exhausting just to eat. For the diners, it's just enjoyment." Yunran laughed and said, "Haven't you enjoyed your meals here these past days? Those seemingly simple yet delicious dishes, paired with perfectly matched wines and desserts, are all meticulously prepared by these professional masters over a considerable amount of time." Healy raised his hand in surrender, saying, "All right, I have no more to say." Yunran smiled at him, then turned to the chefs and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Seeing Yunran start to get busy, while he had no role to play, Healy shrugged and left the kitchen. Half an hour later, 6 beautifully cooked and fragrant dishes were carefully served on the dining table by the servant. Chi Moyu did not wait as usual for the food to be ready before coming to the dining table at the butler's reminder. He was already waiting at the long stone dining table, with Chi Feishue closely observing each dish prepared by Yunran. As they were served, his gaze intensely focused, as if admiring works of art. Until Yunran placed the last dish on the table, he smiled at the 3 people sitting at the table and invited, "Let's dig in." Healy eagerly raised his knife and fork, grabbing a serving of the creamy sautéed potatoes he had been drooling over for a long time. The glossy pale yellow surface with a slightly browned creamy crust was rich and fragrant, with a long-lasting aftertaste. Dipped in a unique aromatic sauce, the flavor was enhanced with several layers of richness. Healy squinted his eyes in satisfaction, chewing heartily and thoroughly enjoying himself. Delicious, delicious. Yunran smiled broadly as he watched Healy's hearty appetite, feeling indescribable satisfaction. He brought a plate filled with longing fruit for Chi Feishue, which seemed like just a few fruits from Earth but were actually meticulously crafted desserts. Take a blueberry for example. It is actually made from over 30 carefully selected blueberries. When bitten, the skin is crispy candy, the inside is sweet jam, and mixed within are tiny bursting sour pearls. At the same time, one can enjoy 3 layers of rich blueberry flavors, providing an immense sense of satisfaction. He saw Chimoyu tasting a few dishes, then his gaze shifted to a pile of semi-thick green sauce on the table, and he introduced, "You can try putting this on other main dishes." Chimoyu nodded, scooping a bit of wasabi with a silver spoon, and placing it on the grilled matsutake mushroom, picking it up with a fork to take a bite. Yunran chuckled mischievously and asked, "How is it? Don't you feel like the mustard-like flavor bursts in your mouth, perfectly complementing the matsutake flavor, refreshing you completely? Anyone trying this for the first time has never escaped its grasp." Healy watched in amusement, thinking his brother could be so playful sometimes, and turned to look at the always serious Lord Chi, eager to see his flustered reaction. However, to his surprise, upon hearing Yunran's question, Chimoyu showed no change in expression apart from satisfaction. He appreciatively nodded and then ate the other half of the matsutake, while chewing reached for a larger spoonful of wasabi and spread it on the matsutake like spreading butter on bread. This time he directly took a piece of matsutake with wasabi that was about the height of a pinky finger and placed the whole thing in his mouth. Yunran and Healy were left dumbfounded. A true warrior. Seeing Chimoyu seemingly enjoying it, quickly devouring 5 beautifully arranged grilled matsutake on his plate, and finishing off most of the wasabi in the small sauce dish, even looking regretful, as if he could eat more, Yunran couldn't help but laugh and say, "Do you like this? The icy Chimoyu surprisingly loves the spicy wasabi that could kill. It's truly unexpected." Chimoyu modestly nodded and said, "It's very delicious." He noticed the corner of Yunran's mouth twitching and asked, "What's wrong?" Yunran looked at him, unsure whether to feel awkward or amused, nodded and said, "It's nothing, nothing. If you like, it'll make it for you again next time." Upon hearing this, Chimoyu's eyes slightly flickered, and his gaze towards Yunran was incredibly gentle. "Good." Yunran smiled and placed the untouched matsutake and wasabi sauce in front of Chimoyu, saying, "It's for you." After a satisfying meal, Healy and Yunran left the restaurant together and returned to the bedroom. Healy patted his belly with satisfaction, smacked his lips, and said to Yunran, "Bro, your cooking is better than those chef's dishes." Yunran laughed and said, "Are you flattering me?" "No way, I'm just speaking the truth." Healy replied, grinning, "My brother has always been versatile." Yunran felt quite pleased by the compliment and nodded, saying, "Alright, I'll make it for you again next time. But bro, why did you cook only vegetarian dishes today?" It's not that vegetarian food is bad. It just easily reminded him of the Chi siblings who usually eat only vegetarian. It gave the impression that this table of dishes was specially prepared by Yunran for those two. Yunran said, "He helped us with such a big task today, didn't he? A fully functional building that one could directly use for work upon entering. If it weren't for Chimoyu's private assistance, Yunran wouldn't believe it. Chimoyu really did an outstanding job, and Yunran couldn't help but feel grateful, while his fondness for Chimoyu grew significantly. Preparing a table of dishes for him was merely a small token of heartfelt appreciation from Yunran. However, Healy furrowed his brow and said, "No way, bro, those ingredients were all prepared on Earth. How did you know the Lord would help you, and then you would thank him with this meal?" Clearly Yunran had thought ahead about preparing a table of food for Chimoyu, bringing a bunch of vegetables over from so far away. The gratitude for Chimoyu's help was merely a shy excuse to cover up. Having his small lie exposed, Yunran chuckled twice and said, Both. In the previous days while working on Earth, Yunran remembered how much Chimoyu had done for him, and since he seemed to have no way to repay him, he specially made time on Earth to ask his friend, a top chef, to teach him a few cooking skills, so he could return and cook for Chimoyu. After all, no matter how knowledgeable Chimoyu was, he should have never tasted the delicacies of Earth, right? Healy cast a helpless glance at Yunran, thinking that Chimoyu already had a good impression of his brother, and now that Yunran had teased him a bit, he would probably be unable to control himself. Seeing this, Yunran said, "Why are you looking at me like that, as if you want to say something? And can't I just cook a meal to express my gratitude?" "That's not it." Healy's gaze flickered a couple of times, and he said to Yunran, "Bro, have you ever considered finding a partner?" Yunran took a long time to respond, finally understanding that Healy's partner didn't mean companion but partner. He chuckled helplessly and said, "Why suddenly bring this up?" Seeing Yunran's reaction, Healy realized that his brother had never thought about this matter, and said helplessly, "Isn't it because you never talk about this kind of thing? Yunran always gives off the impression that he has long been married to his career, and has no personal desires, appearing completely detached from romantic thoughts." Yunran answered directly, I've never considered it. Haley tentatively said, but I see quite a few people who like you, right? Not to mention the fans who were mesmerized by Yunran's widely circulated concert. Haley knew that there were many people who secretly had crushes on Yunran back on Earth. Outstanding individuals always attract attention wherever they go. Even if Yunran himself had no interest, admirers never ceased to exist. Yunran casually said, then I can only let them down. I don't have the heart to consider those things now, not to mention that I am still young. The lifespan of the new humans is over 300 years, and 20 years is considered adulthood. Yunran is only 24, so he is indeed not in a hurry. Haley muttered, you may not be in a hurry, but they are. Yunran responded with an and asked, what did you say? Haley laughed and said, nothing, I just suddenly remembered that the Chiwen family seems to have a rule that family members must marry before the age of 30. Yunran replied, right, that's correct. Haley asked curiously, why? Yunran explained, if they exceed 30, they will find it difficult to bear the inner pollution accumulated from the outside world, making it harder for them to connect with others. If they encounter their destined partner and spend time with them, their spiritual world will have an existence similar to an anchor that can purify their hearts, preventing them from collapsing. Haley felt it was very fascinating and said, is it really like that? Yunran nodded and said, yes, so for the Chiwen family, their family members have always been the most important existence, a rare type of being in the world that won't suffer from pollution upon contact. Especially their lovers, who are like lighthouses at sea, oases in the desert, absolutely indispensable. Thus the Chiwen family is also the most loyal race in the universe. Once they determine a person, they will never waver until death. If their lover dies, they cannot live long either, often succumbing to excessive grief and heart failure. Haley felt increasingly heavy and horrified as he listened, saying, so persistent. Yunran, detached from the matter, replied indifferently, after all, it isn't easy for them to find someone they truly connect with, so naturally they will be incredibly. Yunran pondered for a moment and found a suitable word to describe it, faithful. Haley exclaimed, but the Lord is already 28, right? Yunran looked at Haley in surprise, wondering how his younger brother knew so much about such matters. Then he frowned, calculating Chi Moya's age, and said with a hint of concern, yeah. Based on Yunran's understanding, the few members of the Chiwen family he met last year at the United Nations all had calm personalities with hardly any emotional fluctuations. But judging by the aura Chi Moyu displayed daily, it was clearly filled with many negative and exclusive emotions, a sign that the pollution was quite severe, unable to suppress the emotions within, becoming somewhat extreme and uncontrollable. Considering all the help Chi Moyu had given Yunran recently, he thought to himself that Chi Moyu should be a very good person. Like his other kin, he was cool and reserved, gentle and friendly, with a heart as clear as a mirror, untainted by. Yunran sensed something was off and wanted to help, but this matter was too private. He and Chi Moyu had only known each other for over a month, so it wasn't his place to interfere. Thus he merely thought about it in his mind and didn't intend to actually do anything. Yunran said, Moyu is always careful in his actions. He should have a sense of it. Perhaps he has already found someone he likes, who knows? Haley was internally complaining, isn't he the one who found someone already? And that someone is you. However, he could only think this in his heart, as he didn't dare to say it in front of Yunran. After chatting aimlessly for a while, Yunran fell silent. Haley, after muttering a few grievances, turned to look at Yunran, and found him staring intently at the documents he had taken out again, not even sparing a moment while walking. Suddenly a wave of sympathy surged in his heart. It seemed he didn't need to keep a close watch. With his brother's single-minded focus on work, completely disconnected from romance, Chi Moyu probably wouldn't even notice if he did something. Mourning for the poor Lord Chi for 2 seconds. Let the animation play. Yunran sat at his desk and yawned. Haley looked at him curiously, even putting down the game in his hands, leaning forward and asking, Bro, that's the third yawn. What did you do last night? Did you not sleep all night? Yunran took out a bottle of eye drops from his badge, dropped 2 drops into his eyes, leaned back against the chair with closed eyes, and lazily said, I haven't really slept these past few days. Haley asked in confusion. Why? He remembered that they didn't have anything urgent that required immediate attention right now. Yunran paused for a moment, his tone hesitant as he said, just accidentally. Huh? Haley couldn't help but ask, what? Yunran said, a little embarrassed. The animation was just too good. Haley's eyes widened. His brother actually stayed up late watching animation, and had been doing so for several days. Haley asked in confusion, is it really that good? On Earth, not to mention always, at least for Haley's generation, with only a little over 20 years left until the final assessment, the atmosphere on the entire planet was tense. No one would have time to show their children any animation during such times, as they were too busy teaching them various kinds of knowledge and martial arts. Thus, in Haley's memory, animation was something his parents showed him only in the first few years after he was born, and he hadn't touched it since. This should be considered a relatively low-level thing. It shouldn't have been able to lead the mature and stable Yunran to stay up all night mesmerized by it. However, Yunran nodded seriously and said, "It's good, really good." He even emphasized it with a really. Haley immediately became curious, asking, "What is it, bro? I want to watch it too." Yunran thought for a moment and said, "Alright, I'll use you as a test subject. Haley, I'll let you watch an episode each day and observe your reactions." Haley had no idea what kind of situation he was about to face, grinning foolishly as he replied, "Okay." As he spoke, Yunran dropped 2 more drops of refreshing eye drops into his eyes, blinked, rubbed his neck, selected one from several uploaded videos and clicked to upload. Just a minute after the video was uploaded, the comment section exploded with countless messages, as people excitedly wrote, "My idol, you're finally here. Ah, there's a new song to listen to. I love you, Mua." And then opened the video uploaded by Yunran, eagerly straining their ears to listen. Then they discovered that the newly uploaded video indeed had a song, and it was exceptionally pleasant to the ear. However, more importantly, the content of this video seemed entirely new, something they had never seen before. Moreover, the music was accompanied by timely sound effects and character dialogues that matched the visuals. At the beginning, we only wanted to see our mother's smile once more. In a dark room, a mysterious alchemical array glowed dimly, and ominous black hands seized the limbs of the 2 brothers. To betray the will of the gods, the alchemist must be destroyed. A man with white hair and red eyes crushed the mechanical arm of the youth with one hand. What price must be paid to reclaim what has been lost? The boy with tears in his eyes glared ahead, his heart-wrenching roar echoing, "Return it. That was my only family." 2 figures standing side by side resolutely walked toward the direction of the setting sun. "As long as we are alive, we will not stop moving forward." The music ceased, and on the pitch-black screen several striking large characters fell heavily. Full Metal Alchemist. The music abruptly stopped. Wait, what just happened? The audience was completely caught off guard, causing them to press the replay button once more. Yunran watched the comments gradually shift from festive to curious and finally to discussions. "Is this animation? Is this an animation preview? There are only a few sentences, but accompanied with visuals and music. Why is it so stimulating? I'm not really interested in animation." Me neither, but the animation from my idol's hometown seems interesting. Perhaps I would recommend it to my younger brother. Alchemy equivalent exchange. This seems to describe something about chemistry, right? As long as it's from my idol's family, I will watch it all." Yunran looked at the comments on the screen which said, "Is this a chemistry lesson?" His expression became strange and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he was smiling but not quite. He was quite satisfied to see everyone discussing enthusiastically. Closed the webpage, sent the first episode to Haley and said, "You watch this first." Haley happily clicked on it, lounging on the sofa in a relaxed manner. So-called alchemy is a science of understanding, decomposing, and reconstructing matter. However, it is not omnipotent and cannot create something from nothing. To obtain something, one must pay the corresponding price. This is the basic principle of alchemy's equivalent exchange. There is a taboo in alchemy, which is human transmutation. No one may violate this taboo. The deep resonant narration paused, and a refreshing spirited youth's voice suddenly came in. The pleasant opening theme involuntarily made Haley perk up his ears to listen to the music. Forgetting this memory might still be too early. Wishes that have not been fulfilled, wanting to start all over again. Yunran sat in front of the chair, observing Haley, who was focused on watching the animation with a sly smile on his lips, patiently waiting. An endless blue sky spreading toward the horizon, a lush green meadow. This is a small town in the countryside, home to many simple and peaceful townsfolk. 2 half-grown children sat in a study filled with books, drawing a delicate and peculiar simple alchemical array on the floor with white chalk. In the next moment, the alchemical array emitted a faint white light, and the dirt placed in the center under the force of the array transformed in the blink of an eye into a beautifully crafted wooden horse. Their mother, who had entered through the door, looked at the wooden horse. The 2 children eagerly presented her smile radiant, as she embraced them happily, saying, "You 2 are amazing, or you truly are your father's children." The scene shifted, showing the 2 children returning home with their backpacks, only to find their mother collapsed at the door, and they rushed over in panic. In the dim afternoon, the sky overhead felt heavy and oppressive. The children squatted in front of an empty, desolate graveyard, standing vigil over their mother's tombstone, silent and sorrowful. "Brother, I'm hungry." The 4-year-old younger brother Al spoke up, "Let's go home." Seeing his brother not respond, Al sadly added, "If only Dad would come back." "That kind of guy is not our dad. He didn't even come back for Mom's funeral." Brother Edward stood in front of the tombstone, lowering his head and muttering, "Is it possible to bring Mom back to life?" Al nervously said, "But the book says human transmutation is a forbidden art. So this is a secret between us 2. Outside the graveyard, a female voice called from afar, You two are here again. Edward turned to look at his childhood friend and asked, "What's wrong, Winry?" Grandma said the living shed as many tears for the dead. The dead will shed the same amount of tears in the underworld, so we can't cry. I didn't cry, Edward retorted. You're the one who always cries, because your parents are away on long trips. He turned to his brother and said, "Let's go, Al, we need to continue discussing what we were just talking about." He faintly sensed that something was amiss. In the story, he focused intently on the unfolding events. As the tale progressed, Edward and his brother studied a wealth of knowledge under their teacher to resurrect their deceased mother, finally completing the array required for human transmutation after several years. That night, crows flew wildly, and a blood moon hung in the sky. The two brothers stood in their home's basement, placing all the gathered materials within the complex and intricate alchemical array, excitedly holding a small knife to their wrists, declaring, "All that's left is the essence of the soul, our blood. It is done." They stepped back from the array, kneeling on the ground, their hands hovering over the array. As they exchanged a charged glance, Edward said, "It's about to begin, Al." At that moment, the array, supported by 4 hands, erupted in dazzling blue lightning, its brilliance overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Just as the brothers burst into ecstatic expressions, the azure light turned blood red, and a gigantic single eye opened from the array with countless dark, slender arms reaching forth at impossible speed, seizing the brothers' limbs. In the blink of an eye, Al's arm was torn apart into countless fragments, vanishing instantly. Edward shouted his brother's name in panic, only to see his left leg greedily severed into 2 pieces. Realizing something was amiss, Edward remarked, "Could it be a backlash?" Just then he heard his brother Al's frantic and heart-wrenching cries. "Brother, brother, brother!" Edward watched in horror as innumerable arms reached towards Al's body, disassembling his flesh. Desperately, Edward tried to grasp Al's arm, but ultimately grasped nothing. In that moment of frantic heartbeats, Edward found himself inexplicably in a pure white space, where a massive black iron door loomed alongside a pure white figure. The figure tossed him into the door, and within he beheld the truth. His mind flooded with vast knowledge. He realized his theory of human transmutation was not erroneous, yet he still lacked a crucial element for success. He longed to return behind the door and glimpse the knowledge within, but the figure denied him, grinning as it said, "Your toll is only enough to see this much." "Toll?" Edward asked, bewildered. "Yes, a toll." The instant the words left his lips, Edward's left leg shattered apart, while conversely the left leg of the pure white figure transformed into a human leg that once belonged to Edward. Edward stared in panic at all that was happening, and in the blink of an eye the figure was right in front of him, its pale face grinning menacingly as it said, "This is equivalent exchange, alchemist." The next moment Edward was expelled from the realm of truth, collapsing on the basement floor, despairing as he looked at his bleeding severed leg, and the empty clothes and shoes that had belonged to his brother, crying out in anguish, "Damn it, they took it. My leg, Al. Who will save me? Mother, mother." With a twisted expression, Edward looked at the thing at the center of the transmutation array. Dark entwined limbs continuously dripping a viscous substance resembling oil, emitting sorrowful moans. His shocked face transformed entirely into pain and despair. Edward's expression froze as he turned to his brother's deflated clothes, continually calling Al's name. Al Von C, it's all my fault." Unable to stand, he could only crawl on the ground with his. He pushed against the iron armor stored in the basement, using his blood to draw the soul fixation array on it, tears in his eyes as he roared, "Damn it, give him back. He is my brother, whether leg or hand, even my heart I will give you. So give him back. He is my only brother." Days later, the act of alchemy attracted the attention of the national alchemists. The officers who arrived were taken aback by the horrific scene inside the house. They furiously found Edward, who had lost a leg and an arm, sitting in a wheelchair, shadowed in grief, his eyes devoid of all light. They had come seeking talented alchemists to invite them to join the military, but never expected to encounter such a situation. Upon learning the officer's purpose for visiting, Wenli whispered to the female officer beside her, "I hate soldiers. They took my parents to the battlefield and caused their deaths. Now are they going to take Edward and Al away too?" The female officer replied, "Whether to go or stay will be decided by them. I do not enforce it. I simply provide a possibility." The male officer, conversing with Edward, remarked, "It is a matter of moving forward or standing still. It is a choice between living a life of despair or joining the military to pursue the slim chance of hope. Since there is a glimmer of hope ahead, you should press on to reclaim your original bodies. Even if the path is through murky waters, it is worth the risk." When Li's anger gradually extinguished after hearing this, she asked, "Why did you become?" The officer replied earnestly, "Because I have someone I want to protect." With that, the officer stood up to leave. She looked at the officer persuading Edward and Al and asked, "Will he come?" The officer replied gravely, "He will come. But that boy has no hope in his eyes." The officer chuckled lightly, "Is that so? When Lee turned to look at Edward, and in his eyes which had seemingly extinguished all hope a fierce fire was burning. Those are the eyes of a warrior. The opening theme began to flow. Within 20 minutes, Healy sat on the sofa, his expression transforming from relaxed to tense, from shock to calm, and finally to a fervent burning passion. In a short span of time, his emotions fluctuated repeatedly, completely immersed in the story. The progression of the plot was smooth, the content crisp and concise without any drag, yet deeply impactful, leaving him utterly speechless in admiration. Healy took a deep breath as he watched the ending theme play. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Yunran and said, "Brother." Yunran smiled and replied, "How was it?" "It was so good," Healy said, his emotions complex. "The plot was excellent, and there were several moments that deeply moved me. Family, friendship, responsibility, and duty. The protagonist Edward is passionate and responsible, willing to sacrifice his own life for his brother. Though I have only just seen a bit of the other characters, they feel like real beings with flesh and blood, rather than mere figments of This episode, though it never mentioned war, clearly conveyed an anti-war sentiment." Healy exclaimed, "It was so shocking. This is actually an animated series. And it's only the first episode, yet it conveyed so much story in just 20 minutes. As he spoke, the ending theme unknowingly finished playing. Healy looked at the darkened screen and asked Yunran, "Brother, what about the next episode?" Yunran smiled slightly and said, "There isn't one. Wait until tomorrow." Healy suddenly recalled his earlier promise and cried out in anguish, "No, brother." Yunran laughed and said, "All right, I'll give you one more episode." "Yes, yes." Healy looked at his brother with starry eyes, deeply moved, and said, "You're the—" Then 20 minutes later, Healy lamented, "Brother, the third episode." Yunran wore a devilish grin, saying, "Tomorrow." Healy broke down and went wild awe. In the meantime, the Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau released a PV for an animated series, and this news quickly soared to the trending searches, reaching the ears of many. On a planet millions of light-years away, the musical maestro Carol frowned at the video before him, disdainfully curling his lips as he remarked on the music, "As terrible as ever." Then, glancing at the fervent comments from fans below, he cursed a few times in irritation. These days, due to his opposition to Yunran, he had become almost a madman in the public eye, deliberately opposing the well-loved Yunran. Not only had he lost his former elegance, but he also inexplicably faced much exclusion within the association. Most people like him looked down on Earth music, yet they still had to flatter the Earthlings and pander to the so-called new generation of stars. What a group of hypocritical little people. A middle-aged man working at a desk nearby glanced at Carol, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" Carol impatiently tossed the video in front of the middle-aged man, sneering, "That Earthling, as if ruining the music industry wasn't enough, now he's meddling with animation." Animation? The middle-aged man, a renowned animation supervisor, raised an eyebrow, took the video, and began watching. The 1-minute PV ended quickly, and the man looked at Carol with a strange expression, asking, "Was he doing it on purpose?" Carol paused for a moment, then quickly recalled something, exclaiming, "Wait, alchemy, chemistry, equivalent exchange. We have already released the premise stating that the upcoming animation will discuss the concept of equivalent exchange." The man said seriously, "He wouldn't be plagiarizing, would he?" After a brief moment of shock, Carol's expression suddenly changed, erupting into unparalleled joy. "You are thinking about Peach. 5. The animated series is starting." After the PV was released, it unsurprisingly garnered immense attention. Healy observed the discussions about the animation among netizens, laughing heartily, while clutching his stomach, pointing at the screen, and saying to Yunran, "I'm dying of laughter, brother. They actually guessed this is an educational animation about chemistry. What does this have to do with chemistry?" Yunran simply smiled and said nothing. Healy continued, "But now I understand why you released the music first. If the animation had been released first, this PV alone probably wouldn't attract much attention. Music has a universal appeal. Anyone regardless of age or gender will be drawn to it. However, animation primarily attracts those who prefer it, making it hard to quickly reach a wide audience. Now, not only do our fans follow us, but even those who like animation have started paying attention to us." Healy lay on the sofa grinning, "I can't wait to see their reactions." Yunran nodded slightly, performing facial care with instruments, wearing a hydrating mask and eye patches, and sat down at the desk in his bedroom. Healy asked in confusion, "You're still working at this late hour?" Yunran countered, "And you aren't resting yet?" Healy chuckled, "Isn't it almost midnight? Are people really so idle? Instead of focusing on their own work, they go around stirring up trouble like a troublemaker. It is the existence of these individuals that has led many industries into chaos." Yunran glanced at Healy with a half-smile, understanding that Healy was recalling the times when their martial arts school was inexplicably provoked and caught in the crossfire. Healy helplessly said, I really get a headache just seeing people like this. If it weren't for you Yunran and the Earth being involved, Healy would have wanted to shut himself off from the world and avoid the annoyance. Yunran, knowing Healy's temperament and his aversion to dealing with such matters, rolled his eyes in irritation at just the mention of it and smiled as he said, don't worry, I'll handle it well. Qin Muyu, standing nearby, asked what happened. Do you need help? Yunran cheerfully replied, it's nothing. If Qin Muyu were to intervene, the matter would likely be resolved swiftly, but Yunran seemed reluctant to owe Qin Muyu a favor over such trivial matters. Healy opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Yunran's reaction, he decided to let it go. Qin Muyu, however, expressed concern, saying, I'm worried about your health. It's already quite late. Yunran was momentarily taken aback. From the beginning, Qin Muyu had never worried about the trouble aspect of the problem. In his eyes, all external possessions were insignificant. He could see through the world's constructs at a glance, and status, power, and resources were merely trivial embellishments on the road of life. People are what truly matters. In simpler terms, it is like saying money and fame are just a bunch of zeros. Health is the one. Without that initial one, no matter how many zeros follow, it is useless. Although Qin Muyu's mindset was somewhat different, it conveyed a similar sentiment. Since he became aware, Yunran had been dealing with various studies and jobs as if he were a machine for success, surrounded by influences related to his path forward. He had never thought he would encounter someone who cared for him, not for his work nor his status, but simply for his existence as Yunran. Thus, while Yunran was deep in thought about how to solve the problem, he suddenly received Qin Muyu's unfiltered concern, leaving his mind blank for a moment. It was a rare expression of daze, and then he came to his senses, staring into Qin Muyu's ice-blue eyes. He quickly regained his composure, but subconsciously averted his gaze, staring into the void. It took him a few seconds to gather his emotions, and he awkwardly said, I'll take good care of myself, you don't need to worry. Only after saying this did Yunran realize how he had been living these days, and how he would neglect meals and sleep once he immersed himself in work, feeling a moment of embarrassment as he cast a cautious glance at Qin Muyu. Qin Muyu immediately sensed how insincere Yunran's words were. Frowning slightly, he said, Yunran quickly replied, okay, I understand. After this, I promise. The moment he finished speaking, Yunran realized why he felt compelled to respond this way, as if he owed someone something. Feeling nervous, it was because during his time in the army, he had grown accustomed to the principle of tasks come first, personal matters come second, used to being woken at odd hours for emergency drills, and used to sacrificing personal free time for orders from superiors. He had never experienced such pure and straightforward concern from others. Was he overwhelmed by it? If it were Healy, he would surely be able to tell Yunran that he had felt similar emotions countless times from his parents and family. However, as an orphan, Yunran had never grasped such feelings, so at that moment he felt lost and confused. After saying, I promise, he looked at Qin Muyu with a slightly bewildered expression. Qin Muyu silently watched him and said, I won't hinder your career, but you need to know that doing this will lead to... Qin Muyu did not speak the words heartache, but the perceptive Yunran felt a strange discomfort, and shifted his shoulders and arms, looking down as he said, okay, I understand. The two ended this ambiguous conversation, neither having fully expressed their thoughts. Qin Muyu left with the butler, while Yunran turned back into the room, covering his mouth with his hand, obscuring most of his face. He hung his head, staring at the ground, a shadow obscuring his face. After a while, he slowly lifted his head, and suddenly saw Healy staring at him intently. Startled, Yunran's body trembled slightly, and then he said irritably, what do you want? Healy had an odd expression. Bro, what are you doing? Yunran straightened up, took a few silent deep breaths to adjust his thoughts, and said, it's nothing. I'm just thinking about how to solve this problem. Healy said, but I clearly see you looking shaken, as if your mind is in turmoil. Healy couldn't discern the subtle differences between Qin Muyu's concern and the past care shown by Yunran's friends. He wasn't as insightful as Yunran, so he asked, bro, what do we do next? Yunran focused on the soup on the table, thought for a moment, and said, for now let's finish the soup and get a good night's sleep. Healy was dumbfounded. In the age of interstellar communication, information flows exceptionally fast online. For netizens on various planets, they don't know the distinction between day and night. Planets that experience over 100 days of continuous daylight, followed by over 100 days of darkness, are countless in the universe. This is even more true for many races that do not require sleep. Thus, in Healy's perspective, what might seem like just a brief rest could mean that for many netizens things have been brewing for over 8 hours, while Yunran quietly observed the commotion happening online, doing nothing. 8 hours is enough time for many events to unfold. Carol, who was determined to oppose Yunran, took every opportunity to slander his reputation, asserting confidently that Yunran had plagiarized. From that brief minute-long PV, they sought evidence through dialogue, music, and visuals. They analyzed the dialogue content as being identical to the animation they were currently producing, claiming the music intentionally mirrored Carol's compositions, and the atmosphere and colors of the visuals were similar to their animation's tone. In summary, it was a tone of blatant mockery, expressing the fact that the work had been plagiarized, attracting countless onlookers, and easily stirring the emotions of netizens. Many loyal fans who loved animation and had long watched works from the animation company were incited to anger, and rushed to the star blog of the Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau, throwing rotten eggs and trash and scolding this cancer of the industry for its shamelessness, demanding that the plagiarist leave. For these individuals, on one side stood the industry's leading figure, long respected. On the other side was an outsider with a music background who had never made a mark in the animation industry. It was clear who to trust without needing to elaborate. Fans who frequented the Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau star blog and deeply loved Yunran and Earth music felt an intense shock from a circle they had never paid attention to, prompting them to react immediately. To protect Yunran's reputation, they, having experienced numerous rounds of public opinion battles, naturally clashed with the opposition again. They shouted at the top of their lungs, expressing their unwavering belief that Yunran could never do such a thing. Some even looked down on those in the animation circle, calling them niche, and saying making animations is a favor to you, which sparked further unnecessary conflicts. On the other hand, many who understood the ins and outs of the situation, who loved Earth music, expressed their disappointment. They rationally believed that the leading figure in the animation industry would not make such accusations without reason, analyzing the conclusion that Yunran indeed plagiarized, and found such behavior intolerable. Because of their heartfelt love at the beginning, they now felt even more unable to accept it. Various groups converged online due to this incident, each with their own opinions and thoughts. For a time, discussions on Yunran Earth culture and plagiarism flooded the internet, creating quite a stir. Everyone was waiting for an explanation from Yunran, but he remained silent, leading public opinion to increasingly lean towards Carol and the animation company, becoming increasingly unfavorable for Yunran. Upon waking from a nap, Yunran received 2 emails. One was a situation report from his subordinates, and the other was an inquiry from Earth. Yunran first read the first email, and after confirming the situation, he opened the second email and respectfully crafted a response. Then he washed up, had a peaceful breakfast with the Chi siblings, and Healy, and took Chin Muyu's hover car to the office. During this time, Yunran noticed the look of relief in Chin Muyu's eyes. That gaze made some emotion within Yunran grow quietly, giving him a slight itch. Could it be that Chin Muyu had seen that he hadn't stayed up late working last night, and had obediently gone to sleep? That's why he was showing such an expression. Speaking of which, why was he so obedient to Chin Muyu's words? Yunran paused his distracting thoughts, and stood in the center of the office, addressing his subordinates who were eagerly awaiting his orders, saying, this incident, while an unexpected disaster, is also an opportunity. Everyone quietly listened to Yunran's speech, suppressing their anxiety as they awaited further orders. Healy in particular had an eager and impatient expression, sitting restlessly in his chair. Yunran continued, it cannot be denied that this current uproar has made many netizens in the animation community aware of our existence, not just those who have loved music in the past, and a few who have heard of us. For us, this is undoubtedly a significant promotion, even if the content of the promotion is negative. But as long as we can turn the negative into positive, the effect will definitely be better than mere positive promotion. Since the trouble is unavoidable, turning this crisis into an opportunity is what we need to do right now. Yunran said, I believe everyone here has seen Fullmetal Alchemist, so regarding this plagiarism incident, everyone knows who is right and who is wrong. Thus we need not panic, our work can speak for itself. Yunran instructed a nearby employee, for now I have 3 tasks for you to complete. First, keep a close eye on online public opinion to ensure that the external attitude towards us does not reach an extremely negative level. Second, accelerate the selection of animations, ultimately picking out 10 works and organizing the corresponding PVs for each, which I will need next. Third, write a public relations draft to firmly establish our stance, and announce that Fullmetal Alchemist will premiere on the same day that they release Equivalent Exchange, which will not only prove our innocence but also attract attention for our work. Everyone listened attentively to Yunran's instructions, nodding in acknowledgement. Healy couldn't help but say, bro, does that mean we have to continue being wronged for a few more days? Yunran looked at him and said, we have nothing to fear if our actions are just, oh, why panic? Since they have jumped into the spotlight to attract attention and create a platform for scrutiny, wouldn't it be a waste not to take advantage of the opportunity? In Yunran's dictionary, there was no notion of passively enduring and then seeking to avoid trouble. Healy muttered, him just worried that if this drags on too long, people will think we're guilty. Plus, if it takes too long, I fear that Earth will think we've tarnished our reputation and blame us. Yunran puffed out his chest proudly and said, the country trusts our decision this time and supports our approach, so don't worry. As he spoke, his subordinates had already drafted the initial version of the public relations document and presented it to Yunran for review. The format was mostly standard, but several key points needed Yunran's editing. Yunran glanced over it, pointed out 2 areas, and said, the wording here is too mild. We must firmly establish our position, and our tone needs to be strong. We cannot lower our status to soften our stance. We must remember that behind us stands an entire nation, Every word we say will be scrutinized by all. Then add a line here affirming that Earth's culture ranks among the best in the universe, and is in no way inferior, thus we disdain the notion of plagiarism. The actions taken by the other party are sinister and baseless, and we express our strong condemnation and dissatisfaction. His subordinates listened, carefully nodded, and returned to revise the second draft. Before long, a subordinate who was keeping an eye on the opposing company's situation provided Yunran with an accurate date 2 days from now at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yunran nodded, saying, "Good, include the exact time in the public relations draft, and prepare the first 3 episodes of Fullmetal Alchemist to be screened at the same time. Next we will enter a long period of calm waiting." In these 3 days, many were dissatisfied with the Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau's actions, feeling that Yunran was too aloof, not even saying a word to anyone, only issuing a cold statement and then remaining silent. On the contrary, Carol and the animation company had nearly all their notable figures commenting on the matter. Each word they uttered was powerful enough to shake the animation industry twice. Healy investigated the company's previous works over the past few days, and could only say that they truly deserved to collaborate with the renowned musical master. Both their legacy and influence were exceptionally strong. With more than a dozen productions a year, their company almost monopolized nearly 1/10 of the entire interstellar animation business, including advertisements, game CGs, and video productions. It is plagiarism making everyone despise it. If it weren't for the majority of diehard fans firmly believing in Yunran's innocence, actively fighting against the slanderous forces, and fiercely debating with anyone who insulted Yunran, this storm would have mercilessly drowned her, leaving no opportunity to watch the plagiarized work and verify the truth of the events for the planet. Therefore, to silence that group of stubbornly resisting diehard fans, a core group of animation enthusiasts gathered, adopting a hostile attitude, quietly waiting with music fans, who fervently loved and trusted them, as well as a large crowd of onlookers eager to join the commotion, all watching the time tick away until that much-anticipated 2 p.m. With the animation company's equivalent exchange airing on time, the first episode of Fullmetal Alchemist finally appeared before everyone's eyes. The storm that had been brewing for days had arrived. "Let the children of the gods living on this land pray devoutly, for you shall attain redemption." As the priest's words echoed through the broadcast, Edward and his brother Al were sipping drinks in a snack shop, suddenly hearing the shopkeeper's sarcastic remark after a moment's examination. "Are you street performers?" Edward spat out the orange juice in his mouth, putting down his cup, and helplessly saying, "Do we really look like street performers?" As soon as he finished speaking, the large armored Al stood up and accidentally knocked over the radio that was making noise on the shelf above him. The radio fell with a loud crash, and the priest's voice that was playing inside disappeared. The shopkeeper frantically exclaimed, Hey customers." Edward reassured him, Sorry, I'll fix it right away." The shopkeeper looked at the broken radio and complained, "How can this be fixed?" "Just watch," Edward said with a smug smile. Just after he spoke, Al took out chalk and swiftly drew an alchemical array on the ground. He clapped his hands together and pressed them onto the array on the ground. A flash of white light passed, and the brand new shining radio was presented perfectly before everyone's eyes. "Oh!" A group of onlookers immediately burst into applause, while the shopkeeper once again muttered under his breath, "Now it looks even more like street performance." Edward explained helplessly, "We are alchemists." "Alchemists? I've never seen one before." Edward raised his chin and said, "Humph, have you heard of the Elric brothers?" "Fullmetal Alchemist Edward Elric." "Wow. So you are the famous genius alchemist." "I see." Edward stood proudly with his arms crossed, but the crowd flocked to his brother, Al, constantly praising and admiring him wearing a full suit of armor. "Is that why he was given the title of Full Metal?" Al quickly explained that. "It's not me." The crowd's enthusiasm immediately cooled, and they looked at Edward with puzzled expressions. "Is it that little short guy over there?" Edward instantly exploded with rage, rushing into the crowd. "Who are you calling a short winter melon? I'm as small as a flea and can't even be seen." "We didn't say anything that extreme." The audience in front of the screen burst into laughter. They were glued to the screen, and after the first episode's shocking and captivating story, they immediately clicked to open the second episode, eager to see what happened next. Edward and Al heard the townsfolk say that the priest of this small town could use miracle techniques to grant eternal life to the living and resurrect the dead. The brothers, who had been searching for clues to restore their bodies, immediately sensed something suspicious. They came to the square and witnessed the priest transform a flower into a large gem shaped like a flower. They exchanged glances, convinced that this transformation was undoubtedly a form of alchemy, but it violated the law of conservation of mass. This also meant that the thing they had been searching for had finally appeared. The two arrived at the church and saw the divine statue erected beside it. Under the statue, a woman was praying devoutly her words, seemingly hoping that someone could be resurrected. Upon hearing this, Edward furrowed his brow and looked at her, saying, "Do you really believe that the dead can be brought back to life?" Seeing the woman reply softly yes with a serene expression, Edward sighed, took out a notebook from his pocket, and recited to her 35 liters of water, 20 kilograms of carbon, 4 liters of ammonia, 1. 5 kilograms of lime, 800 grams of phosphorus, 250 grams of salt, and a small amount of trace elements. This is the various materials that can constitute a standard adult after calculation. By the way, these things can all be bought with pocket money at the market, even a child could get them. Humans are not things. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment for saying such things? The woman said earnestly to Edward. Haha, alchemists are essentially scientists and would never believe in a creator or deity. Understanding the principles of creation and pursuing truth, in a sense we scientists who least need gods are the ones closest to the divine. How ironic. The woman looked at Edward with displeasure, frowning. You think you can compare yourself to a deity? How arrogant. Speaking of arrogance, I once heard a myth about a hero who chased the sun. But because he flew too close to it, his wax wings melted and he ultimately fell to the ground. The hero's fate was no different from that of the brothers at this moment. Edward spoke words that only they understood to be of a painful cost. Raising his hand as if to surrender, he stood and bowed, gentlemanly, asking her, then miss, can a scientist with such thoughts receive redemption from the divine? The woman revealed a look of hopeful anticipation, saying to Edward, of course the divine accepts every penitent. She led Edward and Al to the priest, who upon hearing that the legendary genius alchemist brothers had visited immediately turned pale. He ordered his men to take the two deep into the church, and when the woman was off guard had his subordinates point weapons at them, claiming they were heretics who wished to harm the great priest. The brothers, pointed at but not flustered, swiftly defeated their enemies with fluid motions, pointing at the priest to expose the true nature of his so-called miracle techniques, which was alchemy combined with the philosopher's stone as an amplifier. During the battle, the priest saw that Al was empty inside his armor and noticed Edward's mechanical right hand and left leg, mockingly laughing that they were violators of taboos, telling the woman that the brothers had paid a painful price for attempting to resurrect the dead. The woman recalled Edward's self-deprecating words from not long ago, listening to everything in disbelief. Edward raised his steel wrist, showing the grotesque scars of machinery and connections on his shoulder, saying to the woman, this is the punishment for those who violate the domain of the divine and seek to resurrect the dead. Are you prepared for this? They helped the woman escape from the priest's mouth-closing attack. Meanwhile, Al, gentler than his brother, tried to persuade her, but the woman still refused to believe that the dead couldn't be revived, thinking the brothers had failed due to their lack of ability. She believed that the priest with the philosopher's stone could surely fulfill her wishes. Meanwhile, Edward used his exceptional strength to block the priest in the room, discussing the latter's ambitions through dialogue after completely tearing off the priest's facade. The priest arrogantly stated that he planned to use miracle techniques to establish the strongest army in the city, completely subordinate to his beliefs. His triumphant expressions and ugly face, however, were unimpededly transmitted to everyone's ears in the city under the broadcast that Edward secretly activated. Everyone was left dumbfounded, listening in silence. In the small town, there was not a single sound, only the enraged priest's incredulous shout. What? The shout echoed continuously above the city. Edward defeated the priest and reached for the ring embedded with the philosopher's stone on the priest's finger, but the ring suddenly crumbled to ashes due to the priest's overuse. Regretting once again having made a mistake, the Elric brothers turned to leave the church. Outside the church, the woman raised her arms, tremblingly commanding them to leave the philosopher's stone. She understood that with this her lover might be able to return to the world. Even if Edward said the stone was fake, she stubbornly pursued, saying, you're lying, you want to keep the stone for yourself. You want to use the stone to restore your bodies, and yes, to see your mother again. Hearing this, Edward abruptly shouted, shut up. He, in his battle-worn clothes, revealed a grotesque and terrifying old wound to the woman, saying the dead cannot be revived, never, never. His sorrowful gaze met the woman, who felt Edward's emotions and collapsed, loosening her grip on the gun, kneeling on the ground and crying out. He said, he could bring me back, he said, praying would fulfill wishes, he said, miracles would appear. What should I rely on to live from now on? Tell me. Edward silently gazed at the woman's tear-streaked face, and with a maturity and strength unfitting for his age, said to her, think about it yourself. Stand up and walk forward, don't you have two healthy legs? You don't need to rely on anything else. The woman, with tears in her eyes, looked up at the vast sky above her. What is this? You mean to tell me this is an animated series? I feel like my worldview has been... Wow, why do I have to wait 3 more hours for the next episode? How am I supposed to get through the next few hours? It's not enough, Aya. 1 hour after the broadcast of Fullmetal Alchemist, a flood of similar comments erupted online. Some netizens who had only heard a few snippets but hadn't paid much attention were immediately attracted by such remarks. They curiously scrolled through comments like not enough and oh my god, feeling a strong urge to join the ranks of viewers. Those who had been waiting on the star blog of Earth's culture, who clicked to watch it first, looked at the skyrocketing view count of 70 million within an hour and couldn't hold back their surging emotions, starting a heated discussion. This animation completely overturned my expectations. If it weren't presented in animated form, just the interesting and profound content alone would make it not surprising to call it a movie. This is not the kind of thing we imagined was meant for children. Its depth and story are enough to appeal even to well-experienced adults. I feel like I've dug up a treasure. Knowing that my idol said, there are a total of 64 episodes, I can't wait to finish watching all the rest. I can't believe every episode can tell so much and every episode is so exciting. Some animation enthusiasts who originally came to nitpick also shared their professional insights. I previously underestimated the animations produced by Earthlings. Based on the first 2 episodes alone, the storyboarding, music, voice, acting, visuals, backgrounds, character designs, and world building are all impeccable. No, it's simply stunning. I can't find a single flaw. They truly achieved perfection. Stepping outside the realm of animation to discuss this work, it is also outstanding. The intense battles, profound stories, and the occasional humor wash away what might be a somewhat heavy atmosphere, making one feel the depth without feeling dull or monotonous. Moreover, the so-called equivalent exchange has no real connection to chemistry. Even if one must say there is, it's merely a basic background setting that appears in every work. Looking at the die-hard fans of Earth culture, who were completely vindicated, feeling elated, and ready to celebrate, it was as if each slap on the face of those slandering them resounded. The vast majority deleted their foolish comments at once, humbly apologized, and said they would keep a close eye on the follow-up works of Earth culture, looking forward to more of their animations in the future. Meanwhile, due to the weak connection between the second and third episodes, Yunran deliberately left a 3-hour buffer to allow for free discussion, attracting more people to join the viewing queue. Many took advantage of the gap, curiously purchasing the so-called leading animation in the industry, hoping that the other party's work could be as interesting as Fullmetal Alchemist. However, after experiencing the layered work of Fullmetal Alchemist, everyone who saw a dull and uneventful chemistry class turned it off within 5 minutes. Some even directly left comparative and disdainful comments under the other space, saying their animation was simply trash compared to Earthlings' works. Many even bluntly mocked the other party, saying, "Is this called plagiarism? If you have the ability, show me one." They believed that these big companies bullied others and that Earth culture had been wronged for no reason, being scolded online for so long. Some even thought they were coveting the popularity of Earthlings, trying to leverage their own works to collide with Earth animations to attract more attention. Thinking carefully, how could a 1-minute PV which had nothing to do with chemistry be scolded for plagiarism to such an extent? It was all fueled by those behind the scenes. Before Fullmetal Alchemist aired, no one believed Earth culture's deliberate strategy of airing at the same time as the industry leader would succeed. Regardless of whether the work was truly plagiarized, purely in terms of quality, 2 identical contents produced by different animation companies would undoubtedly yield better results from the more established company. No one believed that Fullmetal Alchemist could surpass a company that had dominated the industry for hundreds of years. At the same time, with the same theme airing together, people would inevitably compare and unhesitatingly choose one side to abandon. In the comparison, Earth culture, which was still a rookie, was destined to lose significantly. They all thought the competition would end in a crushing defeat. But they never expected that the crush side was not Earth, but the highly regarded animation company known throughout the galaxy. In a situation no one anticipated, the Earthlings animation proved to be so remarkable, capturing the attention of every viewer, and its undeniable excellence turned the previous slander against this animation company upside down, leaving them unable to recover from this vast embarrassment. Those who initially scrambled to curry favor with the industry leader, eager to exclude outsiders, all ended up in To seek justice for Earth, they were discontent with a group that united to bully it, blaming the entire industry for its chaotic state and irrationally insulting the innocence of individuals. Not only did it wash away the dirt piled upon Earth, but it also allowed Earth to exhale deeply, making a strong and effective announcement. Now, even those who were previously out of the loop must have heard about this incident, knowing the ins and outs of the situation and directing their eager gaze towards the Earth animation. It is said that this animation crushed the industry leader right from its debut. It is said that this animation is exceptionally captivating, and everyone is eager to see the follow-up. This animation is said to come from the country called Earth, known for its beautiful music, and the story is enough to refresh the public's general perception of animation. Even those who have never watched animation before have eagerly joined the viewing crowd. Yunran's plan undoubtedly achieved great success. He was very pleased to see the wrongdoers receiving their due punishment. Their self-inflicted misfortune was truly gratifying. After witnessing their current embarrassing situation, Yunran no longer cared about them, continuing to browse the Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau's star blog, satisfied to see the heat continuing to rise and everyone excited about Earth culture, filling him with a strong sense of fulfillment. He saw people apologizing to Yunran and the Earth people for the previous slanders, expressing their intention to follow Earth animation from now on, an attitude that undoubtedly pleased Yunran, erasing the dissatisfaction that had accumulated in his heart over the past few days. Looking at the star blog space filled with flowers and stars, each representing blessings from netizens, was undoubtedly a glory. After 3 hours of brewing and fermenting, the topic of Steel Alchemist quickly spread, attracting more and more. Coupled with the previous heat surrounding Yunran and Earth music, soon the keywords related to Earth animation Steel Alchemist jumped to the trending searches and rapidly climbed to the top. Many who had never paid attention to music or watched animation before heard that the story of Steel Alchemist could shock everyone and out of a desire for an interesting story, they eagerly joined the viewing queue. Within just a few hours at the time of the airing of the third episode of Steel Alchemist, the click count astonishingly exceeded 100 million, and continued to soar towards 2 billion. Then, after the airing of the third episode, the scene that could become a classic moment of Steel Alchemist Reign of Sorrow instantly sparked a violent reaction online, firmly establishing its status as a masterpiece in everyone's hearts. In the story, a kind and amiable scholar developed a synthetic beast that possessed human intelligence and could even... Hearing about this, the Elric brothers came to visit, hoping to gain professional insight. They heard that the scholar's wife left 2 years ago, dissatisfied with their impoverished life, leaving behind a lively and sensible daughter, along with a gentle and obedient large dog. In the past 2 years, aside from the synthetic beast, the scholar had not made any other achievements in the field. If he did not continue to contribute, he might lose his title as a national alchemist and be cut off from future funding. The scholar led the brothers to his library, generously allowing them to browse at will. As he spoke, halfway seeing the two brothers engrossed in reading, oblivious to the outside world, he adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Indeed, there are such geniuses in this world, young, yet possessing abundant potential and ability." He then left the library, allowing the brothers to study. As time slipped away unnoticed, the brothers anxiously scratched their heads, failing to find a way to restore their bodies from the books. Meanwhile, the little girl blinked her big round eyes and started playing with the tall Al, while Edward, drawn by the sound, jumped in to scold Al, but ultimately succumbed to the temptation of the adorable girl and the playful dog, putting down the tedious book and joining the two little ones in a game of chase in the yard. As dusk fell, it was evidently late. A tired Al and Edward bid farewell to the homeowner, expressing their intention to visit again tomorrow for more learning. The officer who came to pick up the brothers issued a final ultimatum to the scholar, stating that tomorrow was the last deadline for the assessment, hoping the scholar could submit a satisfactory answer, to which the scholar acknowledged. The little girl waved her tiny arms reluctantly and said to Edward, "Big brother, make sure to come play again tomorrow." Edward smiled brightly and waved back as he left with his brother. After everyone had left, the little girl stood at the door looking up to ask her father what the assessment entailed. The scholar explained that every national alchemist must undergo assessments regularly, and he had not received a good evaluation last year. If he failed again this year, he might lose his title as a national alchemist. Upon hearing this, the little girl anxiously stood on her tiptoes and encouraged her father, "But Dad, you've been working so hard, reading every day." She endured loneliness every day to support her father's work, playing with the big dog and not disturbing him. She understood better than anyone how hard her father worked. Upon hearing this, the scholar squatted down and hugged the little girl, saying, "Yes, I must continue to work hard." There was no turning back now. The next day, the overcast city with dark clouds hanging low saw Edward and Al visiting the scholar once again. The house was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. Edward and his brother entered the house and found the scholar in the laboratory, along with a creature they had never seen before. Smiling, the scholar introduced to the brothers, "Here, it is my work, a synthetic beast that can understand human speech." Thunder rumbled outside as Edward stood in the dimly lit room, looking down at the marvelous creature, hearing the scholar's gentle guidance. As the synthetic beast spoke the name Edward, he gasped, "Incredible, it can really talk. Haha, now I don't have to worry about losing my qualification as a national alchemist." Edward excitedly gazed at the creature before him as it stared back, repeatedly whispering, "Edward, Edward." Then, at a certain moment, it softly said, "Edward, big brother." The air around them suddenly chilled. Edward's pupils contracted as he gazed at the creature before him. It was entirely white, the size of a large pet dog, and its eyes seemed hauntingly familiar. Suppressing his deeply repressed emotions, Edward said in a deep voice, "Mr. Tucker, when did you obtain national qualification?" The scholar replied, 2 years ago. "When did your wife leave home?" The scholar's expression shifted slightly. 2 years ago. I heard that the synthetic beast from 2 years ago, although it could speak, was always repeating, "Kill me." Edward's voice turned dangerously low. "Can I ask one more question? Where did Nina and Alexander go?" As soon as he finished speaking, Edward's cold and fierce gaze locked onto the scholar, and Al immediately understood, trembling in disbelief. The scholar adjusted his glasses, hesitated for a moment, then said fiercely, "I hate perceptive little brats like you." Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Edward charged forward and struck the scholar with his steel arm. "So it was like this, using your wife 2 years ago and now your daughter and pet. You couldn't achieve better results through animal experimentation, so of course using living humans would be easier." Edward's fury provoked a rebuttal from the scholar, who was pinned against the wall, shouting, "What are you angry about? Isn't the progress of science built upon countless human experiments? If you are also a scientist." "What nonsense!" Edward roared, punching the scholar angrily, stating, "Do you think such behavior can be forgiven? This kind of manipulation of human life?" The scholar covered his face and sneered, "Human life? Ha, steel alchemist, your arm, your leg, and your brother's body are the results of your manipulation of human life. That's different. Enraged Edward relentlessly pounded the scholar, landing blow after blow on his body, as if the moment would never end. Al approached sorrowfully to stop his brother, worried that he might hit too hard and kill someone. Edward pushed the scholar away and turned to strike again, only to see the synthetic beast created from the little girl and the big dog walk in front of the scholar, crying, "Daddy, does it hurt?" Witnessing this scene, Edward's eyes trembled with sorrow. He couldn't bring himself to harm the father in front of his daughter, and his furious mind suddenly became dazed, his arm losing strength, letting the scholar slump to the ground. The synthetic beast whispered, "Daddy, does it hurt?" Outside, the rain poured down continuously, as if mourning for the girl, silently washing away the unbearable sins of the world. Al, like yesterday, gently patted the girl's head and said sorrowfully, "I'm sorry, with just our strength we can't turn you back." "I'm sorry," the little girl responded in a strange and twisted voice. "As usual, let's play together, let's play together." The scholar, sitting against the wall, cherished the watch representing the national alchemist and muttered happily to himself, "Great, it's still not too late. This way I can continue being a national alchemist." Edward's expression instantly turned grim as he kicked the watch from the scholar's hand, watching as the scholar scrambled toward it, looking like he had lost something important. That desperate, ugly, and selfish appearance made Edward feel nauseous. Hearing the little girl repeatedly say, "Let's play together," he couldn't contain a deep breath, angrily shutting his eyes and shouting, "Bastard." The sorrowful rain fell gently, and at some point hours later, Al murmured, "If there are demonic acts in this world, this incident must be one of them. A demon, huh? But national alchemists must obey orders, even if it means taking others' lives." From the perspective of valuing human life, Tucker's actions are not fundamentally different from our stance. "Even after fully understanding all this, we still chose this path, didn't we, Edward?" The officer who had rushed over and sorted everything out stepped out of the office building and spoke to Edward, who was squatting on the steps, drenched in rain. "In the future, you will likely encounter similar situations, and you may even have to dirty your hands yourself. Should you always remain stagnant like this?" Edward tightened his grip on his arms, his entire being curling inward. He said in a deep voice, "Whether called a pawn of the military or cursed as a demon, Al and I will reclaim our original bodies. But we are neither demons nor gods, just mere mortals. We are mere mortals." Filled with anger and helplessness, Edward stood up and shouted towards the sky. Frowning, he looked ahead with a self-reproaching gaze, murmuring, "I can't even save a girl, such a small human." The gloomy sky, the pouring rain, all exuded sadness. The entire Star Network audience, dumbfounded after watching this episode, undoubtedly exploded with reactions. "My God! I can hardly believe it. They actually told me this was an animation. I'm going crazy." The animation is underway. The airing of 3 consecutive episodes instantly ignited the entire Star Network, with the topic of Steel Alchemist lingering on the trending searches persistently. Everyone who watched the animation fell into a fervent discussion about the plot, the intensity rivaling the excitement of the last concert, even more frenzied. This time, besides the opening and ending songs, and the occasional BGM, throughout which received strong praise, it also added an element of story to the mix. In the first episode, the brothers broke taboos to resurrect their mother, ultimately finding a new direction under the guidance of the officer. In the second episode, they uncovered the priest's conspiracy, while searching for ways to restore their bodies, guiding a woman who was once very similar to them out of her wrong path to face life with strength. In the third episode, they witnessed a tragic event unfold, understanding the cruelty of the world and their own weakness. Each episode had a beginning and an end, with climaxes that were both shocking and addictive. The audience felt a strong spiritual impact from the story, experiencing the shock brought by its narrative. They immersed themselves in a fictional world, witnessing vivid characters within it. Following the characters' actions, they experienced various emotions: joy, sorrow, laughter, and heartache. The tightly woven plot never allowed anyone to feel emptiness or boredom. Not a single moment in the 20 minutes made them want to yawn or rush to the bathroom, showcasing a brisk and concise performance. Everyone sat attentively in front of the screen watching the animation, and as the ending theme played, they stared blankly at the list of staff moving upward, ultimately sighing deeply with the story and emotions still swirling in their minds. Though only 3 episodes had aired, it undoubtedly revealed the potential of the subsequent 60-plus episodes. Enthusiasts engaged in heated discussions and explorations of the animation's world-building, character design, power systems, and other settings, deeply engrossed in this work, feeling passionate about it. Even those who simply loved stories found their interest here, eagerly anticipating the next plot developments, wanting to know what would happen to the 2 protagonists in the future. This is undoubtedly a story suitable for a wide audience to enjoy together. Though it is an animation, it is not merely just an animation. In fact, the more social experience one possesses, the deeper their viewing experience of this animation will be, and the more they will feel astonished. Because they know that works of this caliber are indeed rare, they are hard to come by. Once released, they will undoubtedly have lasting fame, becoming a true classic. Taking advantage of the heat, Yunran, under the gaze of the public, relentlessly released the PVs for the next night. At a moment when even a few lines from Yunran could spark intense attention, across the network he released 9 completely different yet all intriguing works, at once each PV, instantly capturing the excited and expectant gazes of the audience. Passionate, tear-jerking, comedic, terrifying, heartwarming, inspirational, mysterious, culinary, idol-themed romance. A total of 10 works, each focusing on different aspects. They comprehensively showcased the strengths of Earth animation, demonstrating a powerful capability that could convince everyone, revealing the profound cultural heritage of Earth. No matter the aspect, we can do it all. Whatever you like to see, we can deliver it all. We are that versatile, that amazing. This is us, Earth. Animation created by us, the people of Earth. Everyone was left dumbfounded, simultaneously stirred, excited to the point of losing control. It feels. Every single one looks great. I can't wait to see the actual show. When will it? In an instant, the collective high of the 3 episodes of Steel Alchemist. The online community has once again plunged into a fervent frenzy due to the 9 trailers. The Earth animation, which had already subtly captured the attention of the crowd, due to the plagiarism scandal, became the undeniable center of focus in the online world after several pushes from Yunran. An increasing number of people were drawn in, even those who typically ignored the internet heard news about the Earth animation from several friends and family members, receiving intense recommendations from them. Screenshots, GIFs, and even memes related to Steel Alchemist quickly spread across the internet with a terrifying speed that was akin to a snowball effect. Steel Alchemist occupied the top 10 of trending searches for a full 3 days on the Interstellar network, and in the following days it occasionally rose back to the trending list, continuously capturing the attention of netizens. During this time, many netizens imitated the Earth Cultural Promotion Bureau's methods, creating numerous Steel Alchemist AMVs using only a few episodes of animation. These varied from being passionate to sorrowful or humorous, all of which garnered immense attention, often receiving dozens or even hundreds of times the views of other videos. This undoubtedly illustrates the popularity of Steel Alchemist and many other Earth animations in the eyes of the masses. People enjoy watching animations from Earth and hold a strong enthusiasm for them. As for the animation company that initially accused the Earth animation of plagiarism, claiming that Yunran and his team copied them, the crowd had long forgotten about this group of people, and even if they occasionally remembered, it was merely to mock them, their voices of ridicule never ceasing, showing no interest at all. As for the once controversial course on equivalent exchange, it was utterly buried under countless negative reviews, along with the entire work becoming a shame the company could never wash away. Of course, there would be a few netizens who worried that after such an incident the Earth animation might offend numerous companies in the industry, fearing they would attract unwanted attention and worrying whether Earth would be bullied by that group of people. At this moment, an unexpected announcement came out, shocking every internet user. The faces of the Chi-Wen family members undoubtedly have a very strong recognizability throughout the universe. Their handsome godlike faces, the innate arrogance in their brows and eyes, meticulously groomed hair like shattered gold, and ice-blue eyes, as clear as the starry sea. Some well-informed individuals might know that the eldest prince of the Chi-Wen family took his sister to a certain planet for recuperation, and became the lord of that planet, but they never expected that he would perfectly execute his duties, even personally appearing in such a business setting. As for those who didn't even know that Chiemo Yu was the chief operator of Starbo, they were even more dumbfounded, almost thinking they were dreaming. Chiemo Yu had his reasons for stepping forward. Whether it was during the previous music controversy or this time, newcomers without a foundation inevitably faced numerous scenarios of oppression and cold shoulders in an unfamiliar territory. The terms music is trite and content is similar to plagiarism are merely packaged excuses used by the powerful. Even if this time there was no thematic collision, Yunran would certainly encounter other troubles in the future. This is a normal and common occurrence in a workplace that is akin to a battlefield. In the first and second instances, Chiemo Yu trusted Yunran's abilities, refraining from intervening and allowing him to resolve matters on his own. However, for the third time and many more in the future, Chiemo Yu hoped to settle troubles for Yunran in advance, so he wouldn't have to worry about such matters. This was what he wanted to do, and he felt it was his duty. Thus he looked at the contract meticulously drafted by his employees, which was filled with generous terms, and exceedingly favorable to the contracting party, lifted his head, faced the camera, and said to Yunran, "What do you think?" When Yunran entered Chiemo Yu's office and heard him say the following process will be recorded, he instantly understood. Upon picking up this seemingly fortuitous contract, and carefully reading the terms, he couldn't help but look up at Chiemo Yu's calm gaze, his lips slightly pursed, genuinely moved. From promotion, screening, sales, merchandise to public relations, every detail was meticulously guaranteed, even requiring no effort from Yunran. Approaching the Earth side with a collaborative request to sign the contract was unprecedented for Starbo, a company that has always sat firmly atop the industry. Chiemo Yu knew that he had recently exhausted himself searching for various partner companies, feeling a headache over it. Thus he appeared at this moment to present him with such a grand gift. Since the moment he met him, he has always been like this. Suppressing the emotions that surged within you, Yunran smiled and said, "That sounds wonderful. I must thank you." After music, I now have the opportunity to collaborate with you and your company again. Yu silently looked at him for a few moments, signed his name on the contract, and softly said, "You are my friend, someone I recognize. I am very glad that you are willing to entrust your cultural resources to me for operation." After they completed signing the two contracts, they put down their pens, exchanged smiles, and shook hands, saying happy cooperation. Thus that afternoon the person recognized by the Yunran family swiftly climbed to the trending searches news homepage, and various television programs, spreading across the entire universe with unstoppable speed. Yunran had utterly become famous. Healy knew very well that the Yunran family was extraordinarily formidable throughout the universe. They were one of the 5 permanent member states of the Cosmic Alliance, recognized by all intelligent races as the cosmic balance, and everyone held a deep respect for the mirror of conscience. However, according to Healy's assumptions, they should only hold a lofty position similar to the major families on Earth. No matter what, they shouldn't be able to simply say a word, and have the existence mentioned in their speech seemingly gravitate towards the direction of earthly angels. That effect was far too exaggerated. If Yunran had previously spent considerable effort utilizing music and animation to indirectly cultivate a 10 level of goodwill from aliens towards Earth, then yesterday a casual remark from Yu allowed Yunran to directly achieve the effect equivalent to 10, or even stronger. Healy murmured, "No wonder it's a nation that has dominated the universe for millions of years." He shook his head in astonishment. A simple statement carries the weight of what small countries have to painstakingly achieve. What Healy did not know was that the Yunran family's history was long and intertwined with the establishment and growth of the Cosmic Alliance. Over half of the nations in the entire interstellar space have developed under the witness of the Yunran family. To them, the Yunran family is akin to the sun on Earth, eternally present, revered for its strength, and trusted deeply. Almost all the judgments made throughout the universe have relied on the Yunran family's methods. They are a race that lives by fairness and justice ingrained in their bones, as if it were instinct. And when the eldest prince of this family personally declared on camera, "I recognize someone," the weight and authenticity of those words were indisputable. Over the years, the number of people who have been personally recognized by the Yunran family is incredibly few. Throughout the history of the cosmos, it is hard to find even a handful. Of course, this isn't because there aren't any, but rather because they rarely speak. Healy turned to look at Yugu, who was currently feeling very pleased due to receiving praise from superiors because of this matter, and couldn't help but chuckle, then lowered his head to continue browsing the internet. What filled his sight were comments such as, "I want to see what the person praised by the Yunran family looks like, learn from the recognized moral benchmark, and you actually doubted the character of Earthlings and slandered him for plagiarism," etc. Having gotten used to the netizens' relentless praise and admiration for Yunran, Healy found comments from fans of Earth culture among the fluttering petals. If the Yunran family takes over the operation, we no longer need to worry about future matters. The male god has managed to board a big ship. He no longer has to fear being schemed against by. In fact, Earth Music also collaborated with Yunran. Didn't you notice? The companies currently releasing and collaborating are all subsidiaries of Yunran. Wow, that's true. I wonder if future animations can be updated a bit faster. 1 episode a day is really not enough to watch. Don't mention it. I now rely on Earth Animation to live. I watch each episode 5 or 6 times, then rewatch all the previous updates. A day goes by just like that. Now those big shots in the animation industry are starting to praise the excellence of Earth's animations. They're really just a bunch of backstabbers. When Earth Animation was under attack, they didn't speak up at all. Hey, I feel for my male god, how aggrieved and wronged he must have felt back then. Now I want to go to that animation company and leave a bad review. Count me in for the tomb sweeping. After browsing through his own Starbo, confirming there was nothing out of the ordinary, he clicked back to the Starbo homepage to see if there was anything new. To his surprise, the largest and most eye-catching column was actually Earth Cultural Promotion Department. Healy scratched his forehead, wondering when they had arranged to be on the homepage recommendation. His brother hadn't told him. Moreover, how those words recognized by the Yunran family were embedded there like a stamp. The operators really knew how to find opportunities. Although this behavior of promoting their own products under their own banner was somewhat justifiable. In that column, besides the various music albums released by Yunran, the widely circulated Legendary Concert, and Steel Alchemist, there were also many submissions from other bloggers. Most of these submissions derived from the works released by Yunran, such as performances of Earth music, using various instruments, vocal covers of Earth songs, using Earth music as BGM, and various videos edited in imitation of Yunran's MV. Healy had long been familiar with such works, having seen countless similar ones, but he found it intriguing that there were derivatives related to Steel Alchemist on the other side. The view count had already exceeded 70 million. Healy clicked on the video and chose to watch. Hi everyone, I'm XX. Usually I introduce various movies and TV series, bringing you all sorts of interesting and enjoyable works. And today, yes, I'm sure those of you watching have already guessed. I'm going to introduce an animated work. What is the title of the work? I believe the vast majority of the audience already knows. That's right, today's theme is Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, the immensely popular animation which, like the well-known Earth music, originates from Earth. This country, which was founded only a year and a half ago, rapidly became the umbrella protecting every nation in the universe after passing the Cosmic Alliance's assessment, shielding us from the cosmic plague known as the insect race, and is an incredibly formidable nation in terms of military power. And this nation a year later has forcefully presented itself to each of us through culture, successively bringing us brand new music and animation. And one can predict that more might follow. At this point, the screen shows several large doors of the Earth Cultural Promotion Department's Starbospace, 2 of which are already open while many others remain closed. The work we are discussing today is the first animated masterpiece showcased by Earth Culture 1 that exploded in popularity across the internet as soon as it was released. Unlike major companies that use AI to create various story scripts churning out mass-produced products, Steel Alchemist possesses its unique cultural charm. Defying our past stereotypes of animation, Steel Alchemist is undoubtedly a work aimed at all ages. Of course, younger children should watch with caution, as some content may leave psychological shadows. The depth of its story, its points of focus, and the character portrayals are all epic-making. A week ago in the animation, Edward forcefully broke through the gate of truth, pointing his mechanical finger at his brother's body, vowing to take him away from there. At the moment the ending song Let It Out played, no one could help but feel a shock and tremor. The term masterpiece was indeed well-deserved. Just before I was about to upload the video, I watched the latest episode of Steel Alchemist. Brother Al reached the realm of truth and saw his own body. Faced with the opportunity to reclaim his body, which was within easy reach, Al made a choice that was unimaginable yet expected by everyone. Because his frail body could not participate in the battle, while his brother and companions faced danger and needed, bearing their own stories, they instantly captivate audiences with overwhelming appeal. A feat truly awe-inspiring. Having discussed the protagonists and major supporting characters, we now turn to the antagonists of Fullmetal Alchemist. A masterfully crafted antagonist ensemble elevates the protagonist's stature, raises the entire work's artistic caliber, and may even amass a devoted fanbase. Like the earlier mentioned Crimson Lotus, most antagonists in Fullmetal Alchemist uphold convictions so profound they command admiration. Even in their villainy, they exude irresistible charisma. The big sister who treated Gluttony with genuine kindness, who deeply admired Colonel Mustang's prowess before her death, whispered softly, "Not bad," as she fell beneath his hand, neither pleading nor flinching, meeting her end with serene composure. Greed, who cherished his comrades above all, endured searing agony, as half his body was submerged in molten iron by father, yet still roared defiantly, "See you in hell." A testament to unbreakable spirit that commands profound respect. Gluttony, childlike, innocent, and endearingly naive, died devoured by his trusted brother. His manner of death cruelly mirrors his name, a bitter irony. His final words called out the name of one long dead. A poignant, heart-wrenching lament. Then there is President Bradley, the most compelling antagonist thus far. Possessing the greatest combat strength among all characters, save the two fathers, he commands every scene with regal authority and unmistakable leadership. He is a villain, yet carries himself with such unshakable integrity that he scarcely resembles one. From the trembling hands he displayed upon Hughes's death to his silent, solemn departure after witnessing Mustang's lethal strike, it becomes clear he always held back, harboring compassion deep within. He was at heart a man of inherent goodness, yet fate cast him as a villain. He never justified his actions, never wavered from his convictions, standing resolute in his beliefs. An unwavering resolve that commands reverence. One line of President Bradley's remains etched indelibly in my memory: "Though every facet of my life was predetermined, my wife, I chose her myself." Seemingly casual, this quiet declaration reveals extraordinary emotional depth and a profound self-aware philosophy of life. As Fullmetal Alchemist hurtles toward its climactic confrontation, with only a dozen episodes remaining, the unfolding of its final arc awaits our collective anticipation. I believe each character, protagonist and antagonist alike, will receive an ending both just and unforgettable. The story will conclude with flawless resonance. Beyond character analysis, I shall later deliver an in-depth narrative breakdown. Stay tuned. It is an exceptional work: vivid characters, a meticulously woven plot, profound thematic richness, an elegiac yet uplifting atmosphere, and an enduring humanity, both earnest and fiercely passionate. Within its grand narrative lie countless intimate, self-contained stories, an undisputed treasure. And speaking of treasures, beyond the animation itself lies a deeper reality: Earth and the humans who dwell, an entirely new species, still unfamiliar to us, yet one whose mysteries will surely. They wield formidable martial power, safeguarding every nation from the encroaching insectoid hordes. They possess a culture that stuns the senses, their music stirs the soul, their stories pierce the heart. As depicted in Fullmetal Alchemist, humanity embodies purity, so profound it moves all who witness it. Their indomitable spirit, their triumph against overwhelming odds, their unyielding resilience, mirrored in humanity's victory over the insectoid race, a year prior, launching them into the cosmos, a revelation both staggering and sublime. To every human of Earth, I declare aloud, the universe welcomes you. Healy watched the 10-minute video to its end, then gazed at the darkened screen, and shook his head thoughtfully. No wonder he excels in this field. Even a character overview for an anime yields such depth. Were it me, I'd merely blurt out, "Damn incredible," and have nothing more to say. He turned to his elder brother seated beside him. Yunran remained as ever, unflustered by praise or criticism, calm and composed. Just as he never diminished his self-worth in response to external scorn, so too did he remain grounded amid acclaim. Humble, diligent, steadfast in purpose, unwavering in effort. Perhaps it was precisely this equilibrium of mind that enabled him to ascend step by step, from humble training grounds beyond familial confines, to ever greater strength. Now he shoulders Earth's honor across the stars, advancing toward a vaster, brighter future. At this thought, Healy resolved he could no longer linger in idleness. "Brother," he asked, "what are you working on? Is there anything I can do?" Yunran lifted his gaze from the documents before him after a pause. Mo Luogia Nation will soon host its Millennium Anniversary celebration. Its opening ceremony will feature several animated shorts. The call for submissions has been open for over a year, yet no suitable entries have emerged. "You suggested I submit a proposal." Mo Luogia, Healy murmured, recalling. "Yes, we maintain diplomatic ties with them." "Correct," Yunran replied. "I've contacted their ambassador to explore collaboration possibilities." Yunran flicked the dossier in his hand. "Here's the material he sent me." Healy leaned in and instantly exclaimed, "Whoa, good heavens. This must be 100 pages. It's practically a book." "This is merely the preliminary guidelines," Yunran shrugged. "There are far more criteria and specifications ahead. After all, it's a national-level commission. This scale is quite reasonable." "National level?" Healy mused, awestruck. Yunran smiled gently. "It's what we've earned." Healy scratched his hair. "You're unfazed, brother. You've always carried such confidence. But I often feel uneasy, wondering, is everything really this simple? Is this success truly deserved? It all arrived so effortlessly. I struggle to believe it." Yunran folded his hands on his knees and smiled. "You vastly overestimated extraterrestrial. True, a century ago, Earth's technology lagged far behind theirs. We couldn't even construct independent spacecraft. The humanities segment of the 4-tiered assessment emphasized technological innovation and strategic thinking, or Earth's cultural heritage, was never once evaluated. Amid that climate, we abandoned all recreational pursuits, even temporarily suspending cultural transmission, to focus entirely on the examinations. That does not mean what went untested holds no value in their eyes, or that what we set aside was truly insignificant. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become utterly enthralled, obsessed, by my compositions and this single." Yunran gestured toward the corner of his office, where gifts from entertainment conglomerates across Lofiel Star piled high in diplomatic goodwill. "Look closely at extraterrestrial popular culture and you'll see. Compared to them, we truly excel. Humanity's innate talent in this domain is unparalleled. Yet most on Earth, like you, underestimate it deeply, remaining wholly unaware of its magnitude." Healy listened, his unease gradually ebbing. He grinned. "Never imagined it. Back on Earth, our diplomatic strategy centered almost exclusively on our advantage in containing the insectoid threat. Beyond Yunran, who else would notice music or animation? Even if someone did, they'd likely dismiss it entirely. Certainly never abandon political diplomacy to pursue entertainment-based outreach on an alien world. In effect, Yunran accelerated humanity's recognition of its own artistic genius by nearly a century, and spared humankind the sting of alien prejudice, enabling Earth's debut into the cosmos not as outsiders, but as beloved, cherished newcomers." Yunran finished reviewing the documents and nodded slightly. "The animation requirements for the opening ceremony are well suited. Notify everyone. They'll convene at 2 p.m. sharp. I'll brief them on the assignment." Healy grinned. "If we win this bid, we'll shine brilliantly once more." Such a gala hosted by a cosmic superpower draws not only its dozens of affiliated planets and over 1 trillion citizens, but also interstellar audiences. It's an official galaxy-wide platform. And when the program credits read, "Produced on Earth," in bold letters, what greater honor could there be? "Absolutely," Yunran declared, pride gleaming in his eyes. "We must seize this opportunity with utmost care." As Yunran and Healy discussed their future trajectory, Moyu sat at his desk across from the embassy, engaged in a video call with his mother. The woman on screen bore a gentle resemblance to Moyu. Her facial contours softer, her sapphire eyes gazing deeply into his soul, lips curving into a tender smile. Much improved since last time. Moyu inclined his head slightly. "I feel it too." It was as if a terminally ill patient watched day by day as his condition worsened, his body growing heavier, wearier. For years Moyu had observed his own soul grow increasingly shadowed and volatile, until Yunran's arrival brought gradual liberation, clarity, ease, peace. The transformation was unmistakable, even to himself. He had never perceived the sky as so luminous and azure. Food tasted astonishingly rich and fragrant. All thanks to Yunran. Yunran had freed his soul from its slow descent into silence. Then it seems our family joy approaches swiftly. Where shall we hold the wedding? The woman beamed. Logically, having found a stable anchor in his inner world, Chimoyu had effectively transcended the 30-year curse. No longer burdened by overwhelming spiritual contamination, nor compelled to rush into romantic entanglement. This so-called marriage B30 decree stems solely from the fact that accumulated contamination becomes unbearable after 3 decades. Not because marriage itself neutralizes the affliction. Yet, like countless elders of the Chi when clan individuals naturally wed around this age. Not out of obligation, but because having found love they simply cannot suppress the profound longing to draw near, to unite, to confess devotion. This typically led to one of 2 outcomes: rejection. Rare for Chi when seers perceive love with uncanny clarity, or acceptance. When mutual affection exists, marriage follows inevitably. Thus outsiders observe Chi when dignitaries, everyone over 30, already married. The reason is none other than this. It is not necessity, but desire so fierce it cannot be contained. Consequently, resolving the Chi when bloodlines' unique challenges often intertwines mysteriously with romance itself. Since Chimoyu had now secured his anchor, the next steps could proceed without delay, which explained his mother's earlier remark. For Chi, when people courtship, winning another's heart, is a profoundly sincere, weighty undertaking, a discipline of utmost importance. Never underestimate it, his mother said gravely. When I pursued your father, it took tremendous effort before he finally returned my affection. Recalling those years, their bond radiant and unshaken, Chimoyu imagined for a fleeting moment Yunran rejecting him. His expression tightened instinctively, his lips pressed into a taut, thin line. You know how others react to us. At this stage, with your emotions still imperfectly regulated, you'd likely find it difficult to allow anyone close without barriers. Fortunately, beings like Yunran rarely resist such closeness. His mother continued, observe our clan's uncles and aunts. They aren't Chi when yet never feel discomfort around us. Your father was the same. Chimoyu recalled Yunran's demeanor toward him. His expression softened and he nodded quietly. Still, even if Yunran accepts you, you must learn to adapt, for he has family friends. To earn his full acceptance, you must forge genuine bonds with them as well. Chimoyu's thoughts drifted to Healy, and the involuntary wariness that sometimes flickered across his face. For over 20 years, Chimoyu had regarded all humanity as tainted and dull, incapable of inspiring any desire for connection. All interpersonal skills he possessed were learned secondhand from family, outside professional duties. He filled his leisure hours with books and narratives indifferent to the wider world. Now Yunran's presence had awakened him to life's vibrancy. To consider how others perceived him, to reflect on the version of himself Yunran might cherish, and to strive deliberately toward becoming that person. This undeniably was a most auspicious sign. I will succeed, Chimoyu affirmed firmly. Indeed, the transformation Yunran has inspired in you makes this gradual progress possible. Yet above all, it is Yunran's feelings that matter most. Yes, appealing to his interests is paramount. Chimoyu glanced toward the project dossier perpetually resting on his desk. Yunran values his work deeply. I strive to support him in every way I can. In advancing Yunran's career, Chimoyu invested more dedication than anyone else. Were it not for fear of overshadowing him, of provoking discomfort through excessive intervention, he might have completed Yunran's tasks himself, sparing him exhaustion and granting more shared moments. Well done. His mother approved. When your father loved art, I spent 2 years mastering painting and flower arrangement. Skills I still practice today. Begin as kindred-spirited friends, then gently cultivate affection. When the moment ripens, you'll intuit their feelings toward you. His mother spoke carefully. Chimoyu listened intently on the screen. This vital mother-son dialogue unfolded unnoticed for a long while. At last, satisfied all essential points had been conveyed, and her son had absorbed each word. She said, men like your father and Yunran are irreplaceable treasures for the entire cosmos. Having drawn them into our lives, we must never betray that grace. Whatever unfolds, cherish Yunran deeply and truly. Chimoyu's eyes softened with tenderness. He nodded solemnly and whispered, I will.